Chapter 41, Neighbors Who Only Know How to Chant Slogans. As soon as the new group was formed, the owners and tenants of each household panicked and started chatting. Chen Zhanghao is a real monster. He robbed 3 families, all by breaking in. The 2 young people living in 301 on the 3rd floor were hot-tempered and wanted to resist, but he shot them dead with a gun. The other 2 households were 302 and 401. They were so scared that they gave them all the food and drink they had. Hey, in this kind of situation, if there is no food or drink at home, then isn't it just waiting to die? Someone said angrily, "We must unite to fight against bullies like Chen Zhanghao." Someone immediately responded, "Yes, we have so many households, how can we be afraid of 5 or 6 of them? As long as we are united, he is not to be feared." Someone else said, "But he has a gun." So what if he has a gun? How many bullets can he have in his gun? That's right, we'll all jump on him at once, he won't be able to stop us. I'll kick him in the left and then give him a right roundhouse kick, and he'll be down for sure. He's already crippled, so he's not worth mentioning. If he didn't have a gun, I could take him down by myself. Everyone was full of enthusiasm when they talked about going after Chen Zhanghao together, as if they couldn't wait to rush to Chen Zhanghao's house and execute him. However, someone interrupted at this time. "When are we going to do it?" This sentence caused a brief silence. It is of course more convenient to just talk about it, but when it comes to actually risking one's life, people are not so sure. Everyone understands the logic, but no one wants to be the one to take the bullet. It's all very well to say that, but in reality, it's just a way of getting someone else to take the bullet for you. Well, that's not a problem. We can definitely take him down. After all, he is a desperate criminal with a few small-time thugs under his command. We need to think this through. Yes, acting recklessly is the behavior of a fool. We need to win with wisdom. Zhang Yi shrugged. Just now, he was saying that Chen Zhanghao was not to be feared, and that someone would have to deal with him with left kicks and right kicks. Now that it's really going to happen, they're talking about winning with wisdom? He really is laughing. At this time, Uncle Liu, the security guard of the community, suddenly sent a message. "We can't let Chen Zhanghao and his gang continue like this. If they continue, everyone will be killed by him. Even if they don't get shot to death, they'll still die if they're robbed of all their food and drink. I can take the lead. Everyone follow me over there and teach these bastards a lesson." Uncle Liu doesn't say much. He is a retired soldier, straightforward and full of passion. He is also respected by everyone in the community. When faced with a shameless scum like Chen Zhanghao, a villain who treats human life with contempt, he was filled with rage. Wow, Uncle Liu is so awesome. He is a true hero of the people, so awesome. Uncle Liu, I support you. Do you need weapons? You can use our kitchen knife. I also have a Longquan sword that I bought on a trip last year. It can cut through iron like mud. I'll lend it to you. Chen Zhanghao is a cripple. Uncle Liu, you should find an opportunity to sneak up on him from behind and don't give him a chance. Everyone was praising Uncle Liu, and they were all giving their own suggestions. But none of them said they would go with Uncle Liu to deal with Chen Zhanghao. Uncle Liu was speechless. Chen Zhanghao and his gang have 5 or 6 people, and they have guns. I can't go alone. At the very least, we need a dozen young men to go with me, so that we can be safe. I was in the army, and I still have some skills, so I can take the lead. The adult male residents in the house suddenly stopped talking. The female tenants, such as Fang Yuqing, who did not have any adult males in their households, were suddenly as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Yes, we women are weak and powerless, and we can't deal with this kind of scum. The men of Building 25, now is the time to show your manhood. The men in our building are all great men, you must succeed. It's time to show your gentlemanly demeanor. I hope you will be successful and protect us weak women. The adult males among the residents were of course unhappy. Some of them are not married, they live alone or share an apartment with friends. It's not as if they can't fight to the death against the villains. But seeing the attitude of the female owners, they clearly look like female boxers. They also see it as their duty to risk their lives to fight against the villains. The men were not happy about this. No way. You always give women priority, but now when it comes to danger, you want us to go first. Now we're giving you the fair treatment you want. If you want to go, we'll all go together. You're so good at fighting online, go fight Qin Zhanghao and his men. I'm not saying I won't risk my life, but I'll only protect my wife and children. The female owners also began to scold the men for not going to deal with Qin Zhanghao. Are you men? Isn't this the time for you men to step up? How can you let a woman take the risk? You are really disgusting. I am disgusted to death. I will never marry a man like you in the future. The original purpose of the new owners group was to discuss how to deal with the risks posed by Qin Zhanghao. But for some reason, they started arguing about who should deal with Qin Zhanghao, and it eventually turned into a confrontation between men and women. Zhang Yi was also speechless. This plot is exactly the same as in the previous life. This is why Qin Zhanghao was able to kill half of the people in the building in his previous life, and then still managed to keep everyone under his thumb with just a gun. When they died, they only knew to close their eyes and didn't even dare to struggle. Seeing this, Uncle Liu anxiously appealed to the group. Everyone, stop arguing. The biggest problem now is dealing with Qin Zhanghao. There is a female owner living on the 7th floor of the apartment building, named Liu Tiantian. She is the main force of the male and female pairs, a 22-year-old, newly graduated little fairy. At this point, both the men and women in the group were getting angry. Whenever Liu Tiantian saw a man speak, she would spout her opinion. Even when kind-hearted Uncle Yu spoke, she typed furiously with 2 fingers. Uncle Yu, what are you pretending to be a good guy for? You were in the army, so you can fight. You should be the first to rush in when something like this happens. There are so many men in our building, if we trade places with them, the others will be safe. In today's society, it is clear that women are more important, and the only role of men is to provide services for women. I hope the male shrimp heads in the group remember this and don't make me say it again. Chapter 42, Reserve Food. Liu Tiantian's speech was immediately mocked by a group of male owners. It's the end of the world, who's going to pamper you little fairies now? Oh, do you really think you're a big shot? You think we're going to risk our lives to protect you? Uncle Yu, who was sprayed, was even more speechless. He couldn't understand why everyone was so hostile, even though he had only meant well. He didn't say much, and he couldn't outspray anyone, so he just stopped talking. Zhang Yi looked at the group chat and thought it was quite lively. It was also quite interesting to watch as a joke. After all, there are only so many ways to entertain oneself. In short, his summary is just one point. The vast majority of people in this group of owners are more than deserving of their fate. The verbal sparring in the chat group was getting more and more intense. Perhaps because they had been pent up for so long, they had finally found an outlet for their anger and so they all let it out. The chat group was filled with all kinds of vicious and dirty words, unbearable to the ear. In the end, they forgot the original purpose of the group. Zhang Yi put his phone aside and went to the kitchen. Although there are many ready-made meals in the virtual space, he occasionally wants to cook for himself and enjoy life. He took out fresh ingredients from the space. The potatoes, spring onions, ginger and garlic all look as fresh as if they had just been dug out of the ground. The beef brisket is also very tender, and the bright red meat is appetizing at first glance. Walmart is the world's #1 supermarket brand, and the quality of the products they choose is beyond reproach. Zhang Yi made a pot of beef brisket and potatoes, and then followed the recipe for clay pot chicken and attached some pancakes to the edge of the pot. After stewing, the pancakes were soaked in the soup and became especially delicious. He picked up his phone and found that Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning had sent him another message. This time, it was a voice of desperate pleading. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were crying very hard, obviously they were also scared by Qin Zhanghao's murder. The 2 green tea white lotuses did not have the ability to resist the bad guys. Therefore, they are likely to become the next targets of Qin Zhanghao. Especially after seeing Zhang Yijia's sturdy security door, they felt that Zhang Yijia was a safe haven and wanted to live there. Zhang Yi, no matter how much conflict we had in the past, at least you loved me once, didn't you? You can't just stand by and watch me die, can you? I know you look tough on the outside, but your heart is soft. Please, save me. Lin Caning is even more desperate than Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I don't want to die. As long as you let me live in your house, I'll do whatever you want. But please don't let me die at the hands of those people. Zhang Yi could feel their fear. To be honest, if Zhang Yi's house had not been reinforced at this time, and if he had to live in such a cold and food-deprived home, his despair would not be any less than that of these 2 women. But would he feel pity for these 2 women? Ha ha ha, of course not. After all, this is exactly what he wanted to see. The more desperate they were, the more excited Zhang Yi was. He didn't say anything, but he did slowly shoot a video for them to watch. In the video, Zhang Yi is in front of a large pot of beef brisket and potatoes, and a roaring fire is burning in the fireplace nearby. The warmth and tranquility of the room was in stark contrast to the blizzard and howling wind outside. This was undoubtedly a huge thrill for the two women at this time. After all, they were not even sure if they could survive, let alone eat. The two women then said a lot of words begging Zhang Yi to let them into the room to live together. Zhang Yi chose to ignore them. He neither agreed nor refused. He just wanted to leave them with a little hope, so that they would have to come and kneel and lick him even though they knew it was hopeless. The day passed in such boredom. After Chen Zhanghao and the others had looted a certain amount of supplies, they would not rush to continue the operation for the time being. They also understand that if they do too much, all the owners will unite against them. Gathering a group, pacifying a group, and then killing a group, this is the most reasonable approach. However, that night, Zhang Yi noticed through the surveillance camera that Chen Zhanghao and the others were acting strangely. The entire Tianhai city was without power that night, and only Zhang Yi's family had lights on, but the people in the same building didn't notice. Zhang Yi saw Chen Zhanghao's two underlings carrying two bodies out of the door. Zhang Yi took a closer look and thought the two men looked familiar. The reason why he remembered them so clearly was because he knew almost all the owners in the entire building. But the two men obviously didn't look like they lived in the same building. Therefore, they could only be the other brothers who were called by Chen Zhanghao when it first started snowing. After a little thought, Zhang Yi realized what had happened. The day Chen Zhanghao and his men attacked Zhang Yi's house, Zhang Yi used a large water hose to wash them off. And in this extremely cold weather of -60 to 70 degrees Celsius, this is very deadly. Therefore, these two people must have died of exposure. If you get a cold or fever in the cold, and you don't have a comfortable environment or medicine like ibuprofen, it's not surprising that you'll die. Otherwise, why was life expectancy so short in ancient times? The two bodies were stripped of all their clothes and thrown down the stairs. Zhang Yi frowned, and at first he couldn't figure out what their purpose was. If they just wanted to get rid of the bodies, they could have thrown them out the window. The snow would have covered everything. Why throw them at the door? But as he thought about it, Zhang Yi suddenly had a terrible thought, and his pupils involuntarily contracted slightly. Did Chen Zhanghao leave their bodies behind as a backup ration? This thought made Zhang Yi's hair stand on end, and he shuddered. But this explanation is indeed the most reasonable. It was freezing cold, and the world was like a giant refrigerator, so there was no need to worry about food spoiling. Many of the modern understanding of the end of the world comes from movies with apocalyptic themes. Cannibalism is not a rare occurrence in these movies. In the annals of human history, there are terrifying records of cannibalism, rice and meat, etc. in times of disaster. Perhaps it is the years of peace that have made some people forget the history recorded in black and white. Until the end of the world. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and his rapidly beating heart soon calmed down. Compared to the average person, he accepted this reality more quickly. After all, he had experienced the end of the world once, and had been eaten as food. He knew that when times were hard, people could do anything out of hunger, and would eat anything they could get their hands on. Chen Zhanghao was really a ruthless man. Although Zhang Yi didn't like the social big brother, he couldn't help but sigh. Many people understand the truth. But people who can really use their brother's corpse as food before the food runs out are almost inhuman. Chapter 43, She Panicked. After Chen Zhanghao killed the residents of 301, the atmosphere in the entire apartment building became very tense. No one dared to speak up in the group that had existed before. Chen Zhanghao seemed to realize that everyone had secretly formed a new group of owners behind his back. But there was no way to stop this kind of thing. He could only threaten and coax in the group. The situation is so difficult now, everyone is just trying to survive, and no one wants to kill anyone. If it weren't for that kid from 301 who beat up my men first, I wouldn't have killed him. After all, I'm not a monster. I hope that in the future, everyone can get along harmoniously and lend us some food when we need it. As long as you cooperate, I promise that everyone can live in peace. When he said this, some people really relaxed their guard. Some even thought that maybe, as Chen Zhanghao said, the owner of 301 died because he started the fight. This is the Stockholm syndrome. In the despair of death, as long as the victimizer gives them a little kindness, they will be grateful. Zhang Yi still looked on as an outsider, not commenting or participating. But in his heart, he was also a little more wary of Qin Zhanghao. Although his home was well guarded, with just a few people and a broken gun, Qin Zhanghao would never have a chance to break in. However, in the end times, it is always a good idea to be more careful. If you really provoke me, I'll find a chance to kill him, Zhang Yi said indifferently. This brief moment of peace was shattered the next day. Although everyone was afraid of Qin Zhanghao and didn't dare to go out, they couldn't live without going downstairs to get water from the ice. So, someone quietly opened the door and planned to go down and dig out the snow when no one was looking. As a result, they were caught red-handed by Qin Zhanghao's men. The supplies they had looted on the first day were all eaten up by the hungry gangsters. Now they were bloodshot-eyed and had already set their sights on the entire building. They will not be polite to anyone they catch, and they must rob them of everything. In the new group, someone was urgently calling for help. Zhang Yi opened the group chat and was instantly delighted. The one calling for help was none other than Liu Tiantian, who lived on the 7th floor. Qin Zhanghao lives on the 6th floor, right below her. That morning, she had planned to take advantage of the darkness to sneak down and dig out some snow to use as water, but she was caught red-handed. She lives alone, so it didn't take much effort to clean up. She was the one they were after. Plus, it had been closed for almost half a month, and Qin Zhanghao and the other little Karamis were feeling pent up and were planning to find a woman to let off some steam. Liu Tiantian wasn't particularly pretty, but she was young and had a decent figure. With limited conditions, everyone was not picky. So the group of little Karamis rushed up with wrenches and iron bars, grinning from ear to ear. Liu Tiantian quickly closed the door and, in desperation, thought of asking her neighbors for help. "Help me, everyone. They're breaking down my door. Please, they'll kill me. Uncle you, please help me. Aren't you a veteran soldier? They can't beat you. You can't trust these people. They're too vicious. We have to stick together. If something happens to me, you'll be next." Liu Tiantian was crying in the group chat, urgently sending out one voice message after another. But yesterday, when she spoke in the group, she was domineering and angry with a group of male owners. Uncle Yu replied, "Girl, this is an emergency. I can't fight them all by myself. Uncle Yu is kind, but he won't go and die for nothing." Qin Zhanghao had 5 or 6 men at his disposal, and they had guns. Even though he had been a soldier, he couldn't fight them. If everyone had reached a consensus yesterday and formed a guard team, there would have been hope of scaring them off. Liu Tiantian saw what Uncle Yu had said and felt a chill run down her spine. She cried, "You can't do this. Can't you protect a weak woman like me? What kind of men are you? If I die, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." At first, everyone felt some sympathy for her, but when they discovered that she was shamelessly moralizing and blackmailing them, they were furious. Plus, yesterday Liu Tiantian sprayed the men in the entire building, so everyone was now taking their old and new grudges out on her. "Ah, yes, we are all useless. Little fairy, you are so powerful, you must not need our help. Ha, the little fairy can fight, so she can beat those people to death. Yesterday you were shouting so loudly. I thought you were so powerful, but in the end you had to beg us to save you. You might as well die. One less person, and 1,000 more happy families." The group was filled with cheerful laughter. Everyone was unsympathetic to Liu Tiantian's plight, and instead, they were somewhat gloating. Since Liu Tiantian's home had been robbed, at least they would be safe for a short time. Liu Tiantian saw these cold laughs and her heart sank into despair. She then turned to the female owners to ask for help. But the response from the female owners was also very uniform. "We are all sisters, and there is nothing we can do in this situation. Sisters, hang in there. I support you mentally. You must hold on, otherwise if they break in, they might do something to you. That's right, there are so many of them, they'll play you to death." Some people are just trying to comfort her, while others are trying to scare her with their evil sense of humor. After all, human joys and sorrows are not the same. Long-term confinement and the threat of death have already caused the minds of many people to begin to twist. More and more people joined the group chat, but the topic had changed. "Sister, even if you die, you'll take someone down with you, and you'll be doing the people a favor." Right. Since the house has been robbed, you probably won't survive anyway. It's better to die with someone to blame. Liu Tiantian was trembling with anger. She wanted to say something else, but then the door was kicked open with a bang. Zhang Yi was at home, watching the surveillance camera. Liu Tiantian let out a scream, and then she was dragged out by a few little Karame people holding her legs. It's so cold outside, but they still don't forget to exercise. Your firepower is too strong. Zhang Yi sighed. But it makes sense. In the current situation, no one knows when they will die. Before dying, the first thing a living creature thinks about is passing on its life factors to its offspring. Zhang Yi took a bite of the chocolate bar and said to the surveillance camera, "At this temperature, any exposed inch of skin is life-threatening." Chapter 44, Why Should I Give You Charity? Although no one has seen it with their own eyes, everyone can guess what happened to Liu Tiantian in the end. What could happen to a girl who falls into the hands of a pack of wolves? Even if Qin Zhanghao and the others let her live, she would have no resources to live on and would only be waiting to die. However, everyone did not feel too much sorrow in their hearts, but rather a long sigh of relief. At least Liu Tiantian could feed Qin Zhanghao and the others for a while. Even so, this has sounded an alarm for the other owners. If things continue like this, they may not live long. That afternoon, Zhang Yi found himself suddenly pulled into a chat group again. He smiled wryly. In this unstable environment, people's suspicion was getting stronger and stronger, and there were more and more small groups. It was as if they would become stronger if they banded together. Zhang Yi glanced at the members of the group and found that there were only 6 or 7 people in it. Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing, Lin Caning, and a few other neighbors were all there. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, not knowing what they wanted. But soon, someone took the initiative to find him. Fang Yuqing at Zhang Yi, it's too dangerous outside now. Qin Zhanghao and the others will rob us sooner or later. We must all stick together. Zhang Yi said indifferently, it's fine, I'm doing pretty well on my own. Lin Caning, that's not true. You're only one person, but Qin Zhanghao has 5 or 6 people with him, and they have guns. So you're not safe either. Zhang Yi's mouth curled up. Why don't you ask Qin Zhanghao who broke his leg? Qin Zhanghao has not dared to come for revenge until now. He knows that Zhang Yi is a hard nut to crack. Zhang Yi asked, so what do you want? Fang Yuqing quickly said, it's too dangerous for everyone to live separately. So we decided to move in together, so that even if we face Qin Zhanghao, we will have the strength to resist. Zhang Yi suddenly smiled. What, you're all together, and you're not afraid of Qin Zhanghao's gun? Ridiculous. If having more people really helped, then with 50 households in the building and over 100 people, we could all get together and stomp Qin Zhanghao to death. We are all cowards. Getting together is just for psychological comfort. Another person in the group spoke up. His name was Sun Jichao. Zhang Yi remembered that he was a white-collar worker in finance. If there are more people, at least they will be afraid. And we can unite to seal the door, so we won't be afraid of them breaking in. But right now, what we lack is a good stronghold. Fang Yuqing quickly added, Zhang Yi, your family has a balcony, and the security door is particularly sturdy, which is perfect for fighting Qin Zhanghao. So, we hope you can join our team and fight Qin Zhanghao together. At this point, Zhang Yi understood. Fang Yuqing must have told these people that his house is particularly good. It is very likely that these people already knew that Zhang Yi's house had a perfect insulation system and a lot of food. Zhang Yi snorted. He could hear their calculations from more than 10 floors away. Zhang Yi said unceremoniously, I don't need it, thank you. I'm very comfortable living alone now. If you want to share a place, find your own place. Are you kidding? 7 or 8 people crammed into my home? At this point, it's not clear who is a human and who is a ghost. Wouldn't that be dangerous for them? Besides, Zhang Yi doesn't owe them anything, so why should he? After Zhang Yi refused, the people in the group were obviously very unhappy. Sun Jichao, Zhang Yi, everyone's lives are in danger now, you can't be so short-sighted. Only if we all stay together can we survive. Another group member, Wang Min, also said, it's only because you have a balcony on your floor that makes it convenient to get snow water, and that's why everyone chose your home. You think we're taking advantage of you, but in fact, we can protect you too. Zhang Yi's smile was so wide that his mouth was crooked. He sent a message in the group, protect me? The series of question marks at the end of the message reflected his inner sarcasm. Do you know what kind of life I'm living now? They have the nerve to protect me. Fang Yuqing, who was hiding under the covers, pursed her lips and then began to fire. She knew that Zhang Yi hated her and would not let her into the house. So now she is using everyone to morally blackmail Zhang Yi. She felt that human life was at stake, and even if she and Lin Canning, Zhou Peng, and others had behaved badly towards him, Zhang Yi should be more generous. Lin Canning, Zhang Yi, okay, I admit that we are asking for your help. But think about it, if you let us take refuge in your home, you can save 7 or 8 lives. Can you bear to watch us being killed by Qin Zhanghao? We have been friends and neighbors for so many years. Zhang Yi did know all 7 or 8 of them, and some of them were good friends, and one even worked with him at the same place. They all asked Zhang Yi to let them in, out of old friendship. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi, who had been persecuted to death in his previous life, was no longer the kind-hearted guy. Most of the people who had shared a piece of the pie with him were also there. What humanity is there to talk about in the face of the apocalypse? Only surviving for oneself is the way to go. So he said, at a time like this, everyone has to rely on their own abilities to survive. You are of no value to me, so why should I protect you? After saying this, Zhang Yi directly chose to leave the group. It's a dream to fleece him. Only if he has no morals will he not be kidnapped. After chatting, Zhang Yi took a box of potato chips out of a different dimension. He went to the window and sat on a soft imported recliner, eating potato chips and watching the scenery outside. Not to mention the extremely cold weather outside, the snow scene is really beautiful. The earth is covered in a silvery white, without any color, and it is pleasing to the eye. At this moment, he suddenly saw a black dot moving in front of the 18th floor, followed by a desperate scream. Zhang Yi looked carefully and realized that the person falling from the sky was a person. In the blink of an eye, he fell into a snowdrift that was 6 or 7 meters deep. With temperatures outside at -70 degrees, he was sure to die if he fell into the thick snow. It seems that the situation in other apartment buildings is similar to this one. Faced with the depletion of supplies, people everywhere began to fight for supplies, and even resorted to violence to kill and rob. Wherever there are people, it is evolving towards a living hell. Zhang Yi was eating potato chips while thinking about the future. It seems that in addition to being on guard against the neighbors in this apartment building, he also needs to be more prepared for the survivors outside. In the face of the apocalypse, anything can happen. Chapter 45, Decision to Storm. In the 25 buildings, Qin Zhanghao and his men robbed several households in succession, directly and indirectly killing 5 people. This situation caused many residents of the apartment building to start banding together. Their solution to the problem was to stay together and not disperse. Then they used heavy objects to block the door to prevent Qin Zhanghao and others from breaking in. As for the way to get water, it was through the window. Some of the residents on the upper floors had balconies and also received snow. Fang Yuqing and the others moved in together on the 18th floor with Wang Min. Wang Min is Zhou Peng's cousin. She runs a cosmetics business in Tianhai City and is an independent businesswoman. Therefore, she also has some assets. Her home is a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, the same layout as Zhang Yi's. As for the other people, they are all her colleagues and good friends. After all, in the end times, even if you want to stick together, you can only find people you can trust. Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning were only able to come here because Zhou Peng had guaranteed them. As for the situation in Zhang Yi's family, it is naturally the case. At this time, a group of people were sitting in the living room, wrapped in thick down jackets and scarves around their necks, as if they wanted to seal up their entire bodies. Since Zhang Yi had refused the offer to share the house, everyone was in a bad mood. Wang Min looked at Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning and said lightly, I agreed to let you move in because of my cousin, and you promised to convince Zhang Yi to let us move in with him. Now Zhang Yi doesn't agree at all. What do you think about this? Zhou Peng is a dog licker, but Wang Min is a real sharpie, and she could tell right away that these 2 girls were not easy to deal with. Therefore, if they had not used Zhang Yi as an excuse, Wang Min would not have let them join. Fang Yuqing hurriedly said, Sister Wang, listen to me. Zhang Yi's family is really well supplied, and they even have a fireplace. As long as we can live in his house, our lives will be very easy in the future. After being rejected by Zhang Yi again and again, Fang Yuqing and the others no longer had any illusions about Zhang Yi. So they sold all the information about Zhang Yi's family, including the photos and videos Zhang Yi sent them. Lin Caning also said, yes, you've all seen the videos, so you should understand how comfortable Zhang Yi's home is now. Let's all work hard and move into Zhang Yi's house. Not only can we fight against Qin Zhanghao, but we can also live a comfortable life. Hearing this, Wang Min and the others couldn't help but take out their phones again to watch the video that Fang Yuqing had forwarded to them. The video was of Zhang Yi's home, and it was extremely eye-catching, making their eyes light up. Wang Min frowned, but his attitude is already set, he is not willing to let us move in at all. At this time, Sun Jichao, who was wearing glasses, raised his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a low voice, he is too selfish, completely ignoring the lives of others. We don't need to be too polite to people like this. I think there's only one person in his family, so why don't we use some special methods? When Sun Jichao said this, everyone looked over. Obviously, everyone understood what Sun Jichao meant to break into Zhang Yi's home and force him to give up the house. His friend Lu Tao also loudly supported him. I think this is a good idea. This kind of selfish person only thinks about himself and doesn't know how to think for others. Why does he live in such a nice house? Wang Min frowned slightly, but according to Zhou Pang, their home's security door was very strong. We're not like Qin Zhanghao and his friends, who aren't good at this. Zhou Pang also said, yes, and Zhang Yi is especially despicable. Last time we went to knock on his door, he actually splashed us with urine from above. When they mentioned that incident, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning almost vomited. Even now, they could still smell Zhang Yi's scent on their hair and skin. If it weren't for their stuffy noses in the cold, the smell would have taken them away. Sun Jichao raised his glasses and sneered, this matter is actually easy. As long as we wrap ourselves up tightly, wear masks, and go over with umbrellas, we won't be afraid of his tricks. As for breaking down the door, he looked at Lu Tao, who was standing next to him. Lu Tao coughed and said, I used to work in a locksmith company, so I'm very familiar with this kind of thing. I can open all kinds of locks commonly used on the market. When Lu Tao said this, Fang Yuqing and the others were so excited that they almost jumped up. That's great. As long as we can open their security door, and then we can all rush in, I don't think that bastard Zhang Yi will be able to resist. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth and cursed. Before, she had begged Zhang Yi like that, but Zhang Yi had never agreed to let her in, and he had even humiliated her in various ways, making Fang Yuqing hate Zhang Yi to the bone. When I get in the door, I'm going to press his head into the toilet and make him eat it. Hearing this, Zhou Pang, the dog licker, came over and said, I'll be responsible for pulling it out. Zhou Pang's rudeness made Fang Yuqing feel disgusted, but now she still needed Zhou Pang, so she smiled and said, okay, then eat more soy products and onions. The group of people looked very happy. They obviously felt that with so many of them working together, Zhang Yi would be unable to resist in any way. So, a group of people found umbrellas and wrapped themselves up in them, and then headed for Zhang Yi's house with some guys to break down the door. Zhang Yi's home is equipped with an alarm system that automatically alerts the police when there is movement on his floor. So when the group of people climbed up the stairs, Zhang Yi knew about it right away. He saw the group of people on the surveillance camera, but since they were all wrapped up, Zhang Yi thought they were Qin Zhanghao and his men. It's just as well that you didn't get killed last time. It's not a bad idea to teach you a lesson this time, Zhang Yi said coldly. But he still had no intention of letting Qin Zhanghao die right now. If Qin Zhanghao dies, who will clean up these bastards in the apartment building? Then there would be no fun to be had. The group was wrapped up very tightly, and as soon as they arrived not far from Zhang Yi's house, they immediately opened a few umbrellas. Now, Zhang Yi could not drive them away in a short time, no matter if he sprayed them with water or smoked them with stink bombs. All of this was provided by Fang Yuqing. She naively thought that no matter how many defenses Zhang Yi had prepared at home, the supplies in a house were ultimately limited. Spraying water and releasing stink bombs are Zhang Yi's last resort. Chapter 46, High Voltage Electricity. The intruders had already arrived at Zhang Yi's door. They were holding umbrellas, but the security company had installed an unusually large number of pinhole cameras on this floor. They can film the movements of the people from various angles. After a group of people arrived at the door, Zhang Yi saw a man take out several shiny metal tools from his pocket. Then he poked it into the keyhole of his security door. Pick the lock? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't care. If their security door could be easily broken open, the professionals at Zhonglong Security Company could go eat shit. In addition to being a world-class security door comparable to a bank vault, this door is also equipped with 5 layers of defense. To open the outermost lock, you need to be a world-class master locksmith. Not to mention the physical lever installed inside. The more complicated something is, the simpler the way to unlock it is. On the contrary, the simpler something is, the more difficult it is to deal with. For example, Zhang Yi's door. Since he never planned to leave the house, he simply used a 10 cm diameter steel bar to block the door. Unless you use a car to repeatedly hit it, it can't be broken by human power. Moreover, Zhang Yi had considered the possibility of someone trying to break in, so he had installed a special defense. Zhang Yi watched the surveillance camera on TV, then took out his mobile phone, opened the control software for the safe house, and gently pressed a button. Instantly, a huge current flowed through the security door. Liu Tao, who was concentrating on picking the lock, let out a scream, and the powerful current ran through his entire body. The people next to him were so scared that they quickly backed away. "Help me!" Liu Tao's face contorted in a grimace as he begged for help from his companions. The powerful electric current was like a pair of pliers, clamping him down and not letting him go. Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng, and the others looked dumbfounded. They didn't expect this to happen, and they didn't have the right insulation tools. Soon, Liu Tao's body began to emit smoke and a burnt smell. Boom! He fell to the ground, his clothes burned to a crisp, and his arms and face were charred. He was obviously not going to survive. Ah! Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning and the others next to him let out a scream. Seeing someone die in front of your eyes is a very powerful experience. In the room, Zhang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Somehow, it was even a bit exhilarating. But who can they blame? They actually had the idea of hitting him, Zhang Yi, that's what they deserve. Wang Min and the others felt a chill down their spine, and the plan to break into the room failed. Sun Jichou and Liu Tao had been friends for many years, and seeing his brother die tragically, his eyes were filled with rage. "Zhang Yi, you son of a bitch, get the hell out here." He picked up the shovel in his hand and smashed it against Zhang Yi's door. The sound could be heard from several floors away. However, the huge iron door was not even slightly dented or damaged. The surface paint peeled off, revealing the heavy alloy inside. Zhang Yi came to the door, put his hands in his pockets, and said with a mocking smile, "You want to smash my door? Aren't you looking for death?" He shook his head and sighed, "Hey, isn't it good to be alive?" Hearing Zhang Yi's mocking voice, several people outside the door were shocked and angry. Wang Min shouted, "Zhang Yi, we came here to discuss living together with you in a friendly manner. How could you kill someone? You are even worse than Chen Zhanghao. You are a murderous monster." After hearing a woman's voice, Zhang Yi realized that the person outside the door was not Chen Zhanghao. But he wasn't at all upset about killing Liu Tao. After all, people like that deserved to die. Then he realized who the people outside were. It must be Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning's gang. After all, only they know how comfortable Zhang Yi's home is. Zhang Yi's face was not good, and he scolded him unceremoniously, "Are you pretending to be a motherfucker with me? It was you who came to my house and smashed the door, trying to rob my house. You deserve to die. You have the nerve to bark at me here? You're really making me laugh to death." Sun Jichou pretended to be calm. "Zhang Yi, we have no ill will, we just want to talk to you. But you didn't even tell us before you killed our good friend Liu Tao. This is too much. Aren't you going to give us an explanation?" Zhang Yi laughed. "You just came over to chat with me? You barged in uninvited and directly came up to pry open my door. Is this what you call chatting? Humph, after breaking down the door, the next step is probably to kill me or kick me out to fend for myself. Then you will enjoy the safe house that I have worked so hard to prepare, right?" The group looked at each other, and this was indeed their original idea. Sun Jichou's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The tragic death of his good friend made him hate Zhang Yi. But right now, the most important thing is how to break in. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Zhang Yi, we are giving you one last chance. Open the door and let us in. Otherwise, the consequences will be more than you can bear." Fang Yuqing also shouted from outside, "Zhang Yi, we won't hurt you. We just want to live with you and face the disaster together. Don't be ungrateful." Lin Caning also shouted, "Yes, at worst, you can live in the master bedroom, and the supplies will be provided to you first." They were very excited at this point. Because just a wall away was paradise, and they had been waiting for that day for a long time. Zhang Yi snorted at their words. Are you out of your minds? This house is mine, and you're acting like you own it. If you're so capable, then go ahead and use it. I'll see if you can break in. While he was talking, Zhang Yi was busy. He had already loaded the pistol and was holding the crossbow in his hand. The moment of hunting was about to begin. Through the surveillance, he could clearly see everything outside, and even hear their low-key conversations. Sun Jichao and the others gathered together to discuss their next move. Among them, Gu Jialiang, the most timid, nervously asked, "What should we do? Now that Liu Tao is dead, no one can open the lock. Maybe we should just leave. It would be bad if we attract the attention of Chen Zhanghao and his men." Sun Jichao scolded, "What are you afraid of? This is the 24th floor, and even if Chen Zhanghao and the others climb up here, they will be exhausted. Even if they want to kill and rob, they will first pick someone from the bottom floor to do it." Wang Min said with a serious expression, "This Zhang Yi is really not easy to deal with. He is like he has known that the end of the world is coming for a long time, and he is very well equipped." Chapter 47, Tetanus Arrow. Yes, some people gradually began to realize Zhang Yi's abnormality. In this ice age, everyone is starving and freezing. Even those who have a regular supply at home are having a hard time. But only he was well fed and warmly clothed, and even chose to install a fireplace in the southern city of Tianhai. Plus the sturdy security door, it's obvious that he's prepared for this situation. Zhou Peng scoffed and said resentfully, "If that's the case, this Zhang Yi is even more detestable." He knew the snowstorm was coming, but he only cared about himself and didn't even notify the neighbors in advance. Bah! He spat out a mouthful of saliva. Because he had a personal grudge against Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng would never let go of any opportunity to slander Zhang Yi. Wang Min and the others still frowned and ignored Zhou Peng. After all, if it were them, they would definitely prioritize themselves and their families, and they wouldn't care about the lives of others. The question is, what should we do next? It's no good trying to pick the door, but is it possible to break it down? Wang Min said, looking at Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jialiang. These three men were the few men in their team, and if they had to break down the door by force, they would be the main force. The men whispered to each other and discussed it for a while. Zhang Yi saw them leave through the surveillance camera. He held a gun in his left hand and a crossbow in his right, watching them leave leisurely. Zhang Yi could have shot and killed two of them. But he wasn't in a hurry. Life was too boring now, and he needed some excitement. So he wanted to see how these people were going to break in. This is also to prepare for dealing with more difficult people in the future. After a while, the group returned. This time, they brought a large, thick piece of wood. It looked like it had been taken from a bed. The women stood nearby with umbrellas to protect themselves from Zhang Yi's cold water. The three men set up the wood and slammed it against the door. The sound was so loud that Zhang Yi could feel the walls shaking. But he wasn't worried. If a 20 centimeters thick steel plate could be broken, it would only be possible if there was a Hulk in the opposing team. Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jialiang were all trying their best to break through the door. Zhang Yi just sat on the sofa, staring at them as they crashed into the door, and at any time, he could observe the changes in the house through the mobile app. This app was specially designed by Zhanlong Security for users to check the overall movement of the house at any time. He was not careless either. He held his weapon firmly and would strike if he sensed anything wrong. However, after Sun Jichao and the others had been banging on the door for a long time, the whole building knew about it, but the door was still as strong as ever. Apart from some white spots, there was not even a dent. After 5 minutes, the group was completely dumbfounded. How thick is this door? Even the doors of bank vaults aren't that strong. Who would use such a door in their home? Sun Jichao and the others were almost desperate, and they roared in anger. It was a sound of frustration and despair. Zhang Yi, who saw this scene on the surveillance camera, also smiled slightly, feeling much more at ease about the quality of his own safe house. Okay, now it's time to teach you a lesson. Zhang Yi stood up, put his pistol in his pocket, and opened an iron box. The box contained 20 crossbow bolts, but the strange thing was that they were all covered in rust. Normally, this alloy bolt would be difficult to rust, but these 20 bolts are all rusty, as if they had been stored in a human environment for several years. In fact, they were all deliberately rusty. If you scratch the skin, you risk tetanus. In this environment, where medical treatment is not available, it will not be a quick death, but will only cause the wound to become infected and then suppurate and rot. If someone is shot by it, they will eventually have to choose between amputation to save their life or waiting to die in extreme pain. Zhang Yi learned this from Chen Zhanghao. Although Chen Zhanghao's leg was ruined, he survived by some means. But if he were to be shot by the tetanus arrow again, Zhang Yi would like to see how he would survive. Zhang Yi smiled devilishly and then climbed into the shooting hole. Fang Yuqing and the others were holding umbrellas and couldn't see clearly what was going on below. Zhang Yi didn't care about that, and shot at the people under the umbrellas. You're lucky if you die, but it's best if you don't. Whoosh! The tetanus arrow pierced the umbrella, followed by a piercing scream. Zhang Yi didn't wait for them to react, quickly loaded the second arrow, and didn't even need to aim, since they were all standing together. The second arrow was shot again, and another scream came. Zhang Yi quickly reloaded and drew back the bow. The men only reacted at this point, screaming and running in all directions. Zhang Yi did not hurry, but aimed at them and shot them. He deliberately avoided the vital parts and shot at their arms and thighs. Of the remaining 6, 3 were hit by arrows, and 1 was hit twice. However, due to the slow reloading speed of the crossbow, before Zhang Yi could shoot them all, they had already run out of Zhang Yi's line of sight. Zhang Yi shrugged. It didn't matter. Those guys were already dead anyway, and they were going to die in extreme pain. As for the others, Zhang Yi had plenty of time to play with them. As always, time was on Zhang Yi's side. Zhang Yi is so calm that even at this moment, he still hasn't opened the door to go out and finish them off. Let's just say he's steady. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance of getting injured, Zhang Yi would never take that risk. The consumption of crossbow bolts is a big problem. Zhang Yi frowned and began to think about the long-term consequences. He had bought 300 crossbow bolts and 300 bows. After each use, he couldn't go out to collect them. Although there were still many left, one must always plan ahead. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yi suddenly had a brainstorm. He opened the other dimension and started looking around. He immediately found what he was looking for. There were many ball bearings in the warehouse, which could also be fired with a crossbow. There were also those toy glass marbles, which were not as lethal as steel bullets, but were still quite powerful when shot out by a professional crossbow. Even if the crossbow arrows were running out, there were still a lot of metal products inside that could be disassembled and modified. Zhang Yi suddenly felt better. With these things, I can eat for the rest of my life. He was comfortable, but some people were miserable at this time. Fang Yuqing and 6 others had originally planned to take advantage of their numbers and rob Zhang Yi's house. But in the end, they not only failed to steal the chicken, but also lost 3 people to the crossbow bolts. They had to run back in a panic. They didn't even dare to pick up Lu Tao's corpse. Chapter 48, Without medicine, they can only wait to die. Fang Yuqing, Wang Min, Sun Jichao and the others fled back like dogs running away from a funeral. Back in the house, after closing the door, the group was covered in cold sweat and breathing heavily. In particular, several of the wounded were lying on the sofa, biting their teeth in pain. Zhang Yi's arrow hit Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jialiang. After all, they were the main attackers and were closest to Zhang Yi's door. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning had seen Zhang Yi's methods before, so they deliberately stood back and were not hit by arrows. As a result, of the 7 people who had gone in the past, 4 men were either dead or had been hit by tetanus-inducing arrows. Because it was so cold, they didn't feel any pain at first. But when they got home, they had to bite their teeth and undo their clothes to get out of the extreme cold. When they saw the wounds, they all changed color. If it were a normal arrow, they could just pull it out, disinfect it with alcohol, and take some anti-inflammatory medicine. But this arrow was covered in rust. Without antibiotics, if the wound becomes infected, in the current environment, they will only be able to wait to die, and they will die in a miserable way. No. How could this happen? Sun Jichao's pupils contracted. He understood what this meant, and the fear of death instantly engulfed him. Pop! A loud crack came, and Wang Min angrily slapped Fang Yuqing. The ones who were hurt were all her relatives and friends. And all of this was because Fang Yuqing had persuaded them to rob Zhang Yi's house. How could she not be angry? You bitches, it's all your fault. Didn't you say that only the door was sturdy? Why were there arrows? Did you know about it all along? That's why you ran so far. Why are you all fine? Wang Min is not petite, and she is much taller than Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. This slap immediately made Fang Yuqing tremble with fear. Fang Yuqing covered her face and cried out in distress. I don't know either. The last 2 times we went there, he didn't attack us with a crossbow. Zhou Peng had been shot in the arm. Seeing his beloved woman being beaten by his cousin, he hurriedly struggled to come over and stood in front of Fang Yuqing. Cousin, don't do this. I can testify that Yuqing really didn't know. Wang Min saw her cousin being so stupid and felt sorry for him. She pointed at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Why are they not hurt at all? I just saw them hiding far away. Lin Caning was unhappy and whispered, you weren't hurt either, so you have no right to say that about us. Wang Min was so angry that she shouted, I was lucky, I wasn't shot. Now all of us are in trouble because of you, get out of here. Sun Jichao, however, reached out to stop Wang Min and gave her a wink. We're all injured now, someone has to take care of us, he whispered. He still didn't want to die, so he had to pull the arrow out and pray that he wouldn't get an infection in order to survive. Wang Min's chest heaved violently, and she glared at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Come help! Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning lowered their heads, and a look of resentment flashed in their eyes. But they still went to help the wounded. After they opened his shirt, they immediately turned pale when they saw the power of the arrow. Zhang Yi's crossbow bolts are professional grade, and can be used to hunt boars and coyotes. When shot at a human body, it immediately penetrated deeply. They had no professional medical staff here, and even less professional equipment, so there was no way to deal with it. If they don't do it right, they will bleed to death. Wang Min thought for a moment and said, we can only ask Dr. Zhou to come and help. The doctor she was talking about was Zhou Kur. It was she who helped save Lin Xiaohu's life after he was kicked and his liver ruptured. Wang Min walked over to the side and called Zhou Kur. Soon, Zhou Kur came over. Wang Min walked over and excitedly took Zhou Kur's hand. Dr. Zhou, our lives depend on you. Zhou Kur was wearing a black over-the-knee down jacket, which wrapped her up tightly, but still could not hide her tall and slender figure. She was carrying an iron medical kit on her shoulder. After entering the room, she looked at the injuries of the several people and frowned. Another arrow wound? Wang Min blinked curiously. Again? Who else has been shot by an arrow? Zhou Kur's face flashed an unnatural look. No, they were patients from the hospital before. Wang Min felt a little strange, but now he didn't have time to think about it. Dr. Zhou, please take a look at them quickly. Zhou Kur didn't say much and went over to check on the injuries of the several people. By now, their faces were pale and frightening. Since the arrows could not be removed, there was no way to stop the bleeding, and at temperatures of -60 to 70 degrees, this was in itself extremely fatal. Zhou Kur glanced at them and frowned, their injuries are too deep. Unless there is professional equipment, I am not completely sure I can perform the surgery. Wang Min quickly said, Dr. Zhou, it's already this late, just do it. We trust you. Zhou Kur shook her head. The arrow is covered in rust, which will cause an infection. I can at most pull the arrow out, but without antibiotics, it will still become infected. By then, I'm afraid. She didn't say the rest, but everyone at the scene understood what she meant. Under these conditions, once infected, it is certain death. Wang Min's tears immediately flowed down. Sun Jichao and the others were her closest friends, and Zhou Peng was her cousin. In the end times, people are particularly insecure. If you lose so many relatives and friends in one day, it will absolutely make you collapse. Zhang Yi is so cruel. He must have done it on purpose. How could he be so vicious? Even if we took his house, we wouldn't kill him. Wang Min cried out in grief. Zhang Yi? Zhou Kur also remembered the name when she heard it. She had met Zhang Yi a few times and vaguely remembered him as a handsome man with a sunny disposition. However, due to Zhou Kur's cold personality, she didn't interact with him very much. In short, without medicine, just pulling out the arrow will still be a great danger to life. I hope you can understand. Zhou Kur said indifferently. Nowadays, she no longer avoids anything. In the end times, everyone should be aware that they could die at any time. Suddenly, Fang Yuqing seemed to have thought of something. She said excitedly, medicine? I remember Zhang Yi has some at home. Chapter 49, Begging Zhang Yi for medicine with a blushing face. Wang Min and Sun Jiqiao were excited when they heard that Zhang Yi had medicine. When people are dying, they will grasp at any straw. Sun Jiqiao struggled to say, "Is this true? Does he really have medicine?" Wang Min also stared at her. "Fang Yuqing, don't lie to me. Because of you, several of us were seriously injured." Now hearing the name Zhang Yi, she was still scared. Fang Yuqing said, "It was about a month ago." Since then, Zhang Yi seemed to have changed completely. He started hoarding things at home like crazy. I could see the delivery trucks coming to his house almost every day. One time, I saw a truck from a pharmaceutical company pull up to the neighborhood, and Zhang Yi went to meet it. Then, 2 large boxes were carried into his house. They must have been medicine. Zhou Kor also said, "Antibiotics are not rare drugs." If he really knew that disaster was coming and stocked up, he must have had a large amount of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs in his hands. As a doctor, Zhou Kor is very sure of this. Sun Jiqiao seemed to see a ray of hope for survival, and the light in his eyes was almost crazy. "Then go find Zhang Yi and ask him to bring the medicine to save my life. He caused my injury, so he has to save me." Wang Min gritted his teeth and looked troubled. "But after what just happened, he must be disgusted with us. How could he possibly give us the medicine?" Gu Jialiang was in excruciating pain. He was lying on the sofa, moaning in pain. "Oh, I feel like I'm dying. You have to do something. Go beg Zhang Yi to save us." Fang Yuqing also said, "We didn't hurt him, and we were going to break down the door and leave some supplies for him. Instead, he didn't appreciate our kindness and tried to kill us. We are the righteous ones, so what are we afraid of?" Zhou Kor heard what these people said and basically understood what had happened. A look of speechless surprise flashed in her eyes. But this incident had nothing to do with her, so she didn't say much. Instead, she opened the medical kit and took out gauze to stop the bleeding of several people. There was nothing left in the medicine chest. The medicine she kept at home was for emergencies, so there wasn't much. And in the past few days, she had helped several neighbors with their injuries, so her supplies were naturally running low. If Wang Min and the others couldn't get any medicine, perhaps she could only help them remove the arrows and bandage them up. At least they could die without suffering so much. The group of people were all very good at saying nice things. Until now, they still think they are not at fault. They were just trying to survive. What could be wrong with that? The only one to blame is Zhang Yi, who is too selfish. Why should he enjoy such good living conditions all by himself? Wang Min thought for a while and suddenly pointed at Fang Yuqing and said, "I'll leave this to you. I know that Zhang Yi has pursued you before, so you are the most suitable person to handle this." Sun Jiqiao and Gu Jialiang also weakly agreed. After all, it was Fang Yuqing who started all this. If she hadn't told them about Zhang Yi's family and said that they were not well protected and could be easily breached, they wouldn't have been so foolish as to take the risk. Although Zhou Peng was reluctant to let Fang Yuqing go to Zhang Yi, the severe pain in his arm and the danger of death made him choose to stand on Wang Min's side. He said to Fang Yuqing, "Yuqing, we are a team, right? This is a slight inconvenience for you. We can only protect you if we all live well." Fang Yuqing's face was full of confusion, and she was very reluctant in her heart. After all, she had already been humiliated by Zhang Yi before. However, she had no choice now. It was only because of her relationship with Zhou Peng that she was able to join the group. Otherwise, a weak woman like her would be of little use in fighting bullies like Chen Zhanghao. Other teams would not choose to let her join. Even if she could join, she might be reduced to a toy. Women, especially those who have no skills other than being cute and pretty, are so cheap in the end times. Zhou Kor picked up the scalpel. The conditions were limited, and disinfection was even more impossible. Even with an alcohol lamp, it would solidify at this temperature. What's more, without medicine, disinfection is meaningless work. She told Sun Jiqiao to bite down on a towel, and then she started digging out the arrow. The scene of surgery without anesthesia soon brought screams like a pig being slaughtered, and the towel in Sun Jiqiao's mouth was about to be bitten to pieces. The whole house was in a state of shock, and they hurriedly urged Fang Yuqing to find Zhang Yi to borrow medicine. Fang Yuqing summoned up her courage and dialed Zhang Yi's WeChat voice message. Beep beep beep. Zhang Yi was at home, preparing to eat something. It was strange to say, but although it was his first time killing someone, he felt incredibly calm. He was not afraid, but rather excited at having successfully avenged himself. This made him very satisfied. In order to survive in the end times, you must have this kind of mentality. He was really afraid that he would throw up or have insomnia. After all, he had experienced more desperate situations than anyone else, and nothing could make him lose his composure. At this moment, the phone rang. Zhang Yi took it with interest and found that it was Fang Yuqing calling. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and smile with surprise at the corner of his mouth. "Oh? You were beaten so badly by me just now, and now you're calling to scold me?" Zhang Yi connected the call without hesitation. He was as happy as the other person was miserable. He turned on the speakerphone and started cooking lunch in the kitchen. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" Zhang Yi's voice was very gentle, as if he had not just killed Lu Tao and shot arrows at Sun Jichao and the others. But the more he spoke in this tone, the more Fang Yuqing and the others felt a chill down their spines. Fang Yuqing, under the gaze of several people, also turned on the speakerphone and chatted. She pleaded, "Zhang Yi, Lu Tao is dead, and Zhou Peng and the others were shot by you and are also dying." She cried very miserably, as if she wanted to win Zhang Yi's sympathy. However, Zhang Yi only said lightly, "Oh, if they die, they die. It doesn't matter if they die early or late." He held a knife in his hand and said in a low voice near the microphone, "You don't think you can survive this snowstorm, do you?" The voice was like coming from hell, and Wang Min and the others felt a chill down their spines. Zhang Yi spoke their deepest fear. The heavy snow had sealed off the city, and their building had become an island. Even if they survive now, supplies will soon run out. Even if they are not killed by Qin Zhanghao, they will be frozen to death or starved to death. Fang Yuqing cried in a trembling voice, "Zhang Yi, I know I was wrong. It's all my fault. I didn't agree to your pursuit. But now I want to change. Can you forgive me?" Chapter 50, Teasing the White Lotus. Zhang Yi asked in a light tone, "What do you think?" Next to Fang Yuqing, Wang Min and the others pushed her to get to the point. Fang Yuqing sniffed and said in a whiny voice, "Zhang Yi, Zhou Peng, and the others were shot by you and are now very seriously injured. There is no medicine at home, and they will die of infection. Didn't you buy a lot of medicine before? Please lend us some medicine. I promise I will never bother you again." Zhang Yi's hand stopped cooking for a moment. He was confused by Fang Yuqing's logic. "Fang Yuqing, why do you think I shot them with a rusty arrow? I want them to die in pain after being infected." "That's exactly what I want. You actually came to me to borrow medicine? Are you out of your mind?" Zhang Yi scolded with a smile. Fang Yuqing and the others knew this perfectly well. But now, if they don't have the nerve to come to Zhang Yi, they will have to watch their friends die. The three men, Zhou Peng and the others, are their hope for survival in the future. Fang Yuqing cried and said, "Zhang Yi, we were wrong. Please let them go this time. We promise that we will never bother you again. And now that the world is so difficult, we should help each other. Don't be so cold-blooded, okay? Will you be happy if they die?" Before Fang Yuqing finished speaking, Zhang Yi said decisively, "Yes, I am very happy now." Fang Yuqing was suddenly speechless and didn't know what to say. Wang Min hurried over and said to Zhang Yi, "Zhang Yi, I'm Wang Min. Do you remember that I invited you to dinner before?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. In the past, Wang Min asked him for help to get a batch of goods from the warehouse at a low price. Zhang Yi had eaten a meal with her, but later helped her make a lot of money. "Do you think this is interesting?" Zhang Yi asked with a sneer. Wang Min swallowed and heard Zhou Peng's screams from the living room again. Zhang Yi heard this and looked contented, only wishing that he could not see their miserable appearance. Wang Min said, "Zhang Yi, everyone is in a precarious situation now, and Chen Zhanghao is a bully who kills people. Leave a line of life, maybe we will need it in the future. If you give us the medicine this time, I, Wang Min, will remember your kindness and repay you in the future." Zhang Yi said disdainfully, "Favors? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm the one who hurt those people. You have a dead guy here, and his body is at my door. No matter what I do, this grudge will never die. If I help you, you'll wait for me to take revenge on you later? That's hilarious." Wang Min tried to explain, "We're not that kind of people. Stop. This is really boring." Zhang Yi said with a sigh, "Whether you are that kind of person is not important to me. What is important is that I don't believe you are that kind of person, so I won't save you. Save someone who wants to harm themselves? That's not a pure act of charity. No matter how much the other party says, Zhang Yi will not be swayed. Seeing that Zhang Yi was not budging, the others also became anxious. Wang Min's eyebrows were raised. Zhang Yi, don't push us too far. If you force us to death, we don't know what we can do. Facing Wang Min's intimidation, Zhang Yi smiled disdainfully. Haven't you already done everything you can? If you had the ability, you would have already broken into my house, killed me, and taken everything from me. Grandpa, I'm not scared of you. This won't work on me. Fang Yuqing snatched the phone and said to Zhang Yi in a whining voice, Zhang Yi, do we have to go this far? We used to get along so well. Why can't we give up our prejudices against each other and start over? In fact, Qinger has always had you in her heart. At this moment, Zhou Peng, who was next door, was biting a towel and doing surgery. After hearing this, his eyes nearly popped out, and he whined even louder. Facing this kind of green tea girl, Zhang Yi is also quite admiring. His face is even thicker than the corner of a city wall. But it's not surprising. In this environment, Zhang Yi is like a billionaire. Gold diggers are good at hounding rich men. Suddenly, Zhang Yi had an evil thought in his heart. He knew that the others were not far away, and Zhou Peng could hear their conversation. So Zhang Yi deliberately said, Hey, Yuqing, in fact, I still have feelings for you in my heart. It's just that you hurt me too deeply at the time, and I can't let go. This sentence was like a match that ignited the dawn of hope for Fang Yuqing. She ignored the angry looks of the people around her and said excitedly, trembling all over, Brother Zhang Yi, I knew you wouldn't stop loving Qinger. You're so silly. Qinger likes you the most. Those things before were just to test you. Oh, you're so clumsy. How can you not understand what people are thinking? Wang Min and the others were all a bit sick of it, and Zhou Peng was so angry that he almost fainted. However, everyone thought that if Fang Yuqing really hooked up with Zhang Yi, she would have a chance to get his house and supplies, so they didn't say anything. Brother Zhang Yi, let Qinger live in your house. From now on, Qinger will be your woman. Whatever you want her to do, she will do it for you. Is that okay? Zhang Yi smiled. Great. Fang Yuqing jumped up on the spot in excitement, even more excited than if she had drunk soy milk. Lin Caning couldn't wait to say, Take me with you. Take me with you. Fang Yuqing gave her a cold glance and sneered in her heart. Zhang Yi's cold voice came from the phone again. However, Yuqing, the only person I love is you. So I can only accept you coming alone. As for those people who are not up to scratch, you should keep your distance from them. The environment is so difficult now, let's not let a group of people come and drag us down. Don't you think so? When she said this, everyone present changed color. Originally, everyone was hoping that Fang Yuqing would hook up with Zhang Yi, and everyone could follow suit. But now it seems that Zhang Yi is going to cut them off? Fang Yuqing was so excited at this point that she didn't even care about the people around her. She nodded like a bobbing head, and agreed wholeheartedly. Okay, you're the boss. I'll do whatever you say. Then come over now, don't worry about the others. Yes, I'll be right over. Brother, wait for me. Fang Yuqing's excited face was flushed with excitement. The thought of being able to escape her current hell-like life made her mind blank. She immediately ran out the door. Wang Min and the others were already very angry. Seeing that Fang Yuqing was really going to leave them and go to Zhang Yi's place, Lin Caning reached out and grabbed her. Fang Yuqing turned around and roared with a distorted expression, Get out of my way. Don't stop me from going to Zhang Yi's house. I've had enough of this life. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Min slapped her hard in the face. You shameless slut, you made us suffer so much, and now you want to leave, but there's no way. Chapter 51, No medicine, just wait for infection. Wang Min and the others are so angry now. It was you, Fang Yuqing, who came over and lured us to attack Zhang Yi's house. Now we're all dead or injured, and you want to leave us behind and go enjoy yourself? No way. Zhou Peng, who was in the middle of an operation, was even more furious when he heard that Fang Yuqing was going to go find Zhang Yi. Yuqing, how could you do this to me? Didn't you say you hated Zhang Yi the most? Do you remember what you said about wanting to be my woman? Fang Yuqing was slapped by Wang Min. She covered her face but said stubbornly with her teeth clenched, "Is there anything wrong with me pursuing my own happiness? Being with you guys is only temporary. After we run out of supplies, we'll all be waiting to die. Zhang Yi's home is so comfortable, with food and drink, and no need to be cold. What's wrong with me going to him?" She looked at Zhou Pang, who was in pain, and gave him a look that said, "You have to understand me. Zhou Pang, you are a good person, and you have always been good to me. But if you love someone, you should want them to be happy, right? Although you have helped me in the past, you shouldn't have stopped me from pursuing a better life. What can you give me that Zhang Yi can't?" Zhou Peng's face was pale and scared, and he stammered and didn't know how to refute. Zhou Kor frowned and said to him, "Don't move. Otherwise, if you cut the main artery, you'll be dead." Wang Min became nervous and quickly went over to hold Zhou Peng down. "Cousin, don't get so angry with this bitch. Save your life first." She took a deep breath and stared at Fang Yuqing, saying, "Fang Yuqing, we won't stop you if you want to leave, but unless Zhang Yi brings the medicine over to trade for it." Lin Caning blocked the door and stuck out her neck. "Fang Yuqing, if you want to leave, we'll leave together." Fang Yuqing looked at them hatefully and said to Zhang Yi helplessly, "Brother Zhang Yi, you heard them. They won't let me go. Otherwise, just give them some medicine." Zhang Yi was watching the show in the kitchen. Hearing Fang Yuqing's words, he smiled and said, "Medicines are very precious. How can I believe they're not lying to me? It's possible they're lying to you too. Maybe they will hold you hostage and use you to threaten me and keep asking me for things. Xinger, we can't be fooled." Since the sound was turned on, everyone could hear the two of them clearly. Zhou Pang was still shouting excitedly, "Yuqing, don't believe him. He's just playing with you. Yes, outsiders all think so. But the person in the situation is blind, and in this environment, Fang Yuqing's mental state has long been abnormal." Zhang Yi gave her a glimmer of hope, like a drowning person clutching at a straw. Even though she knew in her heart that it wouldn't save her life, she still held on to it tightly, unwilling to let go. She nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, yes, yes, brother Zhang Yi, you are right." After that, she rushed like a madwoman at Lin Caning, who was blocking the door. "You bitch, get out of my way. Don't stop me." The two women immediately began to fight. In order to get to Zhang Yi's house, Fang Yuqing went completely crazy and her eyes turned red. She desperately pulled at Lin Caning's hair and bit her arm with her teeth. Lin Caning was in pain and also fought with her like a madwoman. The two of them fell to the ground, like two crazy women. Wang Min couldn't stand it anymore. There were still several patients undergoing surgery here, and if they continued fighting like that, it might affect the surgery. So she also joined the battle, and together with Lin Caning, they finally subdued the crazy Fang Yuqing. "Let me go! Let me go!" Fang Yuqing shouted in a hoarse voice, as if she were possessed. Wang Min frowned, swung her hand, and slapped her face 6 or 7 times. Fang Yuqing was stunned and stopped. Wang Min snorted, "You want to leave? Dream on." She picked up Fang Yuqing's cell phone and went to the side to call Zhang Yi. "Hello, Zhang Yi. We have Fang Yuqing in our hands now. If you really want to save her, then bring the medicine in exchange." Zhang Yi shrugged his shoulders. "There are too many of you. I'm scared. What if you take the opportunity to kill me? So, Yuchun, although I really want to live with you, they won't allow it. Don't blame me." Zhang Yi deliberately spoke loudly. Of course, Fang Yuqing also heard this. She screamed in pain and looked at Wang Min and the others with a malicious expression. Zhang Yi hung up the phone in time, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The cruelest thing in the world is to give a desperate person a glimmer of hope, and then make it impossible for them to ever reach it. Of course, he couldn't possibly let that green tea White Lotus in, he just wanted to discuss those people. At worst, they would kill Fang Yuqing. Fang Yuqing and the others were on her side. Fang Yuqing wailed for a long time, and finally turned into a cry of grievance. But she didn't hate Zhang Yi, but Zhou Peng and Wang Min and the others. She felt that if it weren't for Zhou Peng and Wang Min, she would already be in Zhang Yi's house, eating delicious food and enjoying the warmth of the fireplace. Wang Min looked down on Fang Yuqing. She glanced at Lin Caning, and was satisfied with her performance just now. At least she wasn't on Fang Yuqing's side. She is a good girlfriend, betraying each other in times of trouble. You can see that this woman only thinks about herself and never considers anyone else. If you want to stay in our team, keep an eye on her. Don't let her get away. Wang Min said coldly to Lin Kaining. Lin Kaining nodded like a bobbing head. Sister Wang, I will definitely listen to you. She glanced at Fang Yuqing, who was crying on the floor, her eyes full of hatred, and said in a firm tone, I will never let her run away alone. We will suffer together. Why should you go and enjoy the good life alone? In the living room, Zhou Ke performed a simple operation on the three of them. Since there was no disinfection or anesthesia, they could only quickly remove the rusty tetanus arrow and then use gauze to stop the bleeding. The sad thing is that there was no sterile cotton ball because the medical alcohol froze in the cold. The only good news is that the temperature was too low, so they passed out without suffering. The downside is that at such extreme low temperatures, the body can easily become necrotic. Zhou Ke finished the operation and wiped the blood off her hands. She closed the toolbox and said to Wang Min and the others, this is only a temporary fix. Without medicine, there is a high risk of infection later. So you should be prepared. Wang Min and the others' eyes were full of helplessness. Zhang Yi refused to give them any attention. How could they possibly get any medicine? Chapter 52, Family Fortune Exposed. Zhou Ke reached out to Wang Min. She naturally couldn't help out for nothing. Wang Min also understood the rules and handed her a packet of biscuits. It wasn't much, but if she ate sparingly, it would last her 2 days. Zhou Ke was satisfied and left. After Zhou Ke left, the atmosphere in the room was extremely depressing. The wound was still causing severe pain at this time, so the three men lay on the sofa, wrapped in blankets and unwilling to move. Zhou Peng looked at Fang Yuqing on the floor, his eyes filled with grief. As for the others, their looks at her were full of ill will. Sun Jichao took a deep breath. We can't just wait to die. We must get the medicine from Zhang Yi. Otherwise, if the wound becomes infected, we will all die a miserable death. He looked at Wang Min and Lin Kaining and said in a low voice, you should understand that it is difficult to survive in this post-apocalyptic world without the protection of a man by your side. Wang Min and Lin Kaining's faces did not look good. They understood that Sun Jichao was telling the truth. Otherwise, Wang Min would not have chosen them to be on the same team in the first place. But we can't do anything about Zhang Yi. Wang Min took a deep breath and her face was full of helplessness. Even if we stormed them, we failed and lost many soldiers. What good plan can there be? Sun Jichao gritted his teeth, the pain in his body made him desperate. I do have a way to try. Everyone's eyes lit up and they looked at Sun Jichao. What is it? As long as there is hope, we have to try. Yes, it's just waiting to die if we drag on like this. Sun Jichao said, Zhang Yi has a fireplace in his house, which means he has hoarded a lot of fuel. And from his videos, it seems that he has plenty of food. At the moment, only a few of us know this information. But at the moment, it is clear that we cannot break into Zhang Yi's house. Why not leak the news and let everyone in the building know? Sun Jichao's eyes were as vicious as a cobra. If a few of us can't handle him, how can a few hundred people not handle him? Not to mention there is a mad dog, Chen Zhanghao, who has a gun. Those people are evil, they dare to kill, they will definitely go after Zhang Yi. At that time, we only need some medicine and food, which should not be a problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jialiang said excitedly, this is a good idea, I agree. The others didn't hesitate for long, and they all nodded in agreement. After all, they didn't have any better options at the moment. Fang Yuqing suddenly shouted at everyone, you are so shameless. How can you do this? I'm going to live with Zhang Yi in the future. You're ruining him. What am I going to do? Wang Min, with a cold face, went over and slapped her hard. At this point, Fang Yuqing's face was swollen like a pig's head. Wang Min grabbed her by the hair and dragged her into the bedroom amid Fang Yuqing's screams. Then Wang Min shouted at Zhou Peng, come here and do her for me. Zhou Peng's injury was to his arm, and it wasn't actually too serious. After all, Zhang Yi didn't aim at the vital organs in the first place. He wanted these people to die of infection and pus. Therefore, Zhou Peng, who had removed the arrow, could still do sports. Zhou Peng was stunned by Wang Min's words. He hesitated and said, cousin, this is not good. I really like her. How can I hurt her? Fang Yuqing was also trembling in bed and begging for mercy. No, you can't do this to me. Zhou Peng, didn't you say you loved me the most? Wang Min spat out a mouthful of saliva and said disdainfully, "Little fox spirit, you have caused us so much suffering, and it is only a favor to let you sleep with my cousin." She said to Zhou Peng, "Silly brother, don't be so confused. This kind of woman is very cheap, and I don't know how many people she has slept with. To put it bluntly, don't you want to sleep with her? This time I'll give you a chance to fulfill your wish. Let's see how she will trick you in the future." As a woman, Wang Min knew exactly how to deal with Fang Yuqing. As long as Zhou Peng sleeps with her, Zhou Peng's freshness for her will not be so deep. Zhou Peng roared and rushed into the bedroom, but ended up pushing Wang Min away. "Don't talk about her like that. Yuqing and I are in love, and I would never force her," Zhou Peng said with a stiff neck. Wang Min glared at him, pointed at him, and was so angry that she couldn't speak for a long time. "You useless lapdog." She underestimated the loyalty of a lapdog after all. Zhou Peng said, "No, I'm not a lapdog. Yuqing, she is a woman who is truly good to me. I believe that as long as I use time to impress her, sooner or later she will fall in love with me," Zhou Peng said, turning his head and flashing a self-satisfied smile at Fang Yuqing. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." He remembered when he first came to this city, he was young and didn't know anyone. With only a junior high school education, he was looked down upon by many people around him. Then only Fang Yuqing gave him a kind smile, and even kindly asked Zhou Peng to help her move things. When he was lonely and sad, Fang Yuqing gave him the opportunity to take her out to dinner. This feeling of being trusted has always warmed Zhou Peng's heart. He would rather hurt himself than hurt Fang Yuqing. Even if Fang Yuqing had just said those things, he felt that it was Zhang Yi's fault, and that Fang Yuqing had just been deceived by him. Yes, as long as he waited patiently, Fang Yuqing would one day realize that he was the best man for her. Fang Yuqing saw Zhou Peng's silly smile and felt relieved. Although letting him in was not a big deal, Fang Yuqing had always looked down on this kind of person and still felt sick. Everyone else in the room was speechless at Zhou Peng's dog-licking behavior. But now, everyone's thoughts are on uniting the entire building to deal with Zhang Yi. So they didn't care what happened to Zhou Peng. Wang Min and the others decided to reveal the news that Zhang Yi's house was well stocked to everyone. With everyone's help, they could break into Zhang Yi's house. Only in that way could they seize the medicine and save the lives of Sun Jiqiao and the others. So, Wang Min posted Zhang Yi's previous videos and photos in the previous group of owners. The reason for posting this group was, of course, to let Chen Zhanghao see it as well. Wang Min, dear neighbors, I now realize that there are people who live such a happy life. This selfish behavior is simply shameless. The video was taken at Zhang Yi's house a few days ago. Think about what we've been going through recently, and what he's been going through. Do you think that's fair? Let's discuss how we should handle this matter. On normal days, no one in the group would say anything. Only Chen Zhanghao occasionally threatens the neighbors. So when Wang Min posted so many videos and pictures, it immediately caught everyone's attention. So the neighbors clicked on the video one after another to watch it. When they saw the beautiful life in the video, everyone was so excited that they almost went crazy. They were wearing pajamas in the house? It's minus 70 degrees in our house, how do they keep warm? Their house is lit up at night. Where does he get the electricity? Is this really a recent video? Could it be from the past? Some people questioned it. There was no way to know, but now that everyone was suffering from the cold, it was hard to imagine that someone could be eating a hot, delicious meal and living in a warm, comfortable house. Chapter 53, The Neighbors Are Crazy for Zhang Yi. Wang Min immediately said, I can assure you that these videos were all shot recently. Zhang Yi had already prepared all kinds of supplies at home, whether it was food or fuel. So he is living in paradise. Lin Caning also spoke up, yes, I can prove it. I helped him when he went to the supermarket to buy things. They bought a lot of things later, don't you all remember? Lin Caning's words brought back memories for many people. Yes, Zhang Yi's family had a lot of cars and trucks back then, and I still don't know what he was planning to do. Could it be that he knew in advance that there would be a snowstorm? That would be too shameless. He didn't even tell us. Zhang Yi is not a human being. How could he do such an immoral thing? We are neighbors and have lived together for many years. He is so selfish. Everyone was indignant and blamed Zhang Yi for all the suffering they were now enduring. But they didn't think about it at all. Even if Zhang Yi had told them that the world was coming to an end, would they have believed him? Of course, they didn't think about that. They just felt that Zhang Yi owed them. Someone immediately said, Zhang Yi must be held responsible for this. Yes, why should we have to suffer so much while he lives a good life? He has so much food and drink in his house, as well as medicine and energy, and he must share it with us. He is mainly responsible for our suffering. All the neighbors were enraged. They could not stand the situation. It would be fine if everyone was suffering. Why should we live like animals while you enjoy the good life? No, if we're going to die, we're going to die together. Chen Zhanghao and the others also saw the video in the group. Chen Zhanghao's eyes suddenly turned red. Zhang Yi, you son of a bitch, you're living so comfortably. Chen Zhanghao's leg was already ruined, all thanks to Zhang Yi. So in the entire building, the person he hated the most was actually Zhang Yi. The reason why he didn't continue to attack was that Zhang Yi's home was very difficult to break into. He had already suffered a loss, so he wouldn't attack Zhang Yi unless he had no choice. Second, he didn't know that Zhang Yi's family had so many resources. Otherwise, even if he risked his life, he would continue to attack Zhang Yi's home. The chat history in the group instantly exceeded 100. Many people began to at Zhang Yi, demanding an explanation from him. At Zhang Yi, everyone is suffering so much right now, we are almost freezing to death and starving. You have so much food at home, and you have fuel to burn in the fireplace. Give some to everyone. Yes, everyone will remember you for being nice. I hope you don't turn your back on us. Zhang Yi, we have been neighbors for many years. You can't just stand by and watch people die. Zhang Yi, I'm Auntie Wang from the 20th floor. I lent you 2 green onions before. We're such good friends, you have to give us some supplies. Zhang Ge, I am your brother Liu Wenxiang. We are brothers. Why don't you let me stay at your house? The situation is so dangerous now. I will go over to protect you. There are people who are moralistic, begging, and reasonable. People of all kinds have come, with only one central idea: Zhang Yi should give away all the supplies in his home and share them with them. Zhang Yi naturally saw the message pop up non-stop. Everyone in the group was asking him to share the supplies, but Zhang Yi just watched from the sidelines without saying anything. He wanted to see how interesting these people were. Auntie Lin, Zhang Yi, I am the director of the neighborhood committee. She has promoted herself, laughing to death, and I am the eldest in our building. I am in charge, so give me all the supplies and I will distribute them to everyone. Xia Limei, a mother, Zhang Yi, my baby and I are starving. Didn't you just say that our baby is cute? Help us. I can let my baby recognize you as his godfather. You can even ask for anything else. Su Hao, the rich kid, Zhang Yi, if you let me live in your house, I can give you all my assets. No, my father is already dead, and all of our family's billions of assets are yours. Zhang Yi watched the show for a long time before slowly typing a message. Oh. His single word instantly made everyone even more excited. The moral blackmail continued. The moral blackmail continued, and the beggars continued to beg. After a long time, Zhang Yi asked in a light tone, Do I know you well? Why should we give you any of our family's belongings? At this point, everyone was on the verge of despair. It was pointless to reason with them. As long as they can survive, they can abandon all human moral standards. Zhang Yi naturally knew that he had no intention of reasoning with these people. He was simply playing a trick on them. His eyes were a bit evil, and at this moment, the crazy neighbors made him think of a scene from his past life. Once, he had opened his door out of kindness. Then these neighbors rushed into his house and gave him an axe. And then, while he was still alive, they couldn't wait to dismember him and eat him. He wants revenge. That's why he's going to have fun with these poor, hateful bugs. Someone in the group immediately became angry. Zhang Yi, are you talking sense? We've been neighbors for so many years, shouldn't we help each other? What's the point of living alone? Young people shouldn't just lie around comfortably. You have to know how to give. If you hadn't kept the news to yourself and hoarded supplies, we wouldn't be in this situation today. Yes, everyone is suffering so much now, and it's all your fault. You must atone for your sins. Zhang Yi, oh. Then what? Then there was a whole group of people praying and threatening, cursing. They are like passengers on a ship that is sunk in the ocean, falling into the cold, icy waters of the Arctic Ocean, with sharks swimming around them. But at this moment, they discover a small fishing boat nearby. The boatman on the boat was eating hot pot and singing, leisurely passing by them. So they swim desperately to get the boatman to pull them on board. The more desperate and hopeful they are, the more likely they are to lose their minds and become vicious. Zhang Yi looked at their distorted faces and smiled as he took a bottle of Australian yellow kangaroo tail from the temperature-controlled wine cabinet in the other dimension and a serving of top-grade French foie gras. Red wine and foie gras are a perfect match. The bitterness of the foie gras and the astringency of the tannins in the red wine combine to create a better taste. This allows Chinese people who are not used to the taste of red wine to also enjoy its deliciousness. Zhang Yi ate foie gras and drank red wine while watching the neighbors' wonderful performances. Some people sent him private messages, and others called him on the phone. Zhang Yi opened them one by one with interest. Xiali Mei, a mother, Zhang Yi, please save me and my baby. As long as you let me live in your house, you can do whatever you want to me. Zhang Xiyu, a female college student, Zhang Yi, I'm still young, I don't want to die. Take me. Just give me a bite to eat. There were also many private messages from female tenants, many of whom had husbands. They know the current market situation very well and also know that money is not enough to impress Zhang Yi. So, they all propose to use their bodies in exchange for Zhang Yi's protection, at least to get some food. Chapter 54 Zhou Kur. What is Zhang Yi's attitude towards the news from the female owners? He just read them as interesting short essays and didn't bother to reply. Of course, there were a few who were willing to take the plunge and send Zhang Yi a private selfie. Zhang Yi casually glanced at them, but he wasn't particularly interested. The main reason is that these women are too confident. There are a few who are passable, but most of them are plain. They don't look like the female anchors on a certain music channel, who have practiced how to twist their waists and hips professionally. You use this to test men? How could a few men not be able to withstand such a test? As for the selfishness of some male tenants, it's even simpler. They call each other brother and then beg Zhang Yi to help them out. Some old men are moralistic and demand that Zhang Yi take care of them. The most disgusting thing is that there is a gay man. As for his request, Zhang Yi didn't want to talk about it. After looking around, Zhang Yi felt bored. He found a phone holder and placed his phone in front of him, hoping for some creative ideas to come up. Then, he lay on the sofa, drinking red wine and eating foie gras while admiring the beautiful snow outside the window. Half a month passed, and the snow outside the window still hadn't stopped. The entire city was covered in snow. According to Zhang Yi's memory, a month after the snow stopped falling, everything below the fourth floor was completely flooded. He didn't know how long it would last. However, he really had no need to go out. He went out to look for hope of survival, but now no one knows where to survive, except Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi rested his chin and said to himself in a lazy voice, "It's boring to stay at home every day, so why not go out sometime? When most of the people in the building have died, he can go out for a walk." Zhang Yi thought about it and suddenly remembered that he still had a few snowmobiles in his warehouse. They were originally going to be shipped to a nearby city for use in an artificial ice rink. In this way, even if there is a 10-meter deep snowfall outside, he still has a way to get out. Although I can't leave this room right now, with this method, I can go out and get some fresh air in the future under safe conditions. Zhang Yi was tempted. It's always boring at home, so it's a good idea to go out and relax. He has professional-grade winter clothing and a snowmobile, so he is not afraid of temperatures as low as -60 or 70 degrees Celsius. Zhang Yi continued to idly browse the news of his neighbors. Among these people, there was one whose news caught Zhang Yi's attention. The message from Zhou Kur was not about selling misery or sending private photos, but a very calm request to exchange with Zhang Yi. "Mr. Zhang, our food and medicine are almost exhausted. I hope you can provide some help. In return, I can provide you with medical assistance." Zhou Kur? Zhang Yi's mind quickly conjured up her image. A female doctor at Tianhai City's First People's Hospital, 26 years old, tall and slender, at least 175 centimeters tall. What impressed Zhang Yi the most was not her cold and ascetic face, but her impressive 36D figure. Especially in winter, when she wore a black sweater, her breasts were so high and perky that Zhang Yi couldn't help but stare at them every time they met in the elevator. She is a doctor, so she is very rational. She didn't ask me for charity, but to exchange with me? Zhang Yi appreciated Zhou Kor's attitude. In the end times, only people of value have the right to live. Zhou Kor has demonstrated her value, which is her superb medical skills. After all, it is impossible to enter Tianhai City's first people's hospital without a certain level of ability. In the end times, medical skills are also very important. Zhang Yi has prepared a lot of medicine and has been doing homework in this area during this time. However, he is not yet arrogant enough to think that he can deal with all diseases. If there is a doctor by his side, it will undoubtedly provide a very large guarantee for his survival in the future. The most important thing is that Zhang Yi has investigated Zhou Kor's humanity. In his previous life, she died because she gave her food to Xia Line. Whether it was sheer desperation or genuine kindness, at the very least, Zhang Yi saw the light of humanity in her. Zhang Yi placed his left hand on the root of his thigh and adjusted his posture. With the other hand, he supported his chin and said to himself, "Why not leave her to take care of me and my good brother? Now I'm living quite comfortably, but my brother is having a hard time. This is a problem." Zhang Yi was a young man with a hot temper, and he would not shy away from such problems. What's more, in the end times when morality and propriety are gone, there is no need for humans to live too repressed. Just be honest with your desires. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yi suddenly burst into laughter. He patted the armrest and said, "I'm tempted, but it's a pity, a pity." He looked up at the ceiling and said leisurely, "I am afraid of death. Although Zhou Kor is a viable option, I don't have a 100% chance of controlling her, so I can't let her in. Well, let's see what happens first. There will definitely be survivors in the future. Buddy, we have such good conditions. Why worry about not finding a good doctor and a good woman?" Zhang Yi is open-minded, and he is a man who has died once. He replied to Zhou Kor, "I am in good health now, so there is no need for a doctor. But my family does have a lot of medicine, not to mention food. If you want to trade, at least offer something that is useful to me now. No matter what kind of beautiful genius doctor you are, you can't get me for free. I've never done a bad deal in my life." There was a long silence before Zhang Yi replied. "Can you consider this as an advance payment for the consultation fee? I really can't hold on any longer." Zhou Kor's tone was hesitant and a little bit ashamed. It was clear that she would not easily ask a man she barely knew for help if she didn't have to. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and said to her, "I can give you food and medicine. But you have to help me with something." "What is it?" Zhou Kor asked. Zhang Yi said, "These neighbors are probably going to attack me. If you know what they are going to do, please let me know." Zhang Yi knew that these crazy neighbors would definitely attack his house. But he was not afraid. When he built this steel fortress, he spent a lot of money and personally selected many functions. The purpose was to wait for this day to come. At the moment, his home is like a war fortress with slightly weaker firepower. Even if a group of heavily armed soldiers wanted to break into his home, they would not be able to do so without heavy weapons. Not to mention the neighbors who have been starving and freezing for half a month and are only half alive. He only made such a condition to give Zhou Kor an excuse. And having an insider would be an extra layer of insurance, allowing him to prepare early. Chapter 55, The Neighbors Want to Knife Zhang Yi. After a long hesitation, Zhou Kor finally agreed. Her morals and conscience did not allow her to be a despicable person. However, the neighbor's behavior of robbing Zhang Yi out of jealousy was even worse in her eyes. So she chose to help Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said, "Okay, I will give you what you want after I see your useful information. From now on, it's up to you to show me what you can do." Zhou Kor said, "I understand." She is a kind-hearted woman, but she is definitely not stupid and will not ask Zhang Yi for unconditional help. The conversation between the two ended here. Zhang Yi glanced at the crowd, which contained 99+ messages, and continued to harass him, morally blackmailing and intimidating him. "Zhang Yi, where the hell are you? Give us an answer, will you hand over the goods or not?" Some people are already getting impatient. Zhang Yi's mouth curled into a sneer. It seemed that they were already planning to storm his home. "Eat shit." Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Immediately, the group was full of curses, and they said all kinds of obscene things. Zhang Yi didn't care. "If you're so capable, come over here." Now that he has already tried to kill someone with his own hands, he doesn't feel any guilt, so he doesn't mind killing a few more. "Okay, Zhang Yi, you're asking for it. Don't say that we didn't give you a chance, you selfish and despicable little man. From now on, you will have to bear the consequences of everything that happens. The curses gradually died down. It didn't take much to guess that they would do the same thing as they did to Chen Zhanghao before, and avoid Zhang Yi and form a group of their own. Then they discussed how to attack Zhang Yi's home. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and a hint of nervousness and excitement appeared in his eyes. He was so excited that his body began to tremble slightly. Even though he knew that his home was an impregnable fortress, he was still nervous when facing an attack by hundreds of people. But the excitement ignited the blood in Zhang Yi's veins. He had long wanted to personally teach a lesson to the bastards who had once shared his food. A flash of white light appeared in Zhang Yi's eyes, and soon his weapons appeared in the living room. 5 steel crossbows, 3 professional-grade high-end compound bows, more than 290 crossbow bolts, and 300 bows and arrows. There were also 2 large steel boxes and steel columns. A mountain cutting knife, a large crowbar, a baseball bat, and a hunting knife. All the weapons were displayed on the table, and they were all good tools for killing. In addition to these physical weapons, there were also anti-rape sprays, electric batons, gasoline, a large number of chemical reagents, and dozens of Molotov cocktails made from wine bottles, cloth strips, and gasoline. Zhang Yi's eyes were cold and gloomy. How many people can come at me? As Zhang Yi expected, the neighbors were all furious when they realized that Zhang Yi would never hand over the supplies in his home. Sun Jichao set up a new group chat and invited all the living owners except Zhang Yi to join. They even dragged Chen Zhanghao into the group chat. When they saw Chen Zhanghao, some of them got goosebumps. But Chen Zhanghao volunteered to say, "Everyone, our first priority now is to deal with Zhang Yi. Their supplies are probably more than the sum of all of ours. If we can defeat him, we can get a lot of supplies. So don't worry, I won't attack anyone else right now. But I want half of the supplies we get from this operation." Chen Zhanghao had suffered at the hands of Zhang Yi and knew that Zhang Yi's family was well defended and had crossbows. So he didn't dare to attack on his own, and decided to take these cannon fodder with him. He thought that with more than 100 people, they could break into Zhang Yi's house. "Zhang Yi, how many weapons do you have? How many people can you kill?" "There are more than 100 people in the building, but Chen Zhanghao and his 6 men are asking for half of the supplies." But no one thought it was unfair. On the contrary, they thought Chen Zhanghao was a good person. He clearly has a gun in his hand, but he is willing to share half of it with us. What a good person! Sun Jichao said, "Yes, now everyone should put aside their previous grudges for the time being. The primary goal is to break into Zhang Yi's house and get back the supplies that belong to the collective." These 2 people took the lead in shouting, and the others naturally responded. After seeing the living conditions of Zhang Yi's family, they were all jealous and their eyes were red. They wanted to kill Zhang Yi immediately and enjoy his life for him. With a knife in hand, "Follow me. Kill Zhang Yi and take the supplies. Kill that shameless, selfish bastard." Everyone roared menacingly. Only a few people did not speak up, such as Uncle Yu and Zhou Kor. Even those who had a good relationship with Zhang Yi and had received his favors in the past had forgotten about those things. Nothing was more important than staying alive, and they were willing to abandon all ethics and morals in order to survive. Zhang Yi was polishing the gun in his hand at home. He was no stranger to this kind of thing. He used to use it at the shooting club. And a month before the end of the world, he had also trained intensively. He had no problem hitting a person at close range. At this moment, Zhou Kor sent a message. "They are going to your house." Zhang Yi saw this and replied, "Oh, I see." Zhou Kor sat on the sofa in her house and read Zhang Yi's calm reply, and couldn't help but frown. She pulled the 2 layers of quilt around her body and tucked her snow-white feet inside. "Everyone must have gone over there. They saw your video and have gone crazy. Don't you want to do something about it?" Zhou Kor thought that at a time like this, the most sensible thing to do was to hand over some supplies to quell everyone's anger. Otherwise, even if one person is very powerful, it is impossible to fight against so many people. More than 100 people can easily tear down a house. Zhang Yi smiled and didn't explain much. He just said, "Remember, don't come over this time. I'm only reminding you once. Then, wait for the show." Zhou Kor frowned, her eyes full of curiosity. She didn't know where Zhang Yi got the confidence to fight against 100 people in a building with his own strength. This is no joke. Once his home is breached, The crazed crowd will definitely kill him. Is he a madman? Zhou Kor muttered to herself. But this was Zhang Yi's own choice, and there was nothing she could do about it. But she did follow Zhang Yi's advice and did not go with the group to attack Zhang Yi's house. She has a moral bottom line and will not eat human blood buns. Whether it was Zhang Yi's or the neighbors. Chapter 56, Assault. Zhang Yi sat at home, quietly waiting for the crazy neighbors to come. His face was very serious, and in front of him was a large pile of weapons. At this moment, he received a message from the doorman, Uncle Liu. Xiao Zhang, you better run. They're all coming after you with weapons. Zhang Yi's heart warmed a little. In this world, it is rare to find good people. He smiled and said, Uncle Liu, don't worry. I can handle it. Uncle Liu was silent for a moment, as if he understood that there was nowhere to run at this time. Resistance was the only option. He said, Zhang, I hope you can survive. I'm sorry, I may not be able to help you this time. Uncle Liu was very ashamed. He was actually indebted to Zhang Yi. It was Zhang Yi who reminded him to buy supplies, so he stocked up on instant noodles, ham, and other things at home. Now the living standard is not bad. But when he saw Zhang Yi being besieged by so many people, he was helpless. Zhang Yi said calmly, you can't join them, which already shows your kindness. It's fine, I don't need you to worry about me. Uncle Liu's choice was the most correct. If he ran over to help Zhang Yi now, he would probably be hacked to death by more than 100 owners. After a brief chat with Uncle Liu, Zhang Yi was also careful and did not say anything about the details of his family. One should always be on guard against others, no matter who they are, he would never completely trust them. Soon after, Zhang Yi felt a slight tremor under his feet. There was a loud rumbling sound outside. It's coming, Zhang Yi said lightly. He knew that was the sound of hundreds of people rushing up the stairs. But Zhang Yi lives on the 24th floor. The elevator was out of power, so these guys who had to run up the stairs must have been exhausted. Of course, the people who came were not just from downstairs. At the very least, Zhang Yi could see through the large screen in front of him that his neighbor in 2402 had also come out with a kitchen knife and wrench. The couple next door was holding a kitchen knife in the woman's hand, hiding behind the man. Their eyes were glowing green as they looked at Zhang Yi's door. Presumably, they were already jealous when they learned that their neighbor had been living a heavenly life for the past 2 weeks. The crowd kept coming, blocking the hallway in front of Zhang Yi's door. Some people held umbrellas over their heads to prevent Zhang Yi from pouring cold water outside. Before long, someone couldn't help but rush up and start banging on the door. Don! 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 Zhang Yi, get out of there! If you don't want to die, this is your last chance. Don't wait for us to break in, or it will be too late. Zhang Yi did not see the figures of Sun Jiqiu and the others through the surveillance camera, nor did he see Qin Zhenghao. The way these people smashed the door made him realize one thing: Sun Jiqiu and Qin Zhenghao had not told them the truth about the situation at home. In other words, their purpose was to use the other neighbors as cannon fodder to withstand Zhang Yi's crossbow and high-voltage attacks. Zhang Yi was not polite with them either. He had plenty of energy in his hands anyway, so he didn't mind the electricity. The high-voltage button was directly connected. The young man who had just been furiously pounding on the door was directly bitten by the electric current, and his face was distorted. The most terrifying thing was that because more than 100 people were crowded together, the entire hallway was in a state of people jostling. So after he was electrocuted, a large group of people behind him were also electrocuted. Ah! It's high voltage. Get away! The people behind him were like being bitten by a tiger, and they quickly let go of their hands. If they weren't wearing so much clothing, they wouldn't have been able to break free. Everyone was shocked by the high voltage, and their muscles twitched in pain. The person who knocked on the door and the 7 or 8 people around him were the worst off. Since they didn't have a chance to escape, they were electrocuted and charred all over. The others looked at them in horror, but none of them dared to go over and help. After 10 seconds, Zhang Yi cut off the current. Smoke began to rise from the bodies of the 9 people, and the air began to fill with the smell of burning meat and clothes. Bang! The 9 people fell to the ground together, their bodies blackened, and it was unclear whether they were alive or dead. But everyone knew in their hearts that even if these people still had a breath left, they were already dead in the current situation. Everyone stared in horror at the scene before them. They didn't expect so many people to die at once, and right in front of their eyes. The people who died from the electric shock had extremely hideous expressions, with their eyes bulging. Several women in the crowd couldn't take it anymore and screamed, then bent over and vomited. Unfortunately, they had nothing in their stomachs, so they could only spit out sour water. Some people were scared and wanted to run away. When they reached the stairs, they discovered that the hallway had been blocked by Qin Zhanghao and his men. "What do you want? Go back." Qin Zhanghao was holding a gun in his hand and said in a sinister tone. The corridor was the only way for them to escape back, and Qin Zhanghao blocked it so that everyone would have to fight to the death with Zhang Yi. It would be better if they died, and Qin Zhanghao could then take their resources. Sun Jichao and the others were also there, dragging their sick bodies. They looked at the 9 bodies, but their expressions were very indifferent. Obviously, they had the same idea as Chen Zhanghao and the others. Seeing that everyone was afraid, Sun Jichao shouted, "Damn Zhang Yi, he's nothing but a beast. He even killed his own neighbors. Brothers and sisters, we must kill Zhang Yi and avenge them. Don't be afraid. Use wood to hit the door. Don't touch the door. He doesn't have many tricks left. Once we break through this door, there will be a cozy fireplace and endless food waiting for us." Sun Jichao's words of encouragement made many people's eyes red. They had been living in hunger and cold for more than half a month, and they were willing to give everything for a mouthful of food and a moment of warmth. Someone immediately brought a piece of wood, which looked like it had been taken from a large wardrobe or bed. "Brothers, give it a go. Open the door and kill that son of a bitch Zhang Yi." A group of people held the wood and began to slam the door against Zhang Yi. Bang! 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 The loud banging made the water glasses on Zhang Yi's coffee table shake. Zhang Yi felt that it was not enough. He took out a large Sennheiser speaker from another dimension, connected it to his phone, and played his favorite song, "Making Love While Making Out." The people outside the door were desperately pounding on the door, but the classic hit song playing inside made them even more angry. "Zhang Yi, you arrogant bastard, I'll kill you right now. You will die today, and you will pay for my brother's death." They picked up the wooden stake and pounded on it harder and harder. But after hitting it dozens of times, they sadly discovered that the door had not budged. A dozen grown men exerted their strength together, which amounted to a force of more than 1,000 caddies. But on the black iron gate, there were only white spots and barely noticeable dents. The neighbors' hearts were chilled. What kind of door is this? How strong is it? At this rate, when will they be able to break the door? Everyone was panting. They were working in temperatures of minus 70 degrees Celsius, and because they were not eating enough, they did not have much strength. After this, many people's legs were weak and they had to take turns. But at the current rate, it's unlikely that they will be able to finish the job without killing themselves. At this point, a man came over and stared at the door for a long time before exclaiming, "This is the security door of a bank vault." This person worked in a bank and immediately noticed something when he took a closer look. When the people around him heard this, they were even more desperate. "Can't this thing be broken?" The bank employee shook his head bitterly, "Not to mention using wood to break it down. Even if you use a bomb, you can't break this top-of-the-line security door. Without a key, it would be possible to open it only if you were the world's best locksmith." At this point, Zhang Yiju had already arrived at the firing hole with his crossbow. Chapter 57, Heavy Casualties. He looked at the people outside the door, still discussing their strategy. This time, Zhang Yi didn't bother to aim. Since they want Zhang Yi's life, there is no need to be polite to them. Zhang Yi is not a saint. He raised the crossbow bolt in his hand and began to shoot. Soon, several people fell to the ground after being hit by the arrows. The people outside realized the power of Zhang Yi's crossbow arrows. "He has a weapon. Be careful." The people around him screamed in fear and hurriedly tried to disperse. But the aisle was so narrow that hundreds of people couldn't move at all when they were all crowded together. In their panic, the crowd tripped over each other. Zhang Yi didn't care about that, and just concentrated on his work. The whistling of the arrows was like the sound of a death chant, making it all the more terrifying. This made the others even more scared, and they all desperately crowded into the stairwell. Some people fell to the ground, and before they could get up, they were trampled on. Screams could be heard everywhere. Qin Zhanghao held a gun in his hand and stood in front of the stairs, aiming at the people who wanted to escape. What are you afraid of? He's only one person, go get him. Chen Zhanghao's cold eyes and the black muzzle of the gun scared the people who wanted to escape. Chen Zhanghao's goal was to use them as cannon fodder to exhaust Zhang Yi's defense methods, so of course he couldn't let them escape. Sun Jichao and the others stayed far away to save their lives, and they were not hit by any arrows. Zhang Yi shot dozens of crossbow bolts, and in such a crowded place, almost none of them missed their target. This caused the neighbors to suffer greatly. However, the neighbors' potential in desperate situations is still very strong. Someone immediately spotted the location of the firing hole and said, "There's a hole in the door. He shoots arrows from there. Just block it." Someone immediately took a broom and mop and blocked the hole in the door. Some people tried to throw things into Zhang Yi's room. Zhang Yi calmly and quickly closed the iron door behind the shooting hole and locked it. This thing can only be opened from the inside, and it cannot be broken from the outside. However, Zhang Yi was able to eliminate dozens of combatants in one fell swoop. It was only when they saw that Zhang Yi was unable to shoot any more arrows that the neighbors came back to their senses from their panic. The ground was a mess, and many people had been shot, with varying degrees of injury. A few of them were shot in vital areas and died instantly. But when the neighbors saw the rusty tetanus arrow, they suddenly felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. They knew that all those who had been shot would not survive. Some people had lost their loved ones and were crying and cursing Zhang Yi loudly. "Zhang Yi, you damned dog thief, you despicable scoundrel. Come out, if you have the guts, I'll fight you one-on-one. You devil, I'm going to fight you. Zhang Yi. I will kill you." And the only response they got was the loud music in the room. Only after loving someone do you understand how deep love is. Only after losing it. What to cherish. The constant shouting outside the house and the non-stop music inside the house are like Zhang Yi's provocation to everyone. In fact, it is. Zhang Yi shot dozens of arrows in a row, and when his hands got a little tired, he went to the kitchen, took a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator, and gulped it down. Ah! It's great! Zhang Yi looked at the screen and continued to monitor the movements of everyone outside. At this moment, the neighbors were both anxious and desperate, watching as Zhang Yi's door was impenetrable. What should we do? At this moment, Sun Jichao shouted, "Don't worry, everyone. I have an idea." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and Sun Jichao came over, holding his injured leg. He pointed to the wall of Zhang Yi's house and smiled, "Their door is made of alloy, so we can't break it down. But this wall is made of bricks and cement, right? I don't believe it can't be broken down." When the neighbors heard this, they suddenly had a flash of wisdom in their eyes. Right, why didn't I think of that? If we can't break the door, we can break the wall. There are so many of us, it won't take long to break down the wall. Ah, Zhang Yi, you dog thief, you never would have thought of this. In the room, Zhang Yi saw that the neighbors suddenly cheered and immediately raised his eyebrows. The music was too loud, and he couldn't hear what they were saying. But Zhang Yi was not worried and decided to wait and see. He wasn't afraid of their methods, because they didn't have as many as he did. It took a month of hard work to build such an impregnable fortress. If you casually break it, then I, Zhang Yi, deserve to die. These people all came with tools. So they quickly lined up in front of Zhang Yi's house and started pounding away with their hammers and axes. Bang! A big man used all his strength and smashed the hammer into the wall. Suddenly, the wall cracked and large white flakes of plaster fell. Seeing this, the crowd's eyes filled with excitement, and they felt that they had found a breakthrough in Zhang Yi's house. Then they smashed even harder. However, when the man swung the hammer and hit the wall for a second time, a sound of metal hitting metal suddenly came. Ping! At the same time, the man let out a scream and the hammer in his hand fell to the ground with a loud crash. He fell backwards onto the ground, and when the crowd looked, they saw that his hands had been split open, and blood was gushing out. It quickly solidified at low temperatures, making it look particularly gruesome. What happened? Everyone was very puzzled. What kind of wall could withstand the impact of a sledgehammer? Someone walked over and reached out to sweep away the dust. When he saw what was behind it, he almost dropped his jaw. This wall is also made of steel. Everyone was shocked and came over to take a look. Sure enough, after scraping away the layer of white ash, the heavy black metal appeared. The material was exactly the same as the door. One man couldn't help but cry out to the heavens, "Why is this so? Who would build a house with steel walls? I don't believe this house is made entirely of iron." Unable to bear the despair, someone picked up a hammer and started pounding on other parts of the wall. Several people worked together, hoping to find a flaw in the wall. However, no matter what angle they looked at, they found that it was a solid, heavy steel wall. In the living room, Zhang Yi shrugged his shoulders in disdain. "If you can think of it, how could I not have thought of it? I'm sorry, but even the walls of my house are made of 20 centimeters thick steel. Even if a cannonball can't break it, I'm not afraid of your broken hammers and axes." Zhang Yi's greatest virtue is that he is afraid of death, so he solved all the problems he could think of. When he first accepted the house, he checked every inch of it and pounded it with a hammer to make sure it was safe. After all, he had been burgled in his previous life, and the psychological shadow of being split up and eaten was too great. He didn't want to go through it again. The sound of hammering continued outside, and Zhang Yi found it too noisy, so he turned on the room's noise reduction function. This is to avoid being attacked by the noise from outside. After 20 minutes, the noise finally stopped completely. The owners of the entire building looked at the entire metal wall in front of them with vacant eyes, their hearts colder than the ice and snow outside. It was like a cruel wall, blocking their hope of obtaining supplies. How could this be? Why would anyone build a house like this? Someone covered their face and cried out in despair. Zhang Yi's neighbors, a young couple, also said sadly, "I knew they were renovating their home, but I never thought it would turn out like this. There are probably not many normal families in the world that would build a house like this." Sun Jichao, Zhou Pang, and Gu Jialiang had bloodshot eyes. If the people in the apartment building today can't break into Zhang Yi's house, they'll just have to wait to die. Sun Jichao clenched his lips so hard that he even bit his lips until they bled, but he didn't notice. Zhang Yi, he knew there would be a snowstorm. Everything he did was to protect us. Sun Jichao pointed at Zhang Yi's house and shouted angrily. The neighbors looked at him and cried out in pain while scolding Zhang Yi. "You despicable little man, you only care about yourself and not about us. If we all die, what's the point of you living? If you're the only one in the world, won't you be lonely? One day, you will be consumed by endless remorse and self-blame for not warning us and not helping us. Can you sleep at night? Won't you feel guilty?" Some people, seeing that they could do nothing about Zhang Yi, began to console themselves with the spirit of AQ. Sooner or later, the heavens will punish you, Zhang Yi. If we die because of you, you will definitely have a guilty conscience for the rest of your life and live in pain. They don't know how happy Zhang Yi is at home. How could he take these familiar strangers seriously? Qin Zhanghao had been keeping an eye on things from behind with a gun. Seeing the all-metal wall, he also felt that the problem was difficult. Now, he was no longer interested in anyone else, and only wanted to grab Zhang Yi's house. What are you all so anxious about? It's only the beginning. Even if their walls are made of iron, what about the ceiling? Or the floor? I don't believe he's made a metal box. Qin Zhanghao said coldly to everyone. Zhang Yi heard Qin Zhanghao's words through the surveillance and nodded approvingly. This guy's brain is pretty good. He then sighed and shook his head, saying, "Unfortunately, I'm not stupid." After hearing Qin Zhanghao's words, the neighbors rushed upstairs and downstairs to Zhang Yi's house. They smashed with hammers, chopped with axes, chiseled with chisels, and pounded with wooden sticks. In short, they used every means at their disposal. They were only 20 centimeters away from their goal. Their goal was to break through the 20 centimeters. But soon, they fell into a deeper despair. They realized that Zhang Yi was really an iron box. There was no angle that was not sealed off by thick iron plates. In this power-cut environment, without tools like electric saws and drills, they would have to work for a year without food or water to break through these walls. Chapter 58, Despair. Qin Zhanghao and the others spent the whole morning pounding on Zhang Yi's walls. But after digging through the walls, floors and ceilings, they found that they were blocked by a thick layer of steel plates. The 20 centimeters thick steel plate was a nightmare for them. There is no hope of breaking through with human power alone. After all, working in sub-zero temperatures and not being able to replenish their energy to compensate for the loss of physical strength would only speed up their deaths. Many of them were so exhausted that they collapsed on the ground. The sound of gurgling filled the air. They touched their empty stomachs, and hunger was about to conquer them completely. But there was not much left to eat. Some people saw their neighbors through the gaps in their clothes and saw the white meat. A thought suddenly came to mind. Isn't this meat? The thought of horror immediately made everyone feel cold, and they tried to get rid of the thought from their minds. But once the idea was born, it gave people an option in a desperate situation. They probably knew that if the day came when they had to kill each other and eat each other, it would happen. Is there really no way out? Sun Jichao's face was full of pain. He even felt that his arm had begun to fester and rot. There were no antibiotics, not even ordinary anti-inflammatory drugs, and there was no way to effectively clean the wound. Now, there is still a lot of rust on his wound. Under these circumstances, death is almost inevitable. Damn Zhang Yi, why are you so vicious? How can you live alone when so many of us are alive? What's wrong with sacrificing yourself? What's wrong? Sun Jichao roared at the sky, his despair twisting his soul. At this moment, Zhang Yi's neighbor suddenly came out. Maybe you can try going out through the balcony. When they renovated their house, they turned the balcony into a French window, with a large glass surface. Maybe there's a chance to break in. The other tenants can't see the back of Zhang Yi's apartment, but his neighbor can. Building 25 has balconies on some floors, and the 24th floor where Zhang Yi lives has a small balcony. On weekdays, he uses it to grow flowers and dry his quilts. Hearing Zhang Yi's neighbor's words, a group of people who were about to despair suddenly looked up. A window? Ah, yes. Since his family has a window, there must be an exit. It can't be completely sealed off. As long as there is a window, you can break in. Without further ado, a group of people broke into Zhang Yi's neighbor's house. There was actually a 15 centimeters gap between the two balconies, and a fence was installed in the middle. But none of this could stop the people who were now completely out of control. However, the balcony is not like the corridor. At this time, the stairwells were blocked off by each household, making them airtight and somewhat warm. However, the north wind was howling outside, and the snow was falling in flurries, freezing people in a matter of hours. Chen Zhenghao and the others didn't care about that. As long as they could break into Zhang Yi's home, they could get everything. The group of people jumped onto Zhang Yi's balcony, howling like madmen. Zhang Yi naturally noticed this scene. The two sides looked at each other for less than a second. The neighbors then swung their tools wildly and smashed the huge French windows. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, dragged his white recliner to the window, lay down leisurely, and poured himself a cup of steaming coffee. The small balcony was soon filled with a dozen people. Their faces were pale, like living corpses, and with their crazed, distorted expressions, they really didn't look like living people at all. Zhang Yi thought to himself, if there really were zombies, this would probably be the case. Bang! 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 Ding dong! The low sound reverberated on the floor-to-ceiling windows. Braving the snow and wind, the group of lunatics were trying to break the glass. Even if they accidentally hit their own hands, they didn't feel any pain, and let the blood flow out and then coagulate. When they smashed the wall, the feeling of longing was not yet obvious. But now, with only a pane of glass between them, they could see more clearly how extravagant Zhang Yi's life was. The fireplace in the room was burning fiercely, and Zhang Yi was lying on a white recliner in his underwear, like a lord of the manor. A cup of coffee is steaming on the side, and judging by the amount of foam, it must be a cappuccino. The coffee table is piled high with weapons, but that's not the point. The point is that under the coffee table, there is a large pile of half-eaten snacks. Chips, burgers, cola, pizza, roast chicken, roast duck, and even noodles with oil. These are the things that drove the neighbors on the balcony completely crazy. Just leave them for half a month, and they'll be as excited as if they've seen their long-lost father. Roar! They were so excited that they forgot how to speak and instead let out a desperate howl to express their excitement. Then they tried even harder, using all their strength to smash the window. Zhang Yi was holding a cup of coffee and watching the show. He just said lightly, "Who says glass is necessarily weaker than metal? The cost of this wall is extremely high." Zhang Yi refused the proposal of the Zhanlong Security Company for the sake of quality of life and did not use metal here. Instead, he spent a large sum of money to order a whole wall of bulletproof glass for the floor-to-ceiling windows. He still remembers what the manager of the Zhanlong security company, Wu Weiren, said: "A wall this thick is not meant to protect against bullets, but against shells." This is the same material used for the bulletproof glass on the vehicles used by heads of state in Western countries, which can withstand sniper fire. However, their thickness is less than half of Zhang Yi's wall. Sure enough, as the group smashed and smashed, they discovered something was wrong. They thought it was plexiglass, so they smashed it with all their might. But after a dozen people had been pounding on it for a long time, not even a single crack had appeared. What kind of glass is this? Could it be bulletproof glass? What? Bulletproof glass? This word came out of the throat of a bespectacled man in a hoarse voice, but it was full of despair, as if it came from the depths of hell. Even shells can't penetrate it, so how can it not withstand your handiwork? No, I don't believe it. A young man shouted to the sky, "I am the master of my own fate. I don't believe I can't break it. If I can break it, the fireplace and the food and drink in the house will all be mine. I must break it." Perhaps it was the extreme cold, but in this state of hope and despair, everyone's brains froze. They chose to throw away their reason and desperately fight for a future. Zhang Yi applauded for them, moved by their determination. However, he felt a little hungry. So he took some food from the space, such as braised pork knuckle and fried bananas, and a little snack, a pure cocoa butter chocolate. Chapter 59, Smash Harder, Have You Not Eaten? Just across the window, people outside were braving the bitter cold and snow, desperately smashing the glass with distorted expressions. On the other side, Zhang Yi was leisurely lying on a recliner, eating delicious food. This stark contrast made the neighbors outside jealous and almost mad. They cursed and shouted, their eyes red with rage. "Zhang Yi, you just wait, I'll get you. I'll break this window and you'll be finished, you damned bastard, selfish scum. You don't have much time to be so arrogant. Today is your death day. All the delicious food and hot coffee are mine, all mine." Zhang Yi, upon hearing this, raised the coffee in his hand and waved it at them. "Come on, keep going." Soon, the group outside was getting cold. After all, it was the 24th floor, the wind was strong, and the snow falling from the sky made his body temperature drop rapidly. They had to change the group every 10 minutes. But after half an hour, there were only a few small scratches on the glass. Their hearts grew more and more desperate. But looking at Zhang Yi's comfort through the transparent glass, they were jealous and reluctant to give up. After half an hour, they were still trying. Zhang Yi saw a few of Chen Zhenghao's minions among the crowd. Obviously, Chen Zhenghao couldn't possibly do nothing at a time like this. Zhang Yi felt that it was about time. So he sat up from the deck chair, walked over to the coffee table and picked up a bottle. There was a layer of frost on the outside glass, and the neighbors didn't know what Zhang Yi was holding at first, thinking it was a drink. But the next moment, they saw Zhang Yi take out a lighter and ignite something. Immediately, a hole appeared above their heads and a ball of fire was thrown out. As a means of retaliation, Zhang Yi's house had shooting holes in front and back, and there was more than one. The bottle flew through the air in a yellow arc and landed on the ground amidst the astonished gaze of the onlookers. Pop! A loud crack, and then the flames burst into life. This was a Molotov cocktail made by Zhang Yi himself. Even at extremely low temperatures, gasoline can still burn with a vengeance and release heat. The gasoline in the bottle splashed everywhere and burst into flames. The balcony was not very big, and the down jackets and cotton pants of the dozen or so people caught fire and burst into flames. Zhang Yi smiled mischievously and lit the next Molotov cocktail, throwing it outside. Ah! Fire! Fire! There were more than 10 people crowded together, and the balcony was separated, so it was not easy to jump to the balcony of the next house. These people couldn't escape, and the flames had already consumed them. Zhang Yi saw them turn into burning, twisting balls of fire. Some tried to lie on the ground and roll around, using snow to put out the flames, but unfortunately the effect was too weak. Gasoline can still burn even when it comes into contact with water. Some people tried to climb over to the next building, but in their haste, they lost their footing and fell straight from the 24th floor. With a long scream, it was a loud bang. The height of the 24th floor, I wonder if the snow below can offset the impact. But according to the principles of physics, even if he doesn't die, he will be broken and his internal organs will be ruptured. It's the same as being dead. Zhang Yi smiled and said, at least it's better to die from a fall than from a fire. Bang! A hideous face suddenly smashed into the glass, its expression distorted and terrifying, staring viciously at Zhang Yi. "Help me, help me!" In extreme pain, he cried out for help to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi raised his coffee cup and greeted him. "I'll save your ass, go to hell, you loser." The man let out a desperate cry as he was completely engulfed in flames. On the balcony next door, there were still 60 or 70 people waiting for their shift to change. Seeing this hellish scene, they were also scared out of their wits. "Help, save me. I don't want to die, please." The man, who was burning with flames, wanted to crawl over to ask for help. He grabbed the railing with both hands and was about to climb over. At this moment, a man on this side did not hesitate and kicked him hard in the hand. "Get out of here. You're hopeless, don't drag us down." He kicked him, but the man in flames refused to let go. He gritted his teeth and increased his strength, kicking him down again and again. He even kicked off his fingers with one kick. The man struggled for a while, then looked at them in despair and slowly fell in front of the fence. The air was filled with a familiar smell of burning. If you go out for a walk in the summer, you can often smell it on the roadside. All of the dozen or so people died within a short time. Some people who were not badly burned at first tried to escape, but were stopped by their neighbors. They were afraid that the flames would burn them, so they chose to let these people die. Some people were so in pain from the burns that they jumped off the 24th floor. The raging fire actually brought these people a long-lost warmth. So, everyone slowly walked forward, holding out their hands to warm themselves by the fire, with a smile on their faces that they were afraid of being noticed. The flames burned for 20 minutes before they finally stopped. The neighbors looked at the bodies on the ground and felt fear in their hearts. They had already killed 30 or 40 people to deal with Zhang Yi. There was no chance of breaking the door from any angle. What could they do to snatch the supplies from Zhang Yi's hands? Despair filled the air. But there was another scent, growing stronger and stronger, that gradually changed the neighbors' eyes. The neighbors, who were already very hungry, did not want to admit that a crazy idea was slowly forming in their hearts. This made their throats constantly move up and down. Suddenly, a woman burst into tears. "I can't take it anymore." After a long day of hard work, everyone thought they could easily break into Zhang Yi's house. But in the end, they were left in despair. Despite the many deaths, Zhang Yi's walls and floor-to-ceiling windows were not even scratched. She suddenly ran in front of the people and climbed onto Zhang Yi's balcony. Zhang Yi thought that the next group of people were going to come and smash the glass again, but suddenly she fell to her knees in front of the glass. "Zhang Yi, I'm starving to death. Please save me. Even if you just give me a piece of bread." Not only her, but also others came running over, kowtowed to Zhang Yi, and begged her to give them a mouthful of food. The scene was truly heartbreaking, and it brought tears to the eyes of those who witnessed it. Most of the people who bowed were women, trying to win Zhang Yi's sympathy. Chapter 60, Offering a Reward. Chen Zhanghao. The incessant cries of supplication from outside the window were heartbreaking. Zhang Yi sighed and walked to the window and said, "Everyone, don't be like this. It makes me feel bad to see you like this." He then held up the steaming noodles in his hand. "When I feel bad, I want to eat." Slurp. Zhang Yi ate the noodles with a big mouth, making the neighbors drool, and he was so hungry. When the people heard this, they cried even louder and bowed even harder. "Zhang Yi, we were wrong. We just want to live. Just give us some food so we can live like dogs. From now on, we'll do whatever you want, okay?" Zhang Yi continued to eat noodles with his head bowed. When you are hungry, it is such a blessing to be able to eat noodles with gusto. After eating half a bowl of noodles, he casually put the rest in front of the French windows. Right in front of the neighbors, separated by a window, they could see but not eat. Everyone was like a dog, pressing their whole face against the glass, as if they could eat the noodles that way. "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Whoever goes over there now and brings me Chen Zhanghao's head, I'll give them a week's worth of noodles to eat to their heart's content." Zhang Yi certainly couldn't feel sorry for these people. But it is annoying that they are smashing walls and windows here every day. So, why not let them fight each other? That would be the most interesting thing. When Zhang Yi said this, he sent it to a large group at the same time, telling everyone in the building. The neighbor in front of the glass window heard this remark and showed a hesitant expression on his face. Chen Zhanghao had a gun in his hand and wanted his head, maybe his own head would be gone. But if they can deal with Chen Zhanghao, can they deal with Zhang Yi? There were 30 or 40 bodies lying in front of and behind Zhang Yi's house. It turns out that Zhang Yi is much more difficult to deal with than Chen Zhanghao. Chen Zhanghao was watching the changes from the balcony next door. He didn't hear what Zhang Yi said, but he frowned and thought about what to do next. 2 of his men had died this time. If he wanted to continue to control the entire building, he would have to replenish his own manpower. As he was thinking, Chen Zhanghao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, causing his hair to stand on end. He turned around sharply, raised his gun, and found that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes. "What do you want?" After seeing the gun, everyone was a bit intimidated and immediately backed away. "Get out of my way!" Chen Zhanghao roared. Everyone still looked at him strangely, even a little weirdly. It was not like they were looking at a person, but rather at food. Chen Zhanghao was horrified and quickly left with his men. "Wait, what about Zhang Yijia?" Sun Jichao asked from the side. Chen Zhanghao angrily shouted, "Fuck, if we can't get in, what else can we do? Let's think of something later." After that, he left in a foul mood. In front of Zhang Yijia's window, the 2 groups of people who were begging for mercy and trying to smash the window could not stand the cold and bone-chilling wind and snow, and they left one after another. Zhang Yi lay in the warmth of his house, waiting to watch the show. After all, the apartment building had lost about 40 people. And almost everyone had participated in the invasion of his home, which had taken a huge toll on their physical strength. This made supplies even more scarce, and the struggle between people became terrifying. Soon, Zhang Yi received many private messages from people. After this battle, the neighbors were completely intimidated. Their limited physical strength was almost exhausted, and they could no longer launch a large-scale attack on Zhang Yi's house. And in the face of Zhang Yi's family's all-encompassing defenses, they had given up. As a result, many people began to beg Zhang Yi to have mercy on them, or to propose an exchange of benefits. For example, the second generation of the rich, Su Hao. He filmed his girlfriend's entire body and said to Zhang Yi, "I can give you my woman. Just give me some food, okay? She is a famous car model in Tianhai City. Look at her figure and face, they are all top-notch. I promise you will like her. Help me." Zhang Yi naturally recognized the model. Su Hao bought a house here just to keep her. She always dresses up coquettishly, like a flirtatious fox, exuding a seductive aura at all times. In the past, she didn't even bother to look at the men around her. She always had a haughty look on her face when she faced Zhang Yi. But now, Su Hao is planning to sell her for a few meals. This woman is now much more emaciated, and seems to be very happy to be traded. At least, she knew that Zhang Yi's family had a lot of food, so she worked very hard during the shoot. What a worthless piece of goods! Zhang Yi sneered. I have to say, this female model has a great figure and looks very good. But this shameless woman is not someone Zhang Yi would ever let into his home. Maybe one day, when he is asleep, she will stab him and then take over his home. A woman who can sell her body for money has no moral bottom line. Zhang Yi looked at her video 5 times in disdain, then closed the chat box with contempt. There were other conversations below. There were fewer men contacting him. After all, they don't have the capital to exchange food with Zhang Yi. Only Uncle Yu congratulated Zhang Yi on defeating his enemies. However, there were more women looking for him. For example, Fang Yuqing, who said excitedly, "Zhang Yi, you're so amazing. I knew you would be fine. Qing can't get away right now. They're so hateful, they've been keeping me locked up at home. Don't worry, Chang will definitely come find you." Zhang Yi snorted and ignored him. It was getting dark very quickly. It was already dark at around 5 p.m. every day, and the days were short and the nights were long. At night, the temperature drops by another 10 degrees. On the TV, the few remaining stations are still broadcasting programs. Thanks to the government's efforts, the snowstorm situation in China is improving. I hope everyone will not worry, and that the problem will be solved soon. The weather is very cold, so please don't go outside and avoid frostbite. Please provide some help to those in need. Together, we will overcome the current difficulties, and tomorrow will definitely be better. Zhang Yi thinks that the news is much more interesting than the sketches. But he is also curious about where these TV stations have moved to and how they are maintaining operations. While listening to the interesting news, Zhang Yi flipped through the chat logs. He found it very interesting to read the messages from neighbors who were scolding, crying, and begging for mercy. Most of the people who scolded him were those who had lost a family member. When Zhang Yi felt better, he would send them his blessings. Congratulations to those of you who have lost a family member. You can have a barbecue and a funeral, and the ashes can be mixed with rice. Zhang Yi teased them, making them curse even more. But suddenly, he noticed movement on the balcony. Zhang Yi curiously walked to the window. Due to the heavy snowfall, there was plenty of light outside. Then he saw someone sneaking over to carry away the bodies. To be precise, they were the charred corpses. The people were wrapped up tightly, and when they saw Zhang Yi looking at them, they were all startled. Zhang Yi, we're not here to get you, don't get the wrong idea. We're just here to carry the bodies. When these people spoke, their voices trembled and they were too ashamed to look at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Oh? Carrying the bodies? Are you their family? And if you bury them, just throw them down there. Do you think you'll build a grave in your house? These people were at a loss for words when Zhang Yi asked them. Since you don't need these bodies anyway, you don't need to worry about us. They dragged the bodies away quickly, with their heads hanging low. Zhang Yi waved at the glass. You guys are pretty ruthless. Have you finally come to this point? Chapter 61. Zhou Kor couldn't stand it. The next day, Zhang Yi heard gunshots coming from the hallway. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots, like 2 large firecrackers. This was undoubtedly Qin Zhanghao's doing. It was clear that Zhang Yi's words from the previous day had had an effect. In a desperate situation, people's fear of death begins to fade. The promise of a week of all-you-can-eat noodles was an irresistible temptation to them. Zhang Yi turned on the surveillance camera and saw the scene of the conflict. The 2 men were lying on the ground with wrenches and kitchen knives in their hands, and the blood had stained the hallway red. But Qin Zhanghao was not doing much better. He was leaning against the wall, holding a gun in his hand, looking scared. They will intercept people here to get water, and others can naturally use this opportunity to fight back against them. Qin Zhanghao had his men drag the 2 bodies away, and he quickly returned to his house behind them. He held a pistol in his hand, and now it was his last resort. After dragging the 2 bodies home, Qin Zhanghao gave his men a wink, and they immediately dragged the bodies to the back of the kitchen. Qin Zhanghao's eyes were gloomy, and sitting on the cold sofa didn't give him much warmth. After returning yesterday, he saw the news in the group and knew that Zhang Yi had offered a reward for him. This made him furious. He felt like the hunter, and Zhang Yi was just the prey. Why should the prey fight back against the hunter? However, he underestimated the madness of people in desperate situations. Early this morning, 2 desperate young men came to take his life. This made Qin Zhanghao feel a sense of crisis, but at the same time, he became even more crazy. Die. Kill you all. If you want me to die, you die first. Qin Zhanghao roared. After relaxing, he suddenly felt some pain in his back. So he called a younger brother to help him see what was going on. After taking a look, the little brother suddenly shouted, "Brother Hao, you've been stabbed in the back." A 30 cm long slit had been made in Qin Zhanghao's down jacket by the cleaver. The blood was not very obvious on the black down jacket, and could only be seen when looked at closely. It was only because it was so cold outside and Qin Zhanghao's adrenaline was pumping that he didn't feel any pain. Now that he heard what his brother said, he suddenly cried out in pain. These 2 dogs actually dared to sneak up on me. He was sweating profusely and quickly picked up his phone to call Zhou Kor. Dr. Zhou, I've been injured. Come over and help me bandage it up. Soon after, Zhou Kor arrived at Qin Zhanghao's house with a medical kit. Looking at this murderous villain, Zhou Kor's eyes were full of disgust. But in order to survive, she had to treat his wounds. In fact, the reason why Qin Zhanghao's arrow wand did not erupt before was also because she helped Qin Zhanghao heal the wound. Although she was reluctant, she had no choice in the face of the villain's gun. I won't help you for free. Zhou Kor said coldly. Qin Zhanghao laughed and pointed to the kitchen, saying, I'll give you a share of the food later. Zhou Kor sniffed hard, and only then did she smell the pungent smell of blood. Her face changed. Having worked in a hospital for many years, she of course knew what it was. With a strong urge to vomit, Zhou Kor said coldly, No. Qin Zhanghao chuckled, What time is it, Dr. Zhou, still so high and mighty? Sooner or later, you will eat. If you don't eat, you will die. I'd rather die. Zhou Kor frowned. I can't bear to lose her. In this world, having a doctor by your side is so important. Chen Zhanghao sighed. If not for Zhou Kor helping him treat his leg injury, he would have lost more than just his leg, but his life. Don't worry, if I have to eat you one day, I will save you for last. Chen Zhanghao stared at Zhou Kor, and a flash of passion flashed in his eyes. He had long coveted this beauty. If it weren't for the fact that she was still useful, he would have already made a move. Zhou Kor frowned and stopped talking, instead helping him treat his wound. In a short while, the wound was simply bandaged. Zhou Kor picked up the medicine box and was about to leave. Who knew that Chen Zhanghao gave his little brother a wink, and that little Karami immediately blocked the door. Zhou Kor was shocked. What do you want? Chen Zhanghao said, nothing, you can't leave until my wound is healed. Chen Zhanghao was also scared at this moment. He didn't know how many people wanted to kill him, and he was running low on medicine. He was relieved to have a doctor by his side. He ignored Zhou Kor's resistance and insisted on keeping her. Not long after, his younger brother brought a pot of cooked rice. Zhou Kor thought about what it might be and almost vomited. Fortunately, she worked in a hospital and was often in contact with the dead, so she didn't die of fright. Chen Zhanghao asked her to eat some, but she refused. Chen Zhanghao smiled coldly and ignored her. He thought that Zhou Kor was just being prudish, and that sooner or later, when she was hungry enough, she would eat. This is not a solution. These cattle and horses are now daring to rebel, which is very bad for us. Only by killing Zhang Yi and taking over their house will we be safe in the future. Their house is like a fortress, and they have a lot of supplies inside, enough to last us for at least a few months. Maybe by then the snowstorm will have passed. Therefore, we must consider how to deal with Zhang Yi for the time being. Chen Zhanghao said to his brothers. The younger brothers looked at each other in surprise. Brother Hao, we've attacked Zhang Yi's house several times, but we've failed every time. Their home is like a turtle shell, we can't get in. Chen Zhanghao said, I don't believe they don't have any flaws, and I don't believe he doesn't go out. Let's move in next to his house and keep watch in shifts. As soon as we get the chance, we'll kill him. And living on the upper floors is safer. The group was at a loss at this point, and they all nodded in agreement to what Chen Zhanghao said. Zhou Kor heard their conversation. She went to the bathroom to send a message to Zhang Yi, telling him about it. After hearing the news, Zhang Yi laughed dismissively. It was absolutely impossible for him to go out. I understand. You stay there and keep an eye on the situation. Zhou Kor is a doctor, so Chen Zhanghao won't kill her, so for the time being, she is not in danger. Zhang Yi was in no hurry to act. He set up a reward, and someone would naturally kill Chen Zhanghao without a care for their own life. Chen Zhanghao and the others packed up their supplies and then took Zhou Kor to the 24th floor. The young couple who lived next to Zhang Yi knew that Chen Zhanghao had come, and they were also scared. Chapter 62, Live broadcast of a big meal for the neighbors. Open the door. I'm Chen Zhanghao. I'm moving in next door. Open the door, or I'll shoot. In the room, the young couple clung to each other in terror. What should we do? They're robbing our house. I'm afraid we won't be able to save even the last of our food. The wife looked at her young husband with despair. The husband is a clerk with glasses. He hugged his wife and said reassuringly, Don't be afraid, it's okay. If they want our house, we'll just give it to them. Oh, and hide the rest of the food on your bodies. The two of them hid the little food they had left in their clothes and then opened the door, trembling. Seeing the ferocious Chen Zhanghao and the others outside, the man swallowed and bowed, saying, Brother Hao, this house will be yours from now on. We'll leave right away. He then tried to leave with his wife. Before they could take 2 steps, one of Chen Zhanghao's henchmen let out a sneer and raised the steel pipe in his hand. Bang! After a muffled sound, the man fell to the ground with his eyes black. After fainting, his eyes were still filled with disbelief. He didn't understand. He had been so obedient and had given up his house. But why did the other party still attack? The woman looked at her husband in horror as he lay motionless on the ground. Ah! She covered her mouth and let out a scream. Another club fell on her head. 2 little Karamai came over and, without saying a word, made the couple unable to speak again. Zhou Kor clamped her mouth shut, completely dumbfounded. This was the first time she had seen a murder, and no matter how strong her mental constitution was, she could not remain calm. Chen Zhanghao just looked at her and sneered, "It's too cold. They'll die sooner or later. Dr. Zhou, you have to get used to this." After killing so many people, he had completely lost his reverence for life. And there was one thing that Chen Zhanghao was unwilling to admit. That is, after being attacked by Zhang Yi and being offered a reward, he also felt fear in his heart. So he had to use more brutal methods to suppress the owners of all levels and make them submit. Zhou Kier held back her nausea and said nothing. Chen Zhanghao walked into the room with a swagger and told his men to clean up the two of them. In the following days, Zhang Yi could always hear a clanging sound. The sound came from the next room, and he knew that Chen Zhanghao and the others were looking for a way into his room. Moreover, those people were taking turns to watch Zhang Yi's front door and back window. Chen Zhanghao thought that Zhang Yi would at least come out to take out the trash or get the melted snow. If he could just get a chance to kill Zhang Yi, he could take everything that belonged to him. But he didn't expect that Zhang Yi had a huge space in his hands, and water was not a problem at all. However, Zhang Yi did not have the convenience of opening the window to throw out the trash. Chen Zhanghao had a gun in his hand, and he would not take such a risk. However, for a shut-in, having a lot of garbage at home is no big deal. When he gets bored, he plays video games or watches movies and TV series that he downloaded in advance. Every day, the owner group still hears his pleas. And with it, comes the angry cursing that comes with not getting what you want. "Zhang Yi, you are a heartless bastard. You could have let everyone live a little longer. Why are you so selfish? You are destined to be alone for the rest of your life. Don't you have a heart? If you don't help us, you'll spend the rest of your life feeling guilty and remorseful." Facing the angry shouts of his neighbors, Zhang Yi's response was simple. He simply broadcasted himself eating in the group chat, recording his life and sending it to them. "Hello, everyone. Today I'm going to make you a dish of braised pork." After that, a piece of pork weighing at least 2 caddies was thrown onto the cutting board. The neighbors in the group were enraged. What kind of braised pork can use so much pork belly? If you can't finish it, don't waste it, give it to me. Zhang Yi, you're not human, you're an animal. You don't deserve to eat that pork belly. Zhang Yi, I haven't had any oil for a week, please let me have a piece of pork skin. I'll even drink the oil. You don't want it, right? Give it to me, please. People who are extremely hungry have no resistance to fatty foods. Zhang Yi clicks away, and the neighbors can almost smell the braised pork through the screen. But after a while, Zhang Yi frowned. He picked up a piece of pork belly and tasted it, then spat it into the trash can. Too much soy sauce. Damn, this pot of meat is ruined. Zhang Yi usually cooks, but he doesn't make big dishes very often. As a result, he accidentally added too much soy sauce, and the whole pot of meat tasted of soy sauce. Even the sugar color was not properly cooked, so it was all bitter when eaten. How can I eat this? Oh, what a waste. Zhang Yi shook his head helplessly. He had wanted to show off his cooking skills, but instead he had messed up. It was a shame that he didn't have a dog at home, otherwise he wouldn't have wasted the food. He had no choice but to throw the entire pot of pork into the trash. The group exploded, and the neighbors went crazy. Don't throw it away. My mouth is the trash can is here. Oh, what are you doing? Why are you throwing it away? Why? Ah. Throw your trash away, I'll go pick it up right away. Young master, I'm late. Do you still need a dog? The one that disposes of your garbage. Some people were so angry at Zhang Yi's behavior that they almost fainted on the spot. Their hearts were bleeding. It was freezing cold, and the gas had been cut off at home, so there was no way to cook. Even a hot meal was a luxury. Not to mention braised pork, which they wouldn't dream of eating. But Zhang Yi, without any sense of thrift, threw away a whole pot. What a waste. I'd better eat something ready-made. Zhang Yi turned the camera and a dozen dishes appeared on the clean and tidy table at home. The warm yellow lampshade on the table makes the food look even more delicious. Zhang Yi pointed to the dishes and enthusiastically introduced them. Look, tonight I'm having braised prawns, sea cucumber with spring onions, tofu, sweet and sour yellow croaker, 9-turn stripe, fish fillet in fermented sauce, sweet and sour pork, mullet roast soup, and fried yam. Old friends, the dishes are ready, let's eat. Zhang Yi set up his mobile phone like a food anchor and started to eat with chopsticks. The neighbors in the group were going crazy with the news. Zhang Yi, give me a bite to eat. I'll bow to you. Zhang Yi, give my child a bite of the fish, even if it's just the tail. Zhang Yi, you are my father, I am your son, just let me have a sip of soup. There were endless pleas, and some people were frantically calling Zhang Yi's phone. Zhang Yi didn't even bother to pay attention to them, and just enjoyed his meal. Seeing the neighbors' frustrated looks, Zhang Yi felt that the meal tasted even better. Chapter 63, Infection. Zhang Yi's way of showing off his wealth made the owners of the entire apartment building feel like their hearts were bleeding. Now the leftover food in Zhang Yi's home is a delicacy for them. But Zhang Yi won't give it to them. Sun Jichao and the others' homes. Since their last failed attempt to break into Zhang Yi's house, their hopes of obtaining the antibiotics have also been dashed. After just 2 days, the aftereffects began to show. The 3 injured people felt an intense itchiness in their wounds. The blood around the bandages had become strange, with an abnormal yellow color. Sun Jichao couldn't help but pull the gauze off to take a look. As a result, he saw that the wound had begun to fester. A pungent, fishy smell hit him like a rotten, smelly animal carcass. No, no, no. Don't do this, I don't want to die yet. Sun Jichao cried out in fear, sniveling and snorting. Zhou Pang and Gu Jialiang were even more horrified when they saw this. They removed the gauze from their wounds and prayed that they would not get infected. Unfortunately, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. If it was just a scratch, they might have had a chance to heal themselves. However, the wounds they sustained were all penetrating wounds, with rusty crossbow bolts deeply embedded in their flesh. The wounds, combined with bacterial infection, and the lack of adequate nutrition and medicine, made it inevitable that the wounds would worsen. Several people screamed like madmen. In the room, Fang Yuqing was shivering. She held her cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's brother, they're all crazy, Qinger is so scared. Will you come and save Qinger? After Qinger gets there, she will definitely listen to you. You can tell Qinger to do whatever you want. After a while, Zhang Yi's reply came. Qinger, it hurts me to see you like this. But I can't go out. Chen Zhenghao is right next door. Why don't you come over? But be careful on the way, don't get hit by them. Yesterday, my neighbor was killed by them. You are so delicate and may be targeted by them. Zhang Yi over there was full of mockery. Facing Fang Yuqing, the White Lotus, he had only one thought in his heart, and that was to torture her in every way possible and let her die in pain and despair. Sure enough, when she heard that Chen Zhenghao was next door to Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing's face was full of confusion. Chen Zhenghao has killed too many people, she doesn't have the guts to take the risk. Zhang Yi, my brother, Xing is scared. Will you come and get me? Don't you have a weapon? Zhang Yi cursed in his heart. You bitch, you really gave me face, and you still want me to come pick you up? I want to do that too, but I was scared by them the other day and I'm not feeling well. Let's just say that I'm a little sleepy. Bye. Fang Yuqing listened to the screams outside the door and turned pale. But when she sent a message to Zhang Yi again, Zhang Yi had already stopped responding to her. In the following days, Zhang Yi's life was still rich and leisurely. Now he didn't have to go to work, so he could sleep whenever he wanted and get up whenever he wanted. There was no need to worry about making a living, and he didn't have to look at anyone's face. If anyone dares to upset him, he will just scold them back. This is a great life. Chen Zhenghao, who lived next door, was thinking about how to kill him and take his house. But for several days, he didn't see Zhang Yi come out. As long as Zhang Yi doesn't come out, he doesn't have a chance to deal with Zhang Yi. On the contrary, he himself was in a constant state of fear because Zhang Yi had put a bounty on him. He didn't even trust his own men, and slept with a gun in his hand. Soon, his nerves began to weaken. Chen Zhenghao thought hard and finally figured out what he should do next. Zhang Yi had been monitoring the entire building through surveillance, and he saw anyone who appeared in the hallway. In the past few days, he had noticed that Chen Zhenghao seemed to be plotting something. One after another, people began to enter Chen Zhenghao's home. These people were all young and strong, and they all lived alone. Some came of their own accord, while others were forced to come by Chen Zhenghao at gunpoint. Gradually, Chen Zhenghao's team expanded to 10 people. More than before. Zhang Yi realized what was going on. He was afraid, so he tried to recruit a group of people to come over, so that he could avoid being killed and come to me to claim the reward. However, in Zhang Yi's opinion, this approach is just a temporary solution. Zhang Yi killed more than 40 people in the building, and the remaining population is now down to about 70 people. According to the prediction of the previous life, the supplies of most families have basically run out. So the next food ration is people. Chen Zhanghao has gathered a group of followers and will soon begin the massacre of the others. However, this also means that Chen Zhanghao needs to provide rations for 10 people. Even if they kill each other, they won't be able to last long. Moreover, everyone is harboring their own secret agendas. Chen Zhanghao, the cripple, barely maintains his power with a gun. But he probably doesn't have many bullets left in his gun. Zhang Yi sent a message to Zhou Core, asking her about the situation at Chen Zhanghao's place. It took a long time for Zhou Core to reply to Zhang Yi. Chen Zhanghao and his men have gone crazy. They have already eaten all the food and are now eating people. I haven't eaten anything for 2 days and I feel like I'm going to die of hunger. This doesn't surprise Zhang Yi. If one day he was about to starve to death and had to eat people to survive, he would probably choose to die rather than eat them. Of course, Zhang Yi is eating well every day, so he naturally thinks this way. If one day he also reaches the desperate situation of food shortage, he doesn't know what he will do. Zhou Core continued to say to Zhang Yi, these days they go out every day to look for people. They just find a house with people in it and attack it, then kill them. Everyone is running out of supplies, which is ridiculous. The dozens of people you killed in the beginning actually helped many people live a little longer. But they also met resistance. Those who survived have formed groups, and they have also suffered casualties. After a long time, Zhou Core sent another message. Zhang Yi, can you still save me? Zhang Yi saw this sentence and felt the humility of this cold female doctor. She seemed to have little hope for Zhang Yi. After all, at a time like this, everyone is living from hand to mouth, so how can they take care of the lives and deaths of others? Zhang Yi thought about it for a long time and finally made a decision. Zhou Core, this woman is still useful to him, and he can't let her die like this. It is not easy to find a chief surgeon at a top 3 hospital, especially one who knows everything about you. If you can help me with one thing, I can let you live after it is done. Chapter 64, It's great to be the 6th child. Zhang Yi could accept Zhou Core, but she had to submit a written pledge. Zhang Yi's requirements are simple, useful, non-threatening, and most importantly, not a saint. Zhang Yi is confident about the first 2 points. But he wanted to know if Zhou Core could be ruthless when the time came. So he gave her a task. Zhou Core did not reply to Zhang Yi for a while, and it was obvious that she was also struggling. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry. After all, time was on his side. If Zhou Core fails this test, Zhang Yi will also decisively give up on her. After all, Zhang Yi is relatively healthy, and the probability of getting sick suddenly is very low. He would not go out casually, and the risk of injury was extremely low. But how long Zhou Core can live is hard to say. The next day, Zhang Yi slept until 10 o'clock in the morning before getting up. He lifted the velvet quilt and went to the bathroom to wash up. Then he changed into his sportswear and began to exercise on the treadmill. In the end times, good physical fitness is very important. Only with a strong body can you better cope with danger when it comes and avoid getting sick. He sweated profusely on the treadmill and ran for an hour before stopping. Then he took a hot shower. When he took a bath, Zhang Yi felt a sense of pride. You have to know that this kind of enjoyment is a luxury for many people nowadays. Bang! 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 At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he quickly wrapped a towel around himself and went outside. He soon heard a scolding voice, coming from Zhou Peng. Zhang Yi turned on the surveillance camera and saw Zhou Peng holding 2 kitchen knives outside the door, slashing wildly at his door. Zhang Yi, get out here. You just hide in your house all day, you're a coward, a useless piece of trash. Zhang Yi's mouth curled up. Yes, you're right. Then what? You're really a laughingstock. You're such a useless piece of trash that you can't even live, and you still think you can use provocation against Zhang Yi? Now it seems like you're more anxious, right? Zhang Yi noticed that when Zhou Peng smashed the door, he used his left hand to exert force, and it was difficult for his right hand to lift up. He knew that Zhou Peng's arm was infected. If you look closely, you can even see his arm bulging up high. Zhang Yi came to the door, put his hands in his pockets, and said lightly, "Zhou Peng, the taste of infection is not good, is it? When I was in biology class, my teacher taught us about wound infections. The tetanus bacillus on the rust enters your wound, and it's like maggots encountering a corpse, and it starts to multiply like crazy. Your arm wound is at least 10 centimeters deep. It's cold outside, but your flesh is warm. The bacteria are multiplying like crazy in that warm environment, eating your flesh. Then the wound began to fester, oozing black water, and the bacteria multiplied, making your wound bigger and bigger. Finally, they traveled along your blood vessels and went all over your body." Zhang Yi vividly described the situation, and after listening to him, Zhou Peng felt his arm hurt even more. He was sweating profusely, as if he felt that the bacteria were all over his body, ready to eat him alive. Even though he knew that Zhang Yi was trying to scare him, the fear in his heart could not be suppressed. "Ah! Zhang Yi, I'll kill you." Zhou Peng had gone mad. His arm was indeed rotten, and he knew he was going to die. So he wanted to try one last time, but this time he came over, destined to be in vain. In the next room, Chen Zhanghao's men heard Zhou Peng's crazy yelling and asked, "Do you want to kill him?" Chen Zhanghao thought for a moment and said, "Haven't you heard that he's dying of infection? How dare you eat pork that has died of illness?" They looked at each other and decided not to take the risk. Zhou Peng hacked at the door for a while and cursed for a while. Finally, he was tired and collapsed in front of Zhang Yi's house, and began to beg Zhang Yi for mercy, crying. Zhang Yi said in a low voice, "You're dead. The wound is rotten, it's in the advanced stages, there's no hope of saving you. It's better to take advantage of the fact that you're still alive and do the things you didn't dare to do when you were alive." Zhou Peng's eyes were filled with tears. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, he fell into even deeper despair. Was he going to die? Fear engulfed him like an abyss. But then came anger, outrageous anger. "I'm going to die anyway, what's there to be afraid of?" He struggled to get up and kicked the iron door of Zhang Yi's cell hard. He wanted to yell at him, but the door was too hard and the pain almost made him faint. Zhou Peng didn't care about this. He stumbled back down the stairs. When he returned to his place, his eyes were unfocused, and he vaguely saw Sun Jichao using a candle to roast a knife and then going to burn his own wounds. Sizzling. The sound of burning grease accompanied by the rising smoke, Sun Jichao's pupils dilated, and he still let out a painful wail even though he was biting the quilt. He seemed to think that this would kill all the bacteria. Ignorant and pitiful. Cousin. Wang Min looked at Zhou Peng with concern and didn't know how to comfort him. She knew that Zhou Peng would not live long. The stench of decaying flesh could be smelled in the house every day. The pain of a person who is not yet dead but whose body is already rotting is unimaginable to ordinary people. Zhou Peng ignored Wang Min and rushed to the room where Fang Yuqing was being held. Fang Yuqing saw Zhou Peng and screamed in fright. "Zhou? What are you doing?" Zhou Peng walked up to Fang Yuqing and stared at her with bloodshot eyes. "Yiqing, will you marry me?" This poor dog, even though his life was about to end, his greatest wish was to marry Fang Yuqing. In the end times, this request is so ridiculous, yet so humble. Fang Yuqing frowned, her eyes full of disgust. She subconsciously pinched her nose. "No, I don't want to." Zhou Peng's heart was broken. He had done so much for Fang Yuqing, even risking his own life. But Fang Yuqing never had the slightest interest in him from beginning to end. "No. You love me, you love me. I want to have you, before I die, I want you to be my woman." Zhou Peng lost his mind. He was unwilling to give up everything he had done for nothing. "If I can't have it, then I'll destroy it." The people outside the house heard the voices inside, but no one cared. In their eyes, Fang Yuqing was the culprit who had led them to their current situation, and she deserved to die. "No, you go away. You stink. You're disgusting." Fang Yuqing shouted. "How dare you call me smelly?" Zhou Peng was furious. He suddenly tore off the gauze on his arm. At this point, his wound was swollen and black and purple, and the pus was very scary. He made a creepy gesture, actually grabbing the rotten wound with his hand and shoving the rotten flesh into Fang Yuqing's mouth. "Let you scold me, let you scold me." Fang Yuqing gagged and vomited, but Zhou Peng still shoved a handful of rotten flesh into her mouth. Zhou Peng smiled cruelly, looking at his goddess being humiliated by him. He suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of pleasure. Chapter 65, Zhou Kor's Decision. Zhou Peng tore off Fang Yuqing's clothes, even though the temperature in the room was below 60 degrees below zero. Fang Yuqing was already too weak to resist, lying there with her eyes vacant. But when Zhou Peng took off his pants, he realized a cruel truth: he simply couldn't lift his head. No kidding, not to mention the extreme low temperature of minus 60 to 70 degrees Celsius, his physical fitness was also at its lowest. He wouldn't be able to do anything even if he was given a chance. Get up! Zhou Peng tried many ways to wake him up, but to no avail. It seemed that he had lost consciousness. Fang Yuqing saw this and sneered, "You're useless." The room echoed with Zhou Peng's desperate roar, like a teddy bear that had been chewed on. After a night of deep thought, Zhou Kor finally gave Zhang Yi a positive response. She knew that this was Zhang Yi's test for her. Although it was very dangerous, if she didn't do it, it wouldn't be long before she would also die at the hands of Chen Zhanghao and the others. She had to take a chance. That night, Chen Zhanghao and the others were sitting in the living room, and then sent one of the younger brothers to the kitchen to cook. Zhou Kor was watching them from the corner, and suddenly stood up and said, "I'll help him." Chen Zhanghao's eyes looked coldly at her, and his smile was a bit creepy. "Ah, I knew you couldn't resist." Zhou Kor's whole body stiffened, and her blood was about to coagulate. Chen Zhanghao continued, "No one can stand not eating for 2 days. Dr. Zhou, it's not a shame to live." Zhou Kor let out a sigh of relief and said with her lips pursed, "You're right, I don't want to die, I want to live." Chen Zhanghao thought that Zhou Kor had come to her senses and nodded, saying, "That's best. You're still somewhat useful to me. I don't want to see you die so early." Zhou Kor took a deep breath and silently turned around to help in the kitchen. The kitchen was covered in blood. Even though Zhou Kor had a stuffy nose, she could smell the stench. She forced herself to endure the discomfort and went over to help the little brother who was cooking. The little brother looked numb, didn't say anything, and just pointed to the axe and broken furniture next to him, asking her to chop wood and make a fire. Zhou Kor obediently did as she was told. Nowadays, with the lack of energy, the only way to cook is to burn furniture to make a fire. A makeshift stove was set up in the kitchen, with an iron pot on top. After the fire was lit, the snow inside began to melt and turn into water. However, the melted snow was not clear, but was extremely muddy and had some impurities in it. However, it was good to have something to eat, and no one was picky. Zhou Kor kept staring at the little brother, while observing the movements outside the kitchen. She was sweating profusely, because if her next move was discovered, she would be dead for sure. After a while, the waiter threw the ingredients into the pot and poured in some random seasonings. "Watch carefully." The waiter left the kitchen after coldly dropping a sentence. Zhou Kor waited for a long time, and only after confirming that it was safe did she reach into her pocket and take out a small bottle. Then she quickly unscrewed the cap and poured a pile of white powder into the soup. After doing this, she quickly put the bottle back in her pocket. Only then did she realize that her heart was beating like a single-cylinder engine, and her legs were shaking from nervousness. She swallowed hard and took the soup spoon to stir the powder in the pot. Although the whole process was thrilling, nothing unexpected happened. This is not a movie, there are not so many twists and turns. Due to the harsh living conditions, everyone has become numb. They never thought that Zhou Kor would put poison in the food. At noon, Zhou Kor brought a large pot of food to the table, and they immediately came over to eat with red eyes and impatience. In order to gain their trust, Zhou Kor also took a bowl of soup and quietly went back to the house. No one cared about her. Everyone just wanted to eat something warm. Hot food is life. Every bite of food is a hope for survival. After returning to her room, Zhou Kor sat on the bed with a bowl of soup in her hand. Then she began to wait silently. She had put a full half bottle of sleeping pills in the pot. This kind of sleeping pill works quickly. After taking one, you can fall asleep in 30 minutes. Especially after a meal, when blood is naturally drawn to the stomach, people are prone to drowsiness. With such a large amount, even an elephant would fall asleep after eating it. As a doctor, Zhou Kor knew very well how much this dose would make them fall asleep. Unless they were subjected to a particularly strong stimulus, they would not wake up for a long time. So it didn't take long before Zhou Kor heard the snoring coming from the living room. Zhou Kor cautiously went to the living room and saw everyone asleep on the sofa and chairs. She held her breath and sent a message to Zhang Yi. I gave them a lot of sleeping pills and they all fell asleep. What are you going to do next? Zhang Yi's apartment was just a wall away. He had been waiting for news from Zhou Kor to confirm whether she had completed the task. Only if she proves herself to be valuable enough will she become a pawn in Zhang Yi's hands. After seeing the message, Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and said to her, drag them up to the balcony. He wouldn't go over there, in case it was a trap. Zhou Kor bit her lip and finally said, okay. Most people would be scared to death, because if Qin Zhanghao and the others suddenly woke up at this time, they would definitely kill her. However, as a professional doctor, Zhou Kor was very confident in the efficacy of the drugs. She dragged Qin Zhanghao and the others out one by one and left them on the balcony, as Zhang Yi had requested. Even if it was cold outside, they would not wake up for a short time, which is what happens to people in a deep coma. On the contrary, because of the cold weather, the body will automatically choose to lower its body temperature, prolonging life in a dormant state. All of this was done by Zhou Kor, and Zhang Yi stood in front of the window and saw it all clearly. Zhang Yi knew exactly how many people Qin Zhanghao had under his command. Through the surveillance cameras, nothing escaped his attention. When he saw Zhou Kor panting and dragging all those people out, he nodded in satisfaction. What else do you want me to do? Zhou Kor asked in a trembling voice. That's enough. Wait for me for a moment. Zhang Yi put down his phone and turned back to the bedroom. After some thought, he took out a thick winter coat from the other dimension and put it on. He also took out 10 ropes as thick as a child's arm and hung them around his waist. He held a well-strung crossbow bolt in his left hand and a mountain-clearing knife on his back. Zhang Yi thought about it and felt that it was still not safe enough. He then took the pistol he had bought but never had a chance to use and put it in his hand with the safety on. After all this, he felt a sense of security. Zhang Yi went to the French windows. For the first time since the end of the world, he reached out to unlock the floor-to-ceiling window. The process was complicated, with a fingerprint, electronic and physical lock, a total of 3 layers. After unlocking the lock, Zhang Yi went to the balcony. The cold wind blew over, and through the winter clothes, it didn't feel particularly profound. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Professional-grade cold-weather clothing is really something. Zhou Kor was standing by the window, shivering and watching him. Are you going to kill them? Zhang Yi's mouth twisted, and he raised his gun at the villains on the ground, also aiming at Zhou Kor. He threw the ropes at Zhou Kor's feet. It wasn't me, it was you. Chapter 66, The Oath of Allegiance. Zhang Yi stood on the balcony, but his body leaned against the window, so that he could return to the room at any time if the situation was not right. Qin Zhanghao and his men were on the balcony next door, looking as if they had fainted. But Zhang Yi couldn't be sure that they were really unconscious. What if this was a trap set by them with Zhou Kor to lure him in? It's possible that the people on the other side will get up and kill him as soon as he crosses over. Moreover, the 2 balconies were separated by a distance of more than 10 centimeters. The stainless steel fence is extra slippery in the snow. If he climbed up, Zhou Kor could push him and he would fall from the 24th floor. Therefore, Zhang Yi pointed at Qin Zhanghao and the others on the ground with his gun. Use these ropes to tie their hands behind their backs. Also, I remember that Qin Zhanghao had a gun on him, so give it to me as well. Zhou Kor had a look of utter helplessness on her face. She had not eaten for 2 days, had only drunk a little water, and had dragged 10 people to the balcony, so she had no strength left. Seeing Zhang Yi so cautious, and even unwilling to come over to help, she bit her dry lips and said angrily, "You are too careful. It's better to be safe than sorry. I won't take any risks," Zhang Yi said indifferently. Zhou Kor had no choice but to do as Zhang Yi commanded. She took the rope and tied the hands of the people behind their backs. When she took out the pistol from Qin Zhanghao's pocket, Zhang Yi's gun was also pointed at her head. "Take the magazine off the gun and throw it to me." Zhou Kor looked at Zhang Yi and suddenly bit her lip and asked, "How can I trust you? What if after I do all this, you turn your back on me?" Zhang Yi said, "You have no other choice but to trust me. Only by trusting me can you possibly survive in this hostile environment." Zhou Kor thought for a moment, and she knew that she had no other choice but to trust Zhang Yi. She had no choice but to break her moral code and eat people, or else she would be doomed to starve to death. Zhou Ke removed the magazine from the pistol according to Zhang Yi's instructions and threw it at Zhang Yi's feet. Zhang Yi glanced at it with the corner of his eye to make sure it was indeed Chen Zhanghao's gun, and then said to Zhou Ke, "You go back inside first." Zhou Ke returned to the room carefully. She was very nervous at this moment. If Chen Zhanghao and the others woke up, Zhang Yi could return to the room, but she would be dead for sure. However, as Zhang Yi said, she had no choice. After Zhou Ke returned to the room, Zhang Yi did not rush to cross the balcony. He picked up Chen Zhanghao's gun on the ground. He glanced at the magazine, which still had 3 bullets in it. Zhang Yi threw the gun into the other dimension, then returned to the room and took a water pipe from the bathroom. Then he sprayed it at the dozen people on the balcony. The reason he didn't shoot was to save bullets, and also because he didn't want people to hear the noise and come over, causing unnecessary trouble. Splash! The water gushed out of the hose and fell on Chen Zhanghao and the others from a distance of 3 or 4 meters. The temperature difference between the 20+ degree indoor temperature and the 70+ degree outdoor temperature was close to 100 degrees Celsius. This made the originally warm water column spray out with steam. But when it hit them, it instantly began to freeze. Zhou Ke, who was in the room, couldn't help but hug her arms. It is indeed a very cruel thing to die in such a way. At this point, the group slowly woke up due to the cold water washing over them. The ice water had penetrated their bodies, freezing them from head to toe. Ah! A small Karami's lips turned purple from the cold and he let out a terrified scream. He tried to get up, but found that his hands were tied tightly behind his back. The ground was also covered in a thick layer of ice, which made him slip and slide, and he couldn't get up. Chen Zhanghao was also awakened by the icy water splashing on his face. He was shocked and suddenly realized that he had been drugged. But now, he didn't have time to figure out who had drugged him. Because the cold water that kept washing over his body made him feel as if he were in an ice cave, with a cold and tingling sensation all over his body, as if 10,000 needles were pricking every pore. Everyone woke up and screamed in terror. But they struggled desperately, but they couldn't get up. Since 10 people were crowded on the balcony, they were in each other's way. Zhang Yi. Chen Zhanghao saw Zhang Yi on the balcony next door spraying water at them and let out a roar. Zhang Yi finally came out of the room, and the unbreakable window opened a crack. Unfortunately, he was now handcuffed and could not even save his own life. "You've made enough noise. It's time to die," Zhang Yi said coldly. Chen Zhanghao and his men had killed nearly half of the neighbors in the entire building, and they were even close to catching up with Zhang Yi. If they keep him alive, it won't be long before he tries to kill Zhang Yi. Although Zhang Yi is not afraid, it is still best to kill him just to be safe. Zhang Yi would not joke with his own life and property. What could be safer than a dead man? Chen Zhanghao and the others struggled and roared with their last strength. However, they could not get up no matter what they did. Cold, icy water poured over their faces, into their mouths, and down their collars. Their clothes were soaked and turned into hard ice. 2 minutes later, they were lying on the ground, unable to make a sound, just twitching and turning purple. 3 minutes later, they couldn't even move because they had become 10 large ice cubes. 5 minutes later, the ice block became even bigger and joined together to form a solid block of ice. Zhang Yi did not continue to spray water in order to save water. Frozen like this, without modern medical treatment, it is impossible to survive. Zhang Yi returned to the room and locked the French windows. Then he took off his thick winter clothes and called Zhou Ke. "You have passed the test, you can come over." In the next room, Zhou Ke heard Zhang Yi's voice and her heart finally dropped. She said in a trembling voice, "Okay, I'll be right there." She grabbed her medical kit and fled, opening the door and leaving the hellish room. Zhang Yi opened the 4-layer door lock of the heavy security door, then took 2 steps back and pointed his pistol at the door with his right hand. He looked over at the surveillance camera to make sure that Zhou Ke was okay, and then used the mobile app to open the last electronic lock. "You can come in now." Zhou Ke, who was outside the door, heard the voice and raised her cold and pale hand, pushing hard. The door was very heavy, and she pushed with great difficulty. But when the door revealed a tiny gap, a warm current immediately enveloped her. Zhou Ke's eyes lit up with excitement. She had not felt this warm feeling for a long time. So she increased the strength in her hands, pushed the door open, and then took a step inside. After entering the room, she felt as if she had entered heaven. The cold that had previously covered her entire body was now rapidly disappearing. The warm, intoxicating sensation was like being in a hot bath. Slowly, she even began to feel an unbearable burning sensation. After all, she was wearing 6 layers of clothing, including 2 layers of down jackets. In Zhang Yi's 27 degrees Celsius room temperature, she was too hot to bear. So she quickly took off her clothes without paying attention to Zhang Yi's pistol aimed at her. Chapter 67, Prove that you are harmless to me. It was so hot in the room. Zhou Kor felt as if she was being roasted in a furnace in her down jacket, and it was particularly uncomfortable. She didn't care that Zhang Yi was pointing a gun at her, and quickly took off her thick down jacket to cool herself down. She panted heavily. Tears welled up in her eyes, indicating her excitement at the moment. Warm, so warm. Such a comfortable indoor temperature is the environment suitable for human beings to live in. She had not felt such ordinary happiness for a long time. Have you forgotten something? For example, this is my home, and you haven't passed my test yet. Zhang Yi said coldly to her. At this moment, Zhou Kor remembered that there was a man in front of her. Zhang Yi's gun was still pointed at Zhou Kor. Zhou Kor tried to force a smile. You're really cautious. I've done everything you asked, and I've taken care of your enemies. Isn't that enough to convince you? Zhang Yi said indifferently, those people are also a big problem for you. You didn't get rid of them just because of me. You also have a need to survive. Getting rid of them is just a way to prove that you are useful and meet the basic conditions for being my helper. But next, you have to prove your harmlessness. Zhang Yi pointed out the crux of the problem. After living through the long period of the end of the world, he was unwilling to trust anyone easily. Because no matter what kind of person they were in the past, they could lose their humanity in the apocalypse. He could only trust himself, and only by doing so could he survive in the apocalypse. Zhou Kor was somewhat helpless. She had already done everything Zhang Yi had asked of her, but she didn't know how to make Zhang Yi trust her. But she definitely didn't want to leave this warm house. Then what do you want me to do to convince you that I am harmless to you? Zhou Kor looked at Zhang Yi with pleading eyes, almost begging him. Zhang Yi looked at her and asked warily, are you hiding any weapons on your body? Zhou Kor raised her hands in silence. Look, I'm in this state, I can't possibly be hiding any dangerous weapons, right? Zhang Yi's expression was indifferent, and he shook the gun in his hand. Raise your hands. Zhang Yi meant to search her body to make sure that Zhou Kor was not hiding any weapons. Zhou Kor was a little embarrassed. But she also understood that she had no bargaining power at the moment. Zhang Yi's home was too warm. Compared to the environment she lived in before, it was like heaven. She understood that you had to pay a price for something. Okay, I understand. Zhou Kor mustered up the courage and did what Zhang Yi asked. She was a smart woman and knew what she had to give in order to get what she wanted. Zhang Yi's eyes were fixed on her, preventing her from suddenly pulling out some deadly weapon. It was purely for safety. He was a gentleman and would not think of anything else. Zhou Kor slowly raised her hands and placed them behind her head, pressing her body against the door as depicted in the TV series. Zhang Yi cautiously walked over and searched her. Is that good enough now? Zhou Kor waited until Zhang Yi had finished searching before asking. Zhang Yi confirmed that Zhou Kor was not carrying any weapons. Then he glanced at the first aid kit on the ground and said to Zhou Kor, I suggest you take a shower first. Zhou Kor's face turned even redder. She had indeed not bathed for a long time, and her body might have a slight odor, but there was nothing she could do about it. Shy, she ran into the bathroom like she was escaping. Zhang Yi found some women's clothes from another dimension and threw them outside the bathroom. Here are some clothes for you to change into. I picked out a set of clothes according to your size. Try it on and see if it fits. If it doesn't, I'll find you something else. Zhang Yi has been in charge of the warehouse for so long that he has developed a good eye. He could tell at a glance the size of Zhou Kor's clothes. Zhou Kor was in the bathroom, and she nodded in agreement in a low voice. Then, the sound of splashing water came from the bathroom. Zhang Yi came to her medicine box, carefully opened it with his hand, and carefully checked it. He found that there was no medicine left in it, only a few rolls of gauze that were almost used up and 2 unopened syringes. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, picked up the syringes, threw them into the other dimension, and then closed the medical kit for her. He sat on the sofa, waiting for Zhou Kor to finish her shower before continuing to chat with her about other things. In the bathroom, Zhou Kor turned on the shower. When the hot water sprayed on her head, her eyes filled with tears of excitement. Only after losing something do you realize what happiness is. In the beginning, she didn't realize the importance of the things in her daily life. But after the end of the world, she realized how precious those things were. Human civilization has developed for thousands of years, bringing with it convenient and fast products that have made people more and more delicate. Since she hadn't bathed for half a month, she took extra care this time. After half an hour, she suddenly realized that this was Zhang Yi's house, so she sped up her shower. After all, water resources are also very precious now. Zhang Yi did not make any comments or urge her to hurry, because he had a lot of water in reserve. And even in the event of an extreme situation, there is plenty of snow and ice outside to use. Human activity has been put on pause, and the natural snow water is so clean that it can even be drunk. Click. The bathroom door opened. Zhang Yi looked over and saw a steaming arm poking out of the door, picking up the clothes he had left outside. Soon after, Zhou Kor came out wearing a nightgown. Her wet hair hung behind her, a breathtaking beauty. Zhang Yi held a gun in his hand and ignored this beauty, his eyes still full of caution. He would not let his guard down until he was sure that this woman was trustworthy. Whether it is a seemingly weak woman or a child, they can all become a deadly threat in the end times. Thank you, Zhang Yi. I haven't had a bath in a long time, and I'm wasting your water. You won't blame me, will you? Zhou Kor's expression was a little embarrassed. She was still very cautious when she came to a strange man's house. Especially now, she didn't know anything about Zhang Yi. It is always a good idea to be careful and respectful at times like this. She didn't want to anger Zhang Yi and be thrown out. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. After experiencing the wonders of the safe house, who would want to go back to the freezing cold? Chapter 68, It's all settled today. Zhou Kor saw that Zhang Yi was still wary of her, and she couldn't help but think to herself, no wonder he can live so carefree in the end times. Sit down. Zhang Yi pointed to the sofa next to him, and the gun in his hand had already been picked up at some point. Zhou Kor obediently sat on the sofa 2 meters away from Zhang Yi, with her hands folded on her knees, like a good little girl. Listen, I let you move in because you have some value to me. But you must always remember that this is my home, and that you are here by my grace. Therefore, you must obey all my orders. Otherwise, I will kick you out. If you do anything to me that I don't like, I will kill you without mercy if I find out. Zhou Kor listened to Zhang Yi's cold words and couldn't help but think to herself, what a cold-blooded person. Although she knew that Zhang Yi had a reason for saying that, she would have been moved if Zhang Yi had said it more gently. She didn't know that Zhang Yi had been gentle before, but his gentleness had all been fed to the dogs. Zhang Yi pointed to another room. Their home has a 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout, with 2 secondary bedrooms in addition to the master bedroom where Zhang Yi lives. You will live in that room. But let me warn you, there are surveillance cameras in every corner of the house. So you'll be under my surveillance at all times, and you won't have any privacy. The door is also an anti-theft door, made of a material that is only slightly thinner than the main door, but it is not something that can be opened by human power. I have the key, and you can only leave when I allow you to. If you have any objections, Zhang Yi pointed to the door, you can leave now. How could Zhou Kor leave? Even if Zhang Yi's conditions are harsh, this house is a paradise compared to the harsh environment outside. She nodded, okay, I'll listen to you. Zhou Kor's submissive attitude made Zhang Yi very satisfied. She is a smart woman, and it is convenient to communicate with her. If it were the kind of little fairy that Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were, they would probably cry and make a fuss. They deserve to die in this apocalypse. Zhang Yi put away his gun and adjusted the position of the other one. He looked at Zhou Kor and his tone became slightly gentler. You are very smart, so it will be easier for us to get along in the future. You should understand what kind of purgatory is out there. You have no other way out but to be attached to me. So now, I'm going to tell you a secret. Listen carefully. Zhou Kor's eyes widened in surprise. A secret? You're willing to tell me? She felt that a secret from someone as cautious as Zhang Yi could not be that simple. Zhang Yi said, I tell you this secret to ensure your loyalty to me. But if you leak the secret, I'm not very afraid. After all, it's hard for everyone to protect themselves in this world, and I'm not afraid of anyone who can threaten me. He shrugged. I've killed all the people who tried to kill me before, and you've seen that. Zhou Kor nodded and looked at Zhang Yi seriously, wanting to hear what secret he was about to tell her. Zhang Yi said slowly, the cause of this snowstorm, I believe you have seen on the internet. It was caused by a gamma ray burst from a supernova explosion. This kind of ray will have a certain impact on the human body and may cause human mutation. Therefore, I have a superpower, which is to obtain an independent alien space. Ignoring Zhou Kor's surprised look, Zhang Yi continued, the reason I can live so happily and carefree is because I have stored a large amount of supplies in my space. Otherwise, with just this house, you can see that it can't store much. Therefore, I am alive, and you can enjoy those supplies with me. There will be food to eat and hot water to bathe in. If I die, this house will soon become no different from any other house. You will still starve to death. Zhang Yi did not completely trust Zhou Kor, even though he knew she was a kind person. He only believes in profit, not in human nature. Because human nature can be distorted, and it doesn't even take much effort. Only by telling Zhou Kor that I live, you can live, will Zhou Kor become his complete community of interests. In order to make Zhou Kor trust him, Zhang Yi took a long sandwich out of the other dimension and threw it to Zhou Kor. Seeing Zhang Yi pull a trick out of thin air and pull out a piece of bread, Zhou Kor's surprised gaze finally showed a hint of trust. Superpowers? Do such things really exist? Looking at the bread in her hand, she swallowed a mouthful of saliva, but did not dare to take a bite, but waited for Zhang Yi's order. This big piece of bread, if left outside, would be enough to make two families fight to the death. Not to mention that she hadn't eaten for 2 days. Zhang Yi said lightly, eat it, it's for you. Zhou Kor couldn't hold back any longer and took a bite. Zhang Yi saw her eating in a hurry and was afraid she would choke, so he poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Zhou Kor ate the bread in large mouthfuls. This fast food, which she used to despise, now made her teary-eyed with emotion. Oh my god, why is a piece of bread so delicious? Zhang Yi was quietly telling her the rules of living here. I don't trust you, so you have to be sensible. Don't make me tell you to clean or cook. The sewer has long since frozen, so when you go to the toilet, you need to use a special plastic bag to catch the waste, and then throw it out through the window. You will be doing this in the future. In other words, you'll be my maid. You'll have to work hard to earn a comfortable living environment and food. Do you understand? There is no room for idlers in Zhang Yi's house. Zhou Kor finished eating quickly and nodded repeatedly. I understand. Master, she said shyly. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. This little girl is quite capable. No wonder she was able to become a chief doctor at such a young age. Seeing that she had eaten and drunk her fill, Zhang Yi's mouth revealed a smile. He rested his chin in his hand and looked at her snow-white neck. Do you know why, out of all the people in the building, you and I are not the most familiar with each other, but I chose you? Zhou Kor pursed her lips. Because I am a doctor. You have everything you need, but you can't guarantee that you won't get sick or injured. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. That's one thing. Although I'm in good health, one should always be prepared for the unexpected. He took the half bottle of red wine left over from the previous night from under the coffee table and, as if by magic, produced 2 wine glasses. He poured 2 glasses of red wine and pushed one to Zhou Kor. So the second point, do you know why? Zhou Kor took the wine, hesitated for a moment, took a sip, and a hint of enlightenment appeared in her eyes. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Because I am a woman, and a very beautiful woman. This woman knows her own worth. Zhou Kor put down the glass in her hand and stood up. In front of Zhang Yi, she unbuttoned her robe. Zhang Yi didn't pretend to be a gentleman either. After more than half a month of repression, he had accumulated a lot of negative energy and needed to find a way to neutralize it. So, today is the day. Chapter 69, Sleep Well. This night was destined to be extremely long. Zhou Kor got the warm room she wanted. Now, she could finally sleep comfortably for the first time since the end of the world. Zhang Yi locked the door from the outside and kept the only key. Business is business, and there are basic principles to be observed. Even though Zhang Yi knew that Zhou Kor was a kind person, letting her in and letting her live was already the most he could do. He couldn't possibly let his guard down around her for a short time. He took a shower and went to bed. He slept for half a day, and when he woke up, Zhang Yi felt refreshed and his eyes were brighter than usual. Having a woman around makes life more fun. He always lives alone, and he is worried that one day he will have a nervous breakdown. After all, humans are social animals. But only if Zhou Kor is obedient and absolutely harmless. Zhang Yi opened the surveillance camera and saw that Zhou Kor was still sound asleep in bed. She hadn't had a good rest in a long time, so she slept soundly and hadn't woken up yet. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and, after getting dressed, went to wash up. After finishing the morning cleaning, he went to the living room to prepare breakfast. Zhang Yi took some food from the other dimension and placed it on the coffee table. Then he went to Zhou Kor's door and opened the lock. Zhang Yi knocked on the door. "Come out and have something to eat." It was funny to say, but even though Zhang Yi could see everything in the room, he still knocked on the door out of courtesy. After all, the two of them wanted to get along in the long run, and basic respect was still necessary. Zhou Kor's voice came softly, with a hint of fatigue. "Okay, I'll be right there." Zhang Yi came to the dining table, picked up a beef cheeseburger, and walked to the window while eating. After a night, the big ice cube next door had become even bigger, and the snow falling on it was white, and the distorted appearance of 10 corpses inside could be faintly seen. Zhou Kor came out of the room and saw Zhang Yi. Her face turned a faint red. As a medical doctor who graduated from a prestigious university, she has always been arrogant and unapproachable to men. That's why she's kept her body pure until now. After all, people in high society attach great importance to such things. But she never thought that she would not give it to her husband, or even to her lover. Instead, in the end times, she gave it to a man she barely knew in exchange for survival. But looking at Zhang Yi's long, slender figure and her cold, rational and handsome face, she felt particularly at ease. Women always have a special feeling for their first man. Zhang Yi really liked Zhou Kor because she was beautiful. Which man wouldn't love a beautiful woman with a great body and a pretty face? But love is something that can't be discussed right now. Perhaps when he completely trusts her in the future, he will slowly pour his feelings into her. After all, it is too tiring to live in the end times, and one always needs some affection to rely on. Zhang Yi gestured to Zhou Kor that there was food on the table. Zhou Kor looked over and found steaming burgers, fried chicken, and French fries. These were ordered by Zhang Yi from fast food restaurants such as KFC and McDonald's before the end of the world. Due to the preservation ability of the different space, they are still hot when taken out. Zhou Kor swallowed and couldn't help but walk over and pick up a hamburger and eat it in one gulp. The fast food she used to disdain now tasted so good that she wanted to cry. In less than 10 minutes, she had finished the entire pile of food. Zhou Kor lay on the chair and burped comfortably. When she saw Zhang Yi's half-smiling expression, she blushed and covered her mouth, embarrassed. Zhang Yi didn't care about this. He asked, "Are you done?" Zhou Kor tilted her head and said seriously, "I'm not full yet." "But you can't eat too much at once, otherwise it's easy to cause gastroenteritis." "So that's it? Come and work." Zhang Yi pointed to the outside with his chin. Zhou Kor obediently walked over. Zhang Yi took out 2 sets of cold weather clothing from a different dimension. Zhou Kor's eyes widened. Although it wasn't the first time she had seen it, she still found it very magical. Her heart was even more determined to follow Zhang Yi's determination. In the end times, there are very few people who can survive. Only by following powerful people can you increase your chances of survival. Zhang Yi threw a set of cold weather clothing to Zhou Kor to put on, and he put on a set himself. "What are we going to do?" Zhou Kor asked curiously. Zhang Yi pointed to the ice cube on the balcony next door and said, "Go smash that ice cube." Zhou Kor's body trembled. Their bodies have already fused with the ice. If you smash the ice, their bodies will also be smashed to pieces. They must be dead already, so why do it? Zhang Yi shrugged. "Maybe it's because I simply hate them." Seeing Zhou Kor's surprised look, Zhang Yi smiled and said, "In this building, almost everyone wants to kill me and take my room and supplies. I had to do something to show them that I wasn't someone to be messed with." He shrugged. "In the past, they thought I was a coward who only knew how to stay at home. Of course, I didn't mind what they thought of me. But after a while, it gets a bit annoying, and it's good to teach them a lesson." There is another reason Zhang Yi did not say, and he did not bother to tell Zhou Kor. He, Zhang Yi, is a man who will always seek revenge. Chen Jianghao had tried to kill him several times, and Zhang Yi was very angry. But to let them freeze to death would be too easy for them. Zhou Kor seemed to realize something and pointed at her own nose, saying, "You're not going to make me do it again, are you?" She was speechless. It seems that from beginning to end, she was the only one who worked hard to kill Chen Jianghao and the others. Now that Chen Jianghao and the others are dead, why is Zhang Yi still so timid? Zhang Yi said seriously, "This is called prudence." Nonsense. What if I go over there and you close the window? Although Zhang Yi's supplies are all in the space, he is not worried about starving to death. But after living a comfortable life for so long, who wants to suffer? Zhou Kor rolled her eyes. She was at a loss for words. She thought to herself, how can there be such a prudent person? She's not a fool, so why would she do something that would harm others and not herself? Zhang Yi didn't care about that, and made a gesture of invitation to her, then handed her a baseball bat. Zhou Kor noticed that when Zhang Yi handed her the baseball bat, his body was clearly in a defensive position. She was so angry that she was speechless at Zhang Yi's over-conservatism. But she was not happy about it, and her body was still honest enough to take the bat and climb over the fence to the balcony next door. Zhang Yi took out his cell phone and started recording. Chapter 70, Deterrence. Zhou Kor raised the baseball bat in her hand, looked at the huge ice cube in front of her, gritted her teeth, and then decisively smashed it down. After all, she had studied medicine, so she wasn't that squeamish about corpses. With a crack, the ice cube shattered. Zhou Kor's hand was in pain from the shock, and she let out a cry and dropped the baseball bat in her hand. Zhou Kor frowned slightly and rubbed her palm. It's so hard. Before Zhang Yi could say anything, she walked into the house and returned with a large hammer in her hand. This is still the best, she said with a determined look. Zhang Yi was silent for a moment. He felt that he had underestimated the woman in front of him. Zhou Kor raised the hammer and smashed it down hard. Since there wasn't too much water, the ice wasn't too thick, and Zhou Kor had a lot of strength, so she really smashed a big piece. Zhang Yi held his cell phone and recorded the whole process. After the first blow, Zhou Kor became more and more bold, and no longer felt fear. After a series of cracking sounds, the ice block was already in pieces. At this point, it was already hard to see what was inside, and all that could be seen was a colorful mass. But Zhang Yi knew what they were. Zhou Kor climbed back after completing Zhang Yi's request. What's the point of recording this? Zhou Kor asked curiously while changing her clothes. Zhang Yi's mouth curled up slightly, and he sent it to the owner group with a smirk. Zhou Kor suddenly realized that you want to establish your authority in the owners group so that they will not dare to harass you in the future? Zhang Yi smiled lightly. Not only that, I want to replace Chen Jianghao's place in their hearts. The neighbors are more afraid of Chen Jianghao than they are of him. Because Chen Jianghao had a gun and would come to their door to kill them and take their supplies. Even if Zhang Yi kills more people, the impression he gives is still that of a wretched guy who kills people by surprise at home. Zhang Yi wanted to take the initiative and prepare for the day when he would leave the house. Who knows, maybe that day would come. Zhou Kor nodded in support of Zhang Yi's approach. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa to rest and check the chat group for updates. Zhou Kor leaned against Zhang Yi, her legs together, like a cute kitten. Her head was also placed next to Zhang Yi, and they watched the reactions in the owners group together. The two looked like a couple in love. Zhou Kor's feelings for Zhang Yi stem from dependence, which is a natural part of a woman's nature. However, to Zhang Yi, she is still more of a servant. As for feelings, we'll talk about that later. If there are any, he won't mind. But if there is, it won't be much. The internet seems to have become a bit slower recently. It took Zhang Yi a minute to upload this video, and it only completely uploaded after that. It seems that the surrounding base stations have also been affected due to the heavy snow. However, as a world-famous infrastructure construction fanatic, China is at the top of the world in terms of communications. Therefore, it has not reached the stage where communication is impossible. It is just that long-distance communication may be more susceptible to interference. The neighbors saw the video and were curious to open it. When they saw how Chen Jianghao and the others had died, I don't know how many people laughed hysterically, laughing and crying. Chen Jianghao, the devil is finally dead. Xiao Chui, you can rest in peace now. Finally, he's finally dead. We can go out. You son of a bitch, you died well. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The neighbors hated Chen Jianghao to the bone. If it weren't for Chen Jianghao's bloody rampage, many people in this building would not have died. Their relatives, friends and lovers were all killed by Chen Jianghao and his men. This hatred is beyond words. Zhang Yi posted a message in the group chat. Chen Jianghao is dead, and I, Zhang Yi, did it. Zhou Ke, who was standing next to him, gave him a sidelong glance and thought to herself, didn't I do it? Zhang Yi continued, from now on, this building will be under my control. The neighbors then remembered that Zhang Yi had posted the video, and that Zhou Ke was in the video. Zhang Yi, did you kill Chen Jianghao? You're really something. Thank you for helping us get rid of a damn demon. Zhang Yi, do you have any food at home? I'm starving. My son is dead, and my daughter is dead. But I want to live. Zhang Yi, do you have any food at home? Give me some, I'll do anything you want. When the neighbors saw Zhang Yi appear, they immediately began to beg him. Zhang Yi, these two words in their eyes are synonymous with a large amount of supplies, a synonym for food. Zhang Yi was speechless. From the looks of it, they didn't seem to be afraid of him. He said to Zhou Ke, who was standing next to him, I killed Chen Jianghao, but why aren't they afraid of me? Zhou Ke said without hesitation, because compared to Chen Jianghao, that crazy guy, you are a good person. Zhang Yi pointed at himself, unable to laugh or cry. I'm a good person? Don't give me a high hat. Zhou Ke said very seriously, in my opinion, you are a good person. Because you have never taken the initiative to kill anyone. As for Chen Jianghao, he deserved to die. Zhang Yi smiled and said nothing. He didn't think he was a good person, but at least he didn't think he was a bad person yet. That's because he hasn't been pushed to the brink, so he can still retain the basic moral bottom line of human nature. At this moment, someone sent a voice message. Zhang Yi, has Zhou Ke moved into your house? Why do you only let Zhou Ke move into your house, but not me? Why won't you let me in? She realized the blind spot, that is, Zhou Ke in the video was helping Zhang Yi. So, it is very likely that the two of them are together. Many people's eyes turned red. They all dream of entering Zhang Yi's house. It is said that there is a fireplace inside, and it is a greenhouse with a temperature of 20 to 30 degrees. It is cozy and comfortable inside, and the supplies fill the entire room, so you could eat for 10 years without running out. In the past, they tried to storm the house, but they all failed. But the story of Zhou Ke gave them a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yi, I can do what Zhou Ke can do. And I can do it better than she can. Let me in, too. Zhang Yi, I haven't told you this before, but I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my boyfriend? Zhang Yi, although I am a man, I can do it for you. Zhang Yi looked at it and felt it was too spicy for the eyes. Zhou Ke was also stunned, and at the same time, she felt a sense of crisis. In fact, she is not irreplaceable as a doctor or a woman. At the very least, she was not very good at dating men. What if Zhang Yi met someone better in the future and neglected her? Zhou Ke bit her lip and secretly made up her mind to show her value in the future and then hold on to Zhang Yi's leg. The neighbors were all envious of Zhou Ke and asked Zhang Yi to play with them as well. Especially Fang Yuqing, who was almost mad when she saw the news. Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, are you with Zhou Ke now? Zhang Yi didn't bother to respond. Fang Yuqing was desperate. At this moment, she was in a stinking room, unkempt and looking like a madman. Sun Jichao, Zhou Pang, and Gu Jialiang had been dead for several days. But Fang Yuqing still had hope and light in her heart. She believed that one day she would be able to go to Zhang Yi's house and enjoy the good life. She typed with her chapped hands, Brother Zhang Yi, since Chen Jianghao is now dead, can Qing go to you? Didn't you say you wanted to live a good life with Qinger? You want to make Qinger live a happy life, with food and clothes? You promised me, you have to want me. You are not allowed to be with other women. You are mine, and everything about you belongs to me. Zhang Yi didn't expect that Fang Yuqing was still alive. He sneered and asked, You're not dead yet? Fang Yuqing's eyes lit up. So, Zhang Yi's brother thought I was dead and let that bitch Zhou Ke move in with them? Yes, that must be it. Now that he knows I'm alive, he'll definitely choose me over her. Her lips trembled with excitement as she said to Zhang Yi, Qinger is doing fine now. You used to like Qinger so much, you won't change your mind, right? Don't let Zhou Ke stay in your house, let me go. I'm the one who loves you the most. Get her out of the house. At this moment, Wang Min and Lin Caning, who were both unkempt, discovered the abnormality of Fang Yuqing. The two of them saw the light in Fang Yuqing's eyes and immediately realized that she was talking to Zhang Yi. They rushed over and said with a hideous look on their faces, "Fang Yuqing, don't think about leaving us behind to live a good life." The three of them scrambled for a cell phone, desperately trying to send a message to Zhang Yi. Lin Caning, "Zhang Yi, I am not inferior to Fang Yuqing. I can do everything she can do. I am more considerate than her, and I will not treat you as a spare tire." Wang Min, "Zhang Yi, Sister Wang is a little older, but older people know how to care for others. Young girls don't know what it means to be gentle and considerate. Give Sister Wang a chance." Zhang Yichuan was watching the show, listening to the messages they sent in a scramble, and the voice full of quarrels, and couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Ke, on the other hand, was even more anxious, clinging to Zhang Yi's arm as if she was afraid he would run away. Chapter 71. Don't contact her, I'm afraid she'll misunderstand. Zhou Ke's initiative to get close to him made Zhang Yi feel a little happiness and warmth in his heart. Although he is not a man who is easily influenced by women, he also needs tenderness and love. Zhou Ke is undoubtedly a beauty, and it is only reasonable that she is lethal to him. He also enjoyed the process of her coming over to him. Zhang Yi had a wicked sense of humor. If Fang Yuqing saw how close he and Zhou Ke were, would she be furious? Thinking about this, Zhang Yi immediately picked up his phone and sent a selfie to the two of them. In the photo, Zhou Ke was snuggling up to him, holding his arm tightly. Then he sent the photo to Fang Yuqing. "Qinger, you're a good person. But unfortunately you came too late. I've met someone better now. You will bless us, right?" Fang Yuqing was still desperately fighting for the phone. Ding dong. The three of them heard the sound of the message and hurriedly looked over. Every message from Zhang Yi was a glimmer of hope for them. But in the end, they saw the intimate look between Zhou Ke and Zhang Yi, and it was clear that they were already a couple. Zhou Ke is superior to them in terms of education, talent, and appearance. Fang Yuqing has a low level of education and works as a clerk in a warehouse. Compared to the high-quality white beauty like Zhou Ke, she was simply obliterated. So, the burning jealousy was burning furiously. "Zhang Yi, no. You can't do this to me. Qinger loves you the most. She must be lying to you. She doesn't really like you. Give me a chance, and I'll prove that I'm the one who really loves you." Zhang Yi sneered and said, "No need. I and Ke are truly in love. She is much better than you. How could I give her up for you? Do you think you are qualified? So let's not contact each other anymore. I'm afraid she'll misunderstand." Zhang Yi knew that his words would surely make Fang Yuqing furious. Because he understood that he was Fang Yuqing's last hope in the end times. It is such a wonderful thing to personally extinguish all of a person's hopes. Especially in this way. Fang Yuqing always thought of herself as a goddess, someone who only needed to be licked by men. But today, she has been robbed of her man, in her own mind, by another woman. The point is that woman is indeed better and prettier than her. The pain and despair were twice as bad. She regretted it so much that she wanted to beat herself to death, asking herself why she had been so blind as not to marry such a good man as Zhang Yi. Just as Zhang Yi had predicted, Fang Yuqing was about to go crazy and let out a hysterical cry from the bottom of her throat. "I don't believe it. Zhang Yi, you are obviously my lapdog. You licked me for 2 years, but why don't you lick me now that I am so willing? That bitch, why did you take my things? You deserve to die." "Yes, Zhou Ke, it's all that bitch's fault." Lin Caning and Wang Min saw Zhang Yi's message and pointed at Fang Yuqing and laughed. "Haha, you stupid bitch, you were just being self-absorbed, and this is your retribution. You deserve this." Her best friend, Lin Caning, scolded her with clenched teeth and contempt in her eyes. Fang Yuqing's eyes were red when she tried to send a message to Zhang Yi again, but she found that she had been blocked by Zhang Yi. This means that Zhang Yi completely doesn't want to talk to this woman anymore. Soon after, she would die in this apocalypse, and Zhang Yi's torture and humiliation of her had satisfied him. Zhang Yi put down his phone and smiled happily. The more this bitch suffers, the happier he is. Zhou Ke leaned against him tightly, looking up at him curiously. Zhang Yi turned his head and their eyes met. He suddenly frowned and squeezed her tenderly. "Do you think I'm cruel?" Zhou Ke's breathing suddenly became rapid, and her face flushed with nervous excitement. You must have your reasons for doing this. Zhang Yi's eyes became deep. He thought about how he had been treated by Feng Yuqing in his previous life. He had given her everything, but in the end she had betrayed him, tricked him into opening his door, and led to him being torn apart by his neighbors. The pain was unforgettable, something that no human could imagine. After all, you had to watch them cut off your limbs with a dull knife, one by one. I'm glad you understand. Zhang Yi didn't want to explain too much, and he couldn't explain it clearly. After all, those things had nothing to do with Zhou Ke. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Ke killed Chen Zhanghao, they had a lot more peace and quiet. At least there was. No one knocking and hammering next door every day, and no one sent to spy on them. Chen Zhanghao himself didn't know that the main reason Zhang Yi killed him now was that he was too annoying. The atmosphere in the 25th floor was slightly relaxed, not as oppressive as before. Zhang Yi knew that this was just an appearance. The further into the end times, the more distorted human nature became. Even without Chen Zhanghao, those who have already tasted the taste of flesh may still kill. But still, what does it have to do with him? That morning, after Zhang Yi got up, he went to Zhou Ke's door and helped her open it. Zhou Ke went to the bathroom with a blush on her face, then came back to prepare breakfast for Zhang Yi. Her cooking skills were average, but at least better than Zhang Yi's. Occasionally, Zhang Yi would like to eat freshly made food, so she would make some. Of course, before eating, Zhang Yi would also let Zhou Ke taste it first before putting down the chopsticks. During the meal, Zhang Yi would brush WeChat and some news that was still in operation. Nowadays, very few software that is still in operation is actually maintained by the government. In extremely cold temperatures, most people cannot survive. But the higher-ups always have a plan for disasters, allowing some so-called important people to survive. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face in the WeChat group. It was Auntie Lin, who had been acting crazy before. Auntie Lin, the snowstorm will be over soon. My brother is the governor of Jiangnan province, and he called me to tell me. You all have to listen to me now, or I'll have you all shot. Did you hear what I said? Now bring me some food right away. But no one in the group responded to her. She's crazy. But it's a miracle that she's still alive. I remember that Chen Zhanghao first grabbed her. Zhang Yi said indifferently. Zhou Ke, who was sitting across from him, showed a faint expression of sadness. When I went to see Lin Xiaohu, I pitied them and gave them some supplies. Chapter 72 Uncle Yu borrows medicine. Zhang Yi looked at her in response. Zhou Ke was afraid that Zhang Yi would think she was a saint, so she hurriedly explained, at that time, the snowstorm had just begun, and I thought it would be over soon. Zhang Yi smiled disapprovingly, put his phone on the table, and crossed his arms. That's not the problem. The supplies you gave her should have been finished long ago. How has she been able to survive until now? Zhou Ke, still chewing on a piece of pork, silently put the piece of pork into the bowl when she heard Zhang Yi's words. Lin Xiaohu died almost 10 days ago because he had no medicine. Zhang Yi nodded, which made sense. He suddenly smiled and said, in the past, Lin Xuanxia always said that Lin Xiaohu was the apple of her eye, and she couldn't wait to hold him in her mouth. She did exactly what she said. Zhou Ke couldn't help but cover her mouth and give Zhang Yi a reproachful look. I'm eating. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh when he saw that the prank had succeeded. He suddenly felt that having a woman living with him was really much more interesting. At least one person won't be so boring to talk to. Just as they were talking, a voice suddenly shouted outside. The two of them turned their heads and looked out the window. About 40 meters away from the building they were living in, a naked man stood on the balcony of Building 18, shouting into the wind with his arms raised high. Then, under the watchful eyes of the two people, he dove down like a diver. Zhou Ke frowned slightly and couldn't help but sigh, when will this snowstorm end? In the end times, there are many people who choose to commit suicide because they cannot see any hope for the future. Zhang Yi shook his head. Who knows? The changes in nature are not something that humans can grasp with their current level of technology. It weren't for the snowstorm, I wouldn't have found a wife at all. Zhang Yi said, I still have a few boxes of medicine here. Come and get them later. Zhang Yi's tone was light and relaxed, but the keywords, a few boxes, revealed a key piece of information. That is, he, Zhang Yi, actually doesn't have much fever-reducing medicine in his hands. But in the freezing cold, in the midst of a shortage of supplies, he still gave it to you decisively. You can see how righteous Zhang Yi is and how good he is to you. Can you not risk your life for him in the future? Sure enough, Uncle Liu was so excited that he couldn't speak for a long time. Zhang Yi, how can I thank you? You have helped me twice, and I, Yu Jiguang, will never forget this. If you ever need me, I will never say no, or I will be beaten to death. Uncle Liu swore passionately. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Uncle Liu, you're being too formal. We've been friends for many years. In my eyes, you're like a real uncle to me. Don't talk to me nicely. Come and get your medicine. Zhou Kor, who was sitting across the table, pouted, looked at Zhang Yi with a mischievous look on her face, and even made a face at him. She realized that Zhang Yi had a cunning side to him, hidden beneath his cold and cautious appearance. After Zhang Yi hung up the phone, Zhou Kor asked curiously, Are you and Uncle Liu that close? Zhang Yi picked up his bowl and chopsticks and said lightly, Relationships between people are based on interests. This is even more obvious in the end times. Uncle Liu is a kind and strong man. If he owes me a favor, I might be able to use him in the future. At this point, Zhang Yi suddenly paused. Then he said, And from the bottom of my heart, I don't want the brilliance of his humanity to dissipate in this apocalypse. That is something extremely precious. Chapter 73, A Scheming Mother. After a while, Zhang Yi heard a knock on the door. Then came the voice of Uncle Liu. Zhang Yi, this is Yu Jiguang. Are you at home? He looked out of the window through the surveillance camera as he usually did. But soon Zhang Yi frowned. Because standing at the door was not only Uncle Liu, but also a woman holding a baby. Although she was wrapped in a thick down jacket, Zhang Yi knew that she must be the mother, Xia Mei. What is she doing here? Zhang Yi still had a good impression of Uncle Liu, but he and Xia Mei had no relationship. And based on his experience in the previous life, he always felt that this woman was not simple. Zhang Yi got up from his chair and walked to the door. Zhou Kor only glanced at him, but did nothing. In this house, Zhang Yi was the master. Zhang Yi came to the door, but didn't open it. Is it Uncle Liu? He asked knowingly. Uncle Liu said, Yes, it's me. At this moment, Xia Mei behind him said, Zhang Yi, our family's Tangbao has a high fever that won't go down. Please help her. Her voice was full of tears. Zhang Yi took out a box of acetaminophen suspension drops and a box of Xiakia cold medicine, and then threw them out through the shooting hole. Hurry up and give the medicine to the child to take. At a time like this, getting sick is no small matter. Uncle Liu quickly picked up the medicine on the ground, his eyes full of excitement. Zhang Yi, thank you so much. Xia Mei took the medicine. Uncle Liu wanted to take her with him, but a strange light flashed in her eyes. She said, Zhang Yi, I beg you for one thing. Can you let the baby stay at your house for a while? I know your house has a heater, so it's warmer. But our house is freezing. The baby is sick now, and I'm worried that she'll catch a cold. Can you help us with this? Uncle Liu next to her was stunned. Xia Mei had not mentioned this to him when she came. He felt a bit embarrassed, because he had not discussed this with Zhang Yi before coming. Now Xia Mei suddenly brought it up, leaving him in the middle and making him feel very uncomfortable. But seeing Xia Mei's sad eyes, he didn't know what to say. In the room, Zhang Yi heard Xia Mei's words and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Is she asking for more? Is that you, Xia? I'm really sorry, but I can't let anyone in at a time like this. And we're almost out of coal. To be honest, the temperature isn't much better than outside. Zhang Yi was not moved by her words. Xia Mei said it nicely, for the sake of the child. But neither he nor Zhou Kor have any experience caring for children, and even if they did, he would be too lazy to do such a trivial thing. So once the children are let in, Xia Mei can also use the excuse of taking care of the children to come in. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send him away. If she has some bad intentions, Zhang Yi will have to be on guard 24 hours a day. He wouldn't bother. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Uncle Liu also whispered to Xia Mei, Zhang Yi has been good to us, and he even gave the baby medicine. Let's go back and make more clothes so that it won't get cold. Xia Mei wiped away her tears and said in a whiny voice, What do you know, you man? The baby is so small and very fragile. She then said to Zhang Yi inside the door, Zhang Yi, I know this request is a bit inappropriate. But I really have no other way. I know you are a kind person, so I am shameless enough to make this request. Please, for the sake of the baby, and for the sake of Uncle Yu, let the baby stay in your home for a while. Having said all this, she also involved Uncle Yu, who was standing next to her. Generally speaking, if you are not particularly hard-hearted, you will give in. When you ask someone for a big favor, it's best to start with a small one. Then, after the other person has agreed to the small request, they will be embarrassed not to agree to the big request. This shows that this woman is no ordinary woman. Xia Limei deliberately did not communicate with Uncle Yu in advance, but waited until Zhang Yi had finished delivering the medicine before she proposed that the baby live in Zhang Yi's house. But she underestimated how hard Zhang Yi's heart was. Zhang Yi stood with his arms folded by the door, saying, "Sister Xia, if this request had been made before the end of the world, I would have definitely agreed. Now you know, hey, everyone in this building wants to rob my house and kill me. I am really scared and dare not let strangers into my home. I believe you can understand me, right? Uncle Yu, you should understand, right?" Uncle Yu nodded repeatedly. At this point, he was caught in the middle and was very embarrassed, but his gratitude for Zhang Yi made him reluctant to continue to trouble Zhang Yi. Yes, Zhang Yi has been very good to us. Who else would be willing to give us medicine? Do you know how difficult it is to get medicine now? Xia Limei bit her lip and didn't argue with Uncle Yu. She just had tears in her eyes and looked pitiful. But didn't he let Zhou Kor live in their house? Zhang Yi smiled contemptuously and said, "Zhou Kor is my girlfriend. Is there a problem?" Zhou Kor heard this remark, and although she knew that Zhang Yi was just being polite, she still smiled slightly. Compared to the truth, women care more about men's sweet words. Even if she knows it's a lie, she will hypnotize herself into believing it's true. Xia Limei frowned slightly, as if she was thinking of a response. But Uncle Yu doesn't have her thick skin. Zhang Yi has helped him out many times, he can't lose face in front of the men. So he took Xia Limei by the hand and said with a serious expression, "Let's go, don't cause trouble for others. Zhang Yi has been good to us, don't go too far." Seeing that Uncle Yu was really angry, Xia Limei immediately changed her expression to one of grievance. "I know, I don't want to do that either, it's all for the sake of the child." Uncle Yu said to the room, "I'm sorry, Zhang Yi. Don't be so petty with her. Thank you for this time." Zhang Yi also said, "It's okay, everyone can understand this kind of mood. Let's support each other." Through the surveillance camera, Zhang Yi saw Uncle Yu take Xia Limei and the child downstairs. He returned to the table and said to Zhou Kor, "This woman is a bit of a problem." Zhou Kor said disapprovingly, "Aren't there a lot of people like that?" Zhang Yi shrugged, "That's true, but I have a good relationship with Uncle Yu. I'm afraid she will interfere with our relationship in the future. Uncle Yu is the ideal employee Zhang Yi has chosen." Zhang Yi didn't want this Uncle Yu to have a woman around him, whispering all kinds of nonsense in his ear. Zhang Yi's heart was a little more wary of Xia Limei. At the very least, she is covetous of Zhang Yi's family's house and supplies. Chapter 74, Night Raid on Zhang Yi's home. Uncle Yu took Xia Limei and the child back home. After closing the door, he said with a displeased look on his face, "What kind of nonsense was that you just said? How can you ask someone to help you take care of your child? It's so chaotic out there, who knows if people are human or ghosts." He was able to give the child medicine, which means he is a trustworthy and good person. How can you be so greedy? Xia Limei sat on the bed with the baby in her arms, feeding him medicine while unbuttoning her blouse and letting the milk help him swallow the medicine. She didn't argue with Uncle Yu, but said with a soft voice, "Isn't it all for the sake of the child? You know, the only motivation for me to live now is the baby. If anything happens to her, what's the point of me living?" As she said this, tears began to fall. Uncle Yu turned his head and saw her snow-white breasts, and he was suddenly a little soft and a little tough. His tone softened. "I know what you mean. But as a human being, you should at least know how to repay a favor." Thinking of Zhang Yi's two big favors, Uncle Yu patted his thigh and said with emotion, "If it weren't for Zhang Yi, I would never have thought of stocking up on supplies in advance, and I wouldn't be alive now. I, Yu Jiguang, must find a chance to repay this great kindness." At this moment, he heard Xia Limei's voice in his ear. "Actually, I don't think you need to be so grateful to Zhang Yi. At least he's protecting you, right?" Uncle Yu was stunned and said excitedly, "What are you talking about?" Xia Limei looked weak and vulnerable. "If he really trusted you, he would have opened the door when we came by and let us in for a chat. The medicine was thrown out the window, not even showing his face. He was just being careful of you. Uncle Yu is very unhappy. Don't talk nonsense. He was being kind, but you turned it into something else. Xia Li Mei continued in a soft voice, I'm not saying that for no reason. I think he has helped you, but he hasn't lost much either. Maybe he was just giving you a little favor, hoping that you would one day become his henchman. If he is really a good person, how could he use such vicious methods to kill dozens of neighbors? Unless he wants us to live in his house, I don't believe he's a good person. Besides, his house is big enough for the three of us. What's wrong with that? Before Xia Li Mei could continue, a loud shout rang in her ear. That's enough. Uncle Yu's face turned red, and he looked at her angrily, which startled Xia Li Mei. The baby in her arms also started to cry. Xia Li Mei quickly hugged the baby and said softly, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was just saying what I thought was good for you. At this time, it's always a good idea to be careful. Uncle Yu said coldly, don't say that again. I, Yu Jiguang, can still tell the difference. If I doubt my benefactor, am I still a human being? Uncle Yu is honest and straightforward, but honest and straightforward are not the same as stupid. Yes, even if Zhang Yi helped him for a purpose, so what? In this world, there is no such thing as kindness for no reason. He has lived for more than 40 years and worked as a security guard for more than a decade, so he has seen a lot of human nature. How could he not understand this truth? Xia Li Mei knew that Uncle Yu was angry and that the fire could not be increased, so she obediently chose to shut up. However, this does not mean that she has given up on persuading Uncle Yu. The warm house in Zhang Yi's home is what she has always dreamed of. Xia Li Mei looked down at her 8-month-old baby and made up her mind. Baby, I don't care how much I have to pay to keep us alive. That night, the white moonlight fell on the silver ground, bringing a touch of desolation and loneliness. It had been snowing for almost a month, sometimes heavy, sometimes light, but it had never stopped for a single day. The snow in Yuelu community had piled up to the 4th floor, and the ground was covered in white. Out of habit, most people still go to bed at this time. The entrance door on the 1st floor of 25 was completely blocked by tens of thousands of tons of snow, making it completely airtight. Suddenly, the layer of snow at the entrance seemed to loosen a little, and a few pieces of ice crumbs fell to the ground. But soon, a large piece of ice and snow bulged out, and then was pushed out with force. A shovel appeared from the hole. Then the hole was dug wider and wider, and a dozen people wearing heavy clothes and carrying shovels, steel bars and axes emerged from it. The leader was a short, thin man with deeply sunken cheeks. Yet he had a pair of piercing eyes that made people tremble. Once in the hallway, he whispered, "Let's go, up." The group of people carefully took their tools and climbed up the stairs in a dense group. Their formation was very neat, and someone in front was holding a board and a frying pan as a shield. When they reached the 10th floor, they happened to meet a resident who had sneaked down to get snow during the night. A strong man with a shovel hit him on the head without saying a word. Pop! Blood spattered the wall, and the man fell without even screaming. The big man looked at the corpse on the ground and said to the skinny man in charge, "Uncle, what should we do?" Uncle Air said, "Leave it here for now, and bring it back after we're done." The group of men obediently continued to climb upstairs. Today, their target is room 2401 on the 25th floor. At this time, Zhang Yi was sleeping, and Zhou Kor was locked in the next room. The group of outsiders arrived on the 24th floor without making a sound. They had climbed so high, but their physical strength did not seem to have been greatly depleted. Obviously, they are not ordinary people, they must be in a special profession. The group arrived at Zhang Yi's door. But no one rushed over to smash the door. The leader, Uncle Air, gestured for everyone to stop and shouted in a low voice to the back, "Old donkey, come here." Behind the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing a gray wool hat walked over. He was also carrying a gray backpack on his back. "Open the door." Second uncle pointed at Zhang Yi's door and said. The old donkey nodded, "You watch me." He came to Zhang Yi's front door, put down his backpack, and quickly took out various tools from it. The most obvious were detonators, and several rectangular objects wrapped in yellow tape. After a while, everyone quickly hid in the hallway. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire apartment building. Everyone was awakened from their sleep. Zhang Yi was no exception. Because the explosion was right in front of his door, his ears were still ringing and his eardrums were hurting. Chapter 75, The Power of White Phosphorus. Zhang Yi reacted very quickly, getting out of bed in his pajamas, immediately taking out his pistol from the other dimension, and holding it in his hand with the safety on. He turned on his phone and checked the surveillance outside. The living room was safe and sound. In Zhou Ke's room, she was now in a panic, nervously wrapping herself in a quilt and hiding in the corner of the room with her head in her hands. The house was fine, and Zhang Yi was relieved. Then he looked outside through the surveillance camera. As soon as he looked, he saw the dozen or so sneaky people. The tools in their hands were mostly shovels, but there were also steel bars, wooden planks and axes. However, the wooden boards looked familiar to Zhang Yi, and after a closer look, he realized that they were the red 3-ply wooden boards commonly used on construction sites. Zhang Yi clearly remembered that there were no construction workers in their building. However, in the neighboring 26 building, there was a group of workers working on a nearby construction site, about 20 people, living in a house rented by their company. When the smoke and dust cleared, those people hurried to the door to check whether the blasting had been successful. It was clear that they had come prepared, and their goal was very clear: they were going straight for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's eyes were very cold, and it seemed that the fact that his home was well stocked had long since spread outside. Outside the door, Uncle Air and the others were dumbfounded to see the thick, heavy metal door completely undamaged. "Old donkey, what kind of work are you doing? This stupid thing can't even blow up a door." The worker next to him angrily asked him. The old donkey didn't expect such a result either. He said, "This is not right. The explosives I mixed are fine. It might have been damp." Lao Lu was a good demolition expert in the engineering team, but he used all kinds of crude methods. So although the explosives were very loud, the difference in power compared to the explosives used by professional demolition experts was not small. Otherwise, even if it couldn't blow open Zhang Yi's door, it could blow up the walls near Zhang Yi's house. In short, it was not very damaging, but it was very scary. Zhang Yi was relieved to confirm through the mobile app that his house had not been damaged. But at the same time, his anger was also burning fiercely. "These people want me dead. Then let them die first." A group of people were still complaining outside the door, and some had already tried to break down the door with their shovels. They didn't notice that a small window had opened in the iron door above their heads. Zhang Yi lit a Molotov cocktail and threw it outside. The flames immediately ignited. Zhang Yi was still not satisfied, so he took out a few small white bottles from the space, which contained a nearly transparent white liquid. These are several bottles of white phosphorus dissolved in sulfur dioxide, which is the simplest version of a white phosphorus bomb. White phosphorus bombs are known as the fire of hell. When white phosphorus bombs burn, the temperature exceeds 1000 degrees Celsius, and they can destroy all living organisms within a certain range. When a white phosphorus bomb explodes, it produces intense light and splashes of burning debris. If it touches the skin, it is difficult to remove in time, and the wound is even more terrible. Not only does it have a terrifying killing power, it also has a strong psychological deterrent. The use of white phosphorus is banned internationally. But Zhang Yi doesn't care about that. As long as it can effectively kill the enemy, he will use any means. The Molotov cocktails fell to the ground and burned fiercely, but the lethality of this kind of thing is not that great. The people who came through the snow were soaked in their clothes and not easily ignited. However, the burning bottle creates a flame on the ground, which quickly evaporates sulfur dioxide, causing the white phosphorus dissolved in it to ignite. In an instant, a temperature of thousands of degrees was created in the air. The flames splashed onto their clothes and could not be extinguished no matter how hard they tried. In an instant, the outside walkway turned into a sea of fire. Zhang Yi's actions exceeded the expectations of the group, and they had no way to react in just over 10 seconds. Many people were burned by the phosphorus flame. The down jackets and cotton padded clothes they were wearing were excellent combustion materials. "Ah! Help me, help me!" The piercing screams were like those from hell. Being burned alive is arguably the most painful way to die. Ordinary people would feel excruciating pain if they were burned by a match. Not to mention being engulfed in flames. Zhang Yi felt that it was not satisfying, so he took out his pistol and shot at the outside desperately. Bang! 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 He didn't care about saving bullets, and fired like a firecracker. Soon, one corpse after another fell. Of the dozen or so invaders, only 8 corpses remained, and only 5 or 6 managed to escape. Zhang Yi did not open the door to chase them, still prioritizing safety. After confirming that the people were dead, he closed the firing hole and then opened the air filter system to prevent smoke from entering the house. Zhang Yi glanced at the gun in his hand. He had used up all the bullets. He couldn't help but shake his head. This thing really isn't durable. Luckily I didn't buy a machine gun, otherwise I would have used up hundreds of bullets with just one round. It seems that I will have to find a way to get some heat weapons later. Before that, his sense of crisis was not that high. But today, the workers on the nearby floors used explosives to remind him. In the end times, those who can survive are not simple. The people he will face in the future are all tough characters. If one day an engineer carrying a large amount of explosives comes, he might be able to blow up his building. Of course, this is just an exaggeration. After all, the amount of explosives would be too large for an ordinary person to obtain. However, this also makes Zhang Yi have to prepare for the rainy days. "I'll kill you all, you bastards," Zhang Yi cursed viciously. He walked to Zhou Kor's room and opened the door. Zhou Kor was curled up in the corner, with her head buried tightly between her snow-white legs. "It's okay," Zhang Yi said to her. Zhou Kor felt a sense of security in Zhang Yi's voice. Although this man was overly cautious and always appeared indifferent. But now, he is the greatest source of warmth in her heart. She looked up at Zhang Yi and said, "I'm not scared. I just thought it was an earthquake and I was hiding in the corner to be safe." Zhang Yi laughed. 24 floors, if there really was an earthquake, you would be crushed no matter where you hid. Zhou Kor stood up and asked, "What just happened?" Zhang Yi was sitting on her bed. Before Zhou Kor moved in, the room was very plain, and there was no quilt on the bed. But after she moved in, the room became more welcoming. The pink velvet quilt and yellow bed sheets. On the windowsill hung her washed black lace underwear and black stockings. It is clear that she is a delicate woman. Of course, not only her own room, but the whole house, including Zhang Yi's bedroom, was cleaned up by her every day. Zhang Yi thought to herself, "It's really nice to have a sensible woman by my side. If it weren't for the end of the world, it would be impossible to marry such a woman without a 18.88 million yuan dowry." Chapter 76, The Tianhe Gang in Building 26. Zhang Yi told Zhou Kor what had just happened. It was the workers from 26 next door. There is a newly developed neighborhood nearby, so many workers rent houses in the area. Zhou Kor was a little curious. Our community is considered mid-range to high-end, so do they really spend that much money? Zhang Yi said, "There are 10 people living in one room. How expensive do you think it is?" Zhou Kor nodded and said, "Oh." Then she showed a serious expression. "In that case, they are actually more dangerous than Chen Zhanghao." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Chen Zhanghao was just a social scoundrel. In the past, in times of peace, ordinary people were afraid of him because they dared not provoke trouble. But now everyone is living from hand to mouth, and if he didn't have a gun, he would have been beaten to death long ago. But these workers are different. They do manual labor every day, and their physical strength is much stronger than ordinary people, and their fighting ability is also more fierce. And they are all acquaintances, and there are many of them, so it is convenient for them to do whatever they want. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and sighed. "Fortunately, we killed that fat guy who played with explosives yesterday, otherwise we wouldn't be able to sleep at night." Zhou Kor asked, "What should we do after that? Should we take revenge on them?" Zhang Yi's eyebrows were raised. "Of course, we want revenge. But I can't go over there. It's not wise to go to someone else's territory. Look at them, I've killed half of them already." Zhou Kor said in a daze, "But you have a gun in your hand. Even if you have a gun, it's no good." Zhang Yi said with a straight face, "Even if I kill them all, but if I get hit with a shovel, I feel like I've lost a lot." Zhou Kor rolled her eyes, "You're too cautious. But if you don't go out and find them, how can you take revenge? They don't seem to be afraid of death. They all feel like outlaws. After all, who would play with explosives in a residential building? One careless move and you could bury yourself." Zhang Yi touched his chin and already had an idea in mind. "It seems that if you want to live a stable life in the future, you must find some people to be cannon fodder." Zhang Yi thought about it and took out his phone, opening the 25th owners group. At this time, because of the recent explosion, the neighbors were all awakened and the group was in an uproar. What was that loud noise? Was it an earthquake? Or was it a shell attack? The sound came from upstairs. Could it be a meteorite? It's very likely. If it wasn't a meteorite, how could there be such an abnormal temperature? Maybe humans will become extinct like the dinosaurs. It was a mess inside, with everyone saying different things. Zhang Yi said, "Just now, a group of 26 workers broke into our building and tried to kill people and rob supplies. I was able to catch them in time and drive them away. Zhang Meng, who lives on the 16th floor, has already been killed. As for the sound, they used explosives." The neighbors listened to Zhang Yi's story and became nervous. What? We just got rid of Chen Zhanghao, and now those hicks from next door are back. They are ruthless. I heard that there are often fights between groups of people at the construction site over there. How did the people from 26 hashtag get here? Zhang Yi said, they dug a tunnel through the snow from below and came up the first floor. Someone immediately said nervously, quickly collapsed the tunnel and locked the door. Zhang Yi said, it's useless. That kind of door will break if you hit it. Even if you block it, they can still climb in through the windows on the 4th floor. The neighbors were all scared. If Zhang Yi had not driven them away that night, they might have broken into their homes and killed them. What should we do? How can we fight those laborers? Half of the people in our building have died, and most of the remaining people are old, weak, women and children. That's right, most of the able-bodied people who could work died near Zhang Yi's house. At this time, someone said, fortunately, we have Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you are really amazing, you chased them all away by yourself. With you here, our safety is guaranteed. Zhang Yi, you are our hero. After being reminded by the previous few people, the others also suddenly realized. Now Zhang Yi is the strongest fighter in their building, and he has a gun. He is the best choice to deal with the workers in the neighboring building. Zhang Yi thought this scene was quite funny. Before, they had been cursing him in the group chat every day, calling him selfish and shameless. Most of them have had family members die at Zhang Yi's hands, and they hate him to the bone. Now they need Zhang Yi, and they call him a hero. Do they really think Zhang Yi is a fool? Zhang Yi smiled and said, I have spent a lot of weapons on dealing with them, and now it's hard to protect myself. Everyone should take care of themselves. What makes you think I'd protect you? What does it matter if you die or not? After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he fell silent. The people in the group became excited and began to beg Zhang Yi to protect them. Zhang Yi, you can't just stand by and watch us die. If we all die, you two will be the only ones left alive. Won't you be lonely? If we all die, you will become the target of everyone sooner or later. I don't know how many people are watching you. Zhang Yi's eyes hardened at these words. That's true. I don't know how many people are watching him right now. After all, the video Zhang Yi sent to the group must have been forwarded by the neighbors. The people outside will be jealous at most. But the people in the surrounding buildings have the opportunity to come to 25 hashtag and take everything away from him. But he still didn't say anything. Instead, Uncle Liu sent Zhang Yi a private message, asking him if he needed any help. I know those sons of bitches from 26 hashtag. I even had a drink with them before. Those sons of bitches actually came to you with bad intentions. I won't let them get away with it. Zhang Yi, if you have any ideas, tell me and I'll help you get rid of them. Zhang Yi smiled. Uncle Liu, they have a lot of people, right? Uncle Liu said, well, they originally had more than 30 people. But recently, about 10 of them died, so there are only about 20 left. I know their leader, Huang Tianfang, and we used to chat a while ago. But these sons of bitches are really something, killing a lot of people in 26 hashtag. Bah, I wouldn't be in the same gang as these bastards. Uncle Liu and the workers are all from the countryside. But the workers are part of society, while Uncle Liu spent many years in the army. Their minds are on completely different levels. Chapter 77 Zhang Yi, if you don't come out, I'll kill your neighbor. According to Uncle Liu's introduction, Zhang Yi got a little bit of an understanding of those people. The workers were working under a construction company called Tian Group. They are not regular employees, but are hired by a contractor who then subcontracts the work to them. But they bragged to outsiders that they were employees of the Tian Group, which made them look more respectable. So now their group calls itself the Tianhe Gang, and the leader is that skinny little man, Huang Tianfang. Zhang Yi, what are your plans for them? If you need my help, just let me know. Uncle Yu said. Zhang Yi smiled lightly. It is impossible for him to attack this so-called Tianhe Gang. His greatest strength is this steel fortress. Once he leaves the room, he will have to face 20 people, and even if he has a gun, it will be very dangerous. Uncle Yu, it's safer to be safe. I don't have a plan for revenge for the time being. I'm the only one, and even if you join me, we still don't have a sure win. Unless he has a flash of brilliance in his eyes and can mobilize the neighbors in the building. Uncle Yu understood Zhang Yi's meaning. You mean that we should all join forces with Huang Tianfang and his gang to fight against the outside world? Yes, that's what I mean. Uncle Yu said, okay, I'll put this idea forward in the group. Let's see how many of them are willing to join. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Uncle Yu, there's no need for that. If you push them to join the group, they will think you have an ulterior motive, or even be pushy. Uncle Yu asked, what should we do? Zhang Yi laughed and said, we're not in a hurry. We have enough supplies at home, so we'll just wait. The Tianhe Gang can come for the first time, and there will definitely be a second time. Not to mention that they have killed so many people, they will definitely come back for revenge. At that time, the neighbors in this building will naturally come to us for help. Uncle Yu couldn't help but sigh, Zhang Yi, you are really too clever. The two of them hit it off and reached an agreement to ignore the Tianhe Gang for the time being. In the group of owners, the neighbors still wanted Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu to take the lead and clean up the Tianhe Gang. They were very skilled at moral blackmail. They praised Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu, saying that they were good people, although Zhang Yi thought they were insulting him, saying that you were the good people, and your whole family were good people. While making all kinds of excuses for themselves, saying that they have no food and no strength to fight. Or they use the excuse that they are old or women and refuse to come forward. Zhang Yi knows these shameless neighbors too well, so he simply ignores them. After all, they will naturally know the pain when the knife hits them. Over the next 2 days, Zhang Yi began to obtain information from the outside world. Of course, he didn't ask them himself, because there were too many people who wanted to get their hands on his family's supplies, and the information they gave him might be false. He asked Zhou Kor and Uncle Yu to help him find out. The two of them are a doctor and a doorman, and they have quite a lot of connections. Zhang Yi wanted to know which people in the 30 buildings of Yuelu community posed a threat to him. It wasn't hard to find out. Who had killed the most people and who was the most powerful person? Zhou Kor took out a pen and paper and helped Zhang Yi make a statistical table. Zhang Yi took a look at it and saw a rough description of the other side's strength and weapons. After reading it, he felt more at ease. After all, Yuelu community is a mid to high-end neighborhood, and there aren't that many vicious criminals. According to the information obtained by Zhou Kor and Uncle Yu, the two main forces are more difficult to deal with. One is the Tianhe Gang from the neighboring 26 hashtag, which is formed around a small construction team under the Tianhe group and is very fierce in battle. Their main weapons are shovels and steel bars, and they don't have any guns. The bomb that was used to deal with Zhang Yi last time was made by a worker in their company who knew how to blow things up. The worker was burned to death by Zhang Yi, so they were unable to continue making bombs after that. However, no one knows if they still have any in stock. Be careful. Find an opportunity to send some cannon fodder over there to deplete their reserves. Zhang Yi said to himself. In addition to the Tianhe Gang, there was another force that had caught his attention. There is a group of young people in Building 21 who call themselves the Wild Wolves. The name sounds extremely immature, but their fighting power is not weak. According to the information that Zhou Kor had learned, these people included students and some idle street loafers. The average age is around 20, and there are more than a dozen people in the group. The two leaders are called Wang Chang and Xiao Lu. Zhang Yidua knows both of them. They are well-known street hustlers in Yuelu community. After graduating from a third-rate university, they stayed at home and lived off their parents. They were not considered second-generation rich, but they were middle class. Because they refused to go out to work, they stayed at home all the time. Over time, they became friends with some people in society. In the past, they were not even as good as Chen Zhanghao's toe. But there was no one as ruthless as Zhang Yi in their building, so they let them grow big. For Zhang Yi, only these two forces can pose a certain threat to him. In other buildings, there are only a dozen or so households left. Many people could not bear the horror of the end of the world and chose suicide after a mental breakdown. Or they killed each other in the extreme shortage of supplies and died cleanly. Zhang Yi felt more confident. He said to Zhou Core, "Continue to gather information. We must find out and minimize the danger. It is especially important to find out whether they have guns." Zhou Core nodded meekly and then picked up her phone to continue asking for information. In the following days, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu reached a consensus and stayed at home. The people from the Tian gang hated Zhang Yi to the bone because of the last time they suffered a loss. They had lost 8 brothers over the years, and the rest of the gang had also been badly injured in the fire. 2 of them died of their injuries after returning home that night. The Tian gang had never suffered such a loss. They swore that they would avenge their brothers by killing Zhang Yi and cleansing 25 with blood. However, a twist came. The person they hated most was Zhang Yi, and the person they feared most was also Zhang Yi. After seeing Zhang Yi's methods and feeling that Zhang Yi's home was easy to defend but difficult to attack, they temporarily dared not take action against Zhang Yi. So what should they do? They could only take action against Zhang Yi's neighbors in the same building. Huang Tianfang thought, "Zhang Yi, I can't kill you, but I can kill your neighbors, right? When you see your neighbors die a horrible death, won't you feel guilty? How will you face their accusations? I'll kill your neighbors as a way of getting back at you." Huang Tianfang was quite a Q spirit, knowing that you have to pick the soft ones to squeeze. So in the following days, he brought a group of people back and attacked several households. After killing the people, he wrote in the hallway with their blood, "Zhang Yi, if you don't come out, I'll kill all your neighbors." Chapter 78, The Neighbors Ask for Protection. Huang Tianfang thought he was smart, killing 25 many people in order to force Zhang Yi out. If this were a movie, the heroine would have been unable to resist and would have had to stand up to Huang Tianfang and negotiate. But unfortunately, Zhang Yi not only did not feel remorse, but was overjoyed. His goal was to make Huang Tianfang kill more neighbors, causing panic. So that these neighbors had to beg him to help. Sure enough, after just 2 days, the neighbors couldn't take it anymore. They saw the bloody words left by Huang Tianfang when he left, and they all agreed that only Zhang Yi could go out to face Huang Tianfang and solve the problem. So, the group was bombarding Zhang Yi with all kinds of messages, and the private messages and voice calls were endless. Zhang Yi opened the group chat and took a look at the neighbors' reactions. "Zhang Yi, you caused the trouble. You have to solve it. You brought the Tian gang here and you killed them. What does that have to do with us? Right. You should take responsibility for your own actions. You can't expect us to take the heat for you. They said that they won't stop killing until you come out. Zhang Yi, if you have a conscience, then you should solve this problem yourself. Can you really bear to see everyone die because of you?" Zhang Yi smiled when he saw the messages from these people. He wasn't really angry, because he knew these neighbors very well. He sent a few messages to the group. "I didn't ask them to come here. How come they came to kill me, but I killed them instead, and it's my fault in the end? You guys can't even defend yourselves against them, so why should I care? You also said that those people are too dangerous. In that case, I won't go out anymore. My house is still safe. He. Afterwards, Zhang Yi also sent a smiley emoji. This really angered the neighbors in the building. "Zhang Yi, you may be safe, but what about us? You're putting us all in danger. Why should we face the danger for you? Do you have a conscience?" Facing the neighbors' accusations, Zhang Yi laughed heartily. He knew very well how shameless they were. He sneered and mocked, "What do I care what you do? Do you think I care if you die or not? Don't talk to me about conscience. When you attacked my house, who didn't have a hand in it? It's only because I'm magnanimous that I didn't come to your door with a gun and blow you all to pieces. You're all crying out, but you're not fit to talk to me about conscience." He said in a sinister tone, "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Zhang Yi's last sentence made many people choke back the words in their throats. They suddenly remembered that Zhang Yi was not someone to be trifled with. How did Chen Zhanghao die? He was frozen to death and smashed to pieces. This is what Zhang Yi did. Zhang Yi stopped talking and sent a message to Uncle Yu. "Uncle Yu, it's time for you to show what you can do." Uncle Yu said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." In the group of owners, those owners were at a loss for what to do after being scolded by Zhang Yi. The moral blackmail failed and the negotiations broke down, which means that in the future, they will still have to face the Tian gang, who will come in and kill them at any time. With the death toll of the 25th man at half, the remaining combat power is only Zhang Yi and Uncle Liu. What can we do? We thought that if Chen Zhanghao died, we would be able to survive. But the people from the Tian gang are even more ruthless. Chen Zhanghao killed people to establish his authority and get food rations. But Huang Tianfang and the others killed people for revenge. They killed anyone they saw, without thinking twice. Does that mean we really have to wait for death? Damn it, why has the world become what it is now? Is a barbaric society the norm from now on? The snowstorm will not end soon, and we will all perish in this snowstorm. Many people are in a deep state of despair, thinking that they won't live for many more days. At this time, Uncle Liu, who is usually quiet, suddenly appeared. Don't panic, the Tian gang only has about 20 people. If we unite, we can fight them. Uncle Liu's appearance brought a light to many people's eyes. After all, this retired soldier and doorman usually gives people the impression of being simple and reliable. Uncle Liu, thank goodness you're here. You haven't said a word lately, and I thought you would die too. It's great that Uncle Liu is here. Everyone's safety is guaranteed. Uncle Liu, you tell us what to do. We will definitely support you. Uncle Liu couldn't help but tremble when he saw his neighbors. Support me? That means you still want me to do it, and you're just watching from the sidelines? He was speechless. Uncle Liu said, "Hey, it's no use relying on me alone. We have run out of supplies, haven't eaten for days, and are so hungry we have no strength. I think everyone is in a similar situation. How can we compete with the Tian gang in this state?" Some of the neighbors remained silent. Some of the neighbors, whose food quality had actually been quite good recently, were eating grilled meat. Once you become numb, the taste of those things is actually quite good. Uncle Liu, what should we do? Everyone is actually short of food, so there's nothing we can do to help you. You just said you would support us, but now you don't even want to give us a bite to eat. What do you suggest? Everyone listens to you. They're starting to say nice things again. Uncle Liu said, "Our building is going to fight against the other buildings, and we can only rely on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi has a lot of weapons at home, and he eats well every day, so he has the strength. He is the most suitable choice to lead us." Everyone looked at each other in silence. They had just driven Zhang Yi away, and now they wanted him to lead them. But Zhang Yi just said that we should fend for ourselves. He won't leave the house, and we can't call him. But if he can lead us, that would be the best. They thought that although Zhang Yi was hateful, he was really very powerful. Half of the people in the building died at his hands. What about the vicious gangster Chen Zhanghao? He was smashed to pieces by Zhang Yi. Uncle Liu said, "Let me talk to Zhang Yi. I'll go talk to him and see if I can persuade him to come out of retirement." Everyone said, "Uncle Liu, we're counting on you." Chapter 79, Subjugating the Neighbors as Cannon Fodder. Zhang Yi saw the conversation in the group. Uncle Liu turned to send a private message to Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, what should we do now?" Zhang Yi said, "The timing is right. When the time comes, you can help me out and make these people listen to me. Use both threats and rewards to make them listen, so that our building will be safe in the future." Zhang Yi doesn't know if they will be safe or not, but Zhang Yi will definitely be safer. And many of these neighbors will be sent to the front line as cannon fodder by Zhang Yi. Most of them have family members who were killed by Zhang Yi, and they will definitely seek revenge if they get the chance in the future. So it's best to kill them now. After discussing with Zhang Yi, Uncle Liu and Zhang Yi returned to the group of owners. Uncle Liu pretended to be impressed by Zhang Yi at Zhang Yi. "Everyone needs you right now. If you are the only one left in this building, you will be lonely too, right? So please be kind and help us. We will all be eternally grateful to you." The neighbors also quickly spoke up. Yes. If you can save us, we will all be eternally grateful to you. You will be the one who makes the decisions in our building from now on. Zhang Yi, we are all relying on you. Nice words are worthless. Zhang Yi sneered. I only came here to chat with you because of Uncle Liu. But I don't care about you at all. I'm living a good life, so why should I care about you? I have to go out and work hard, risking my life. I don't think it's worth it. The more Zhang Yi said this, the more the neighbors felt uneasy. Zhang Yi, don't. If it's the worst, we'll do whatever you tell us to do, okay? Even if they are in a desperate situation, they will not want to die as long as there is a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yi asked with a sneer, oh? Really? You'll do whatever we tell you to do? All of you agree? The neighbors hesitated for a moment. Someone said, as long as you don't ask us to die, we'll agree to any other conditions. Zhang Yi asked in return, if I ask you to take up arms and fight to the death with the Tian gang, will you go? The group suddenly became quiet. No one spoke, waiting for someone to take the lead. Zhang Yi laughed heartily, so you all want me to go and die, right? Fine, I won't bother you anymore. When Huang Tianfang comes with his men, just stick out your necks and let them hack you to death. Goodbye. Uncle Yu was desperate. Zhang Yi, don't. We'll all listen to you. We're all going to die anyway, but if we fight, we might have a chance to survive. I'm with you. He then began to mobilize the others. What are you hesitating about? If we all fight together, we can still survive. Do we have to wait for them to call our names and kill us one by one? Uncle Yu's encouragement really worked. Thinking that there was still a chance of survival if they fought, everyone agreed to follow Zhang Yi's orders. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu sang in unison, and in this way they gained control of the entire building. He said lightly, from now on, everything must be done according to my orders. The situation is serious, and the enemy may attack at any time. Any kind of passive behavior is considered a betrayal of the owners of the entire building. Don't blame me for killing that person. Zhang Yi's eyes swept over the list of members. Don't let me find anyone who is hiding and refusing to fight. If I find one, I'll kill him. If you want to hide and pick the fruit, there's no way. Zhang Yi said this because he roughly counted and found that there were only about 20 people talking in the group. Obviously, some people did not speak up, intending to hide like an ostrich and let Zhang Yi lead the others to fight to the death. When Zhang Yi said this, the neighbors who agreed to fight with Zhang Yi were also unhappy. Fong Lin, come out. I know you're not dead. I saw you digging out snow yesterday. Liang Yulu, where are you? Don't hide, and don't pretend you didn't see the group message. We'll come looking for you. The neighbors were red-eyed, and the ostriches were out. People are selfish. They were determined to risk their lives, so of course they didn't want to see others hiding behind their backs. Eventually, the others also came out. Oh, I just fell asleep and just saw the message. What's going on? Are we going to fight back? That's great. I'm not afraid of death, I just didn't see it. A group of people said with a guilty conscience. Zhang Yi didn't care about that. Anyway, since everyone elected me as the building manager, they had to follow my orders. Anyone who dared to backstab me was betraying all the owners and deserved to die. The owners were too scared to speak up. They knew that Zhang Yi would really kill them. The 50-odd corpses were bloody evidence. After the big stick was waved, Zhang Yi thought for a moment and was ready to give them a carrot. Don't worry, I, Zhang Yi, am a kind person and can't bear to see you go hungry. As long as you are obedient, I will go out and help you find supplies. Zhang Yi had been planning this for some time. Since there are engineering teams that use blasting techniques, it is difficult to guarantee that there will not be more powerful enemies in the future. He lives on the 24th floor, and although the building is made of metal, if there is a collapse downstairs, it will have a very big impact on his house. That's why he wanted to raise a group of cannon fodder to live below, to keep watch for him and help him die if necessary. To keep them, he definitely needs supplies. Zhang Yi was reluctant to give them the supplies in his own space, so he needed to go out and find them. Moreover, his weapons and ammunition are consumed at a relatively fast rate. He used up 20 bullets in a battle the other day, and he needs to consider going out to find more weapons and equipment. As for how to travel, the problem is simple. The snow outside is more than 10 meters deep, and cars are useless. However, there are vehicles that are specially designed for driving in the snow, snowmobiles. Zhang Yi has 5 in his space, 2 with a cockpit and 3 small snowmobiles. In this era of heavy snowfall, it takes a lot of effort for others to leave their homes. He can freely travel around the city. The owners were in an uproar. Zhang Yi, can you go out and find supplies? It's so snowy and there's no way to drive. Do you want to walk through the snow? Won't you freeze to death? Zhang Yi said, no matter how bad the environment is, I have to try for everyone. Don't worry, I've been working in storage for many years. I know where there are warehouses in Tian High City, and I know where there are large shopping malls and supermarkets. Finding supplies is not difficult for me. Chapter 80 Snowmobile. The neighbors were like they had met a savior. Even some of the neighbors who had given up hope and were already waiting to die at home wrapped in blankets, their eyes now lit up. Zhang Yi, can you really go out and find supplies? If that's the case, we can survive. Although the city is under a snowstorm, the supplies produced by our society over the past few decades are actually enough for us to survive. Zhang Yi, I am really moved. We treated you so badly, and now you're still. Some people were choked up. Almost everyone in their family had died at Zhang Yi's hands. But now their hatred for Zhang Yi seems to have disappeared, and all they feel is gratitude. Zhang Yi said in a deep voice, since I became the head of the building, I have to be responsible to everyone. And the supplies in my house are running out. Going out to find supplies is the only way for us to survive. When Zhang Yi said this, everyone felt more at ease. In the end times, if you say you are a good person doing good deeds, others will always think you are hypocritical. But if you have your own interests to consider, then everyone will think that it is normal. After all, the end of the world has been coming for almost a month. There have been many people who starved to death in the neighborhood. So they think that even if Zhang Yi hoards more supplies at home, there will come a day when they run out. What's more, now that there are 2 people in the family, supplies are consumed even faster. The neighbors were grateful to Zhang Yi and praised him like a god in their words. Even Zhou Kur said with a smile, if you set up a sect at this time, you could be the sect leader. Religion grows fastest in times of disaster. Because people always need a spiritual sustenance. Zhang Yi smiled lightly, and there was no need to make things complicated with a group of cannon fodder. I only need to use a moldy steamed bun to make them treat me more kindly than their own father. Zhou Kur asked curiously, but, do you really have to go out? There was a hint of worry and guilt in her eyes. Zhang Yi understood that she really thought that Zhang Yi didn't have much food left and felt that she was dragging Zhang Yi down. Zhang Yi pinched her rosy little face and smiled with narrowed eyes, don't worry, the supplies at home are enough to feed you. I'm just looking for a suitable opportunity to go out and take a look at the situation outside. If it were normal, Zhang Yi would not dare to go out for fear of being attacked by the neighbors who had gone crazy. But now that he has become the hope for everyone to survive, they naturally won't attack him. Zhou Kur nodded, then I'll go with you. She knew that Zhang Yi did not fully trust her, so she volunteered to go with him. Zhang Yi looked at her with deep eyes and slowly but firmly shook his head. We're in this relationship now. Do you think I would still suspect you? A woman should stay at home and wait for her man to return. Zhang Yi slowly stood up. Zhou Kur's eyes filled with emotion. But this feeling didn't last long. Because Zhang Yi quickly put the remaining food and coal in the house into the space. I trust you 100%. Zhang Yi said with a smile. Zhou Kur. She looked speechless. She had just been moved by Zhang Yi, but he immediately returned to his usual demeanor. Ignoring Zhou Kur's sad expression, Zhang Yi went back to his room to change. This was the first time he had chosen to leave the apartment building since the end of the world. The city was covered in snow, and there was no sign of life outside. The danger level was not that high. However, out of caution, Zhang Yi still put on a calfskin jacket. This thing, even if you stab it with a knife, you won't be able to pierce it without enough strength. After careful consideration, he found 2 frying pans in the alternate space and placed one in front of and one behind his body. This way, even if he encounters an opponent with a gun, a normal handgun won't be able to injure him. Finally, he put on his cold weather clothing. At this point, his body was already quite bloated, but he felt very safe. Zhang took out a crowbar that was more than a meter long and tried it in his hand. In a real fight, this heavy crowbar is actually more useful than a machete. A knife wound doesn't immediately incapacitate the victim, but a blow from a club will. Zhang Yi took the crowbar, loaded the pistol clip, and put it in his pocket. Only after he was fully armed did he leave his home. It was cold outside, and even though he was wearing the same professional-grade sportswear as the national mountaineering team, he could still feel a slight chill. But this cold didn't affect Zhang Yi. After going out for a bit of exercise, his body would warm up. He walked down the stairs with the crowbar in both hands, not in a hurry. Before he goes, he always takes a look around. It's better to be safe than sorry. There were no problems along the way. After all, there are very few people who are not capable of doing it. Zhang Yi arrived on the 4th floor. Due to the actions of the Tian gang and others, the residents here have basically moved to the upper floors, and no one lives below the 10th floor. Zhang Yi pushed open the door and entered. The inside was a mess. The windows had already been smashed, and even the not-so-strong security window had been torn open. The wind whistled through the hole as it entered the building. Zhang Yi carefully climbed out through the hole. When his feet touched the ground, the snow and ice went up to his knees. However, as the snow piled up, it had become compacted and did not allow him to sink in. But walking on this kind of snow is also difficult. Zhang Yi looked up and around. The vast Yuelu residential area was completely silent, and there was nothing in the air but the sound of the wind. He didn't see any other people watching. Zhang Yi took out the snowmobile from the other dimension. It had been filled with fuel before he left. Driving this kind of vehicle is not complicated. After a little thought and a look at the instructions, Zhang Yi knew how to operate it. He got on the snowmobile, turned the key, and immediately the engine roared to life. Zhang Yi drove the snowmobile all the way out of the residential area. When he left the community, Zhang Yi seemed to feel that some people were looking at him through the windows. This is not surprising. After all, there are no human beings outside now, and the sound of the snowmobile is very loud. It seems that in the future, someone will still have lustful thoughts about me because of this snowmobile. Zhang Yi's mouth curled up in a sneer. He was not afraid of exposing the existence of the snowmobile. There are so many people who want to take advantage of him. Not to mention that nowadays, it's not uncommon to kill someone for a cookie. In Zhang Yi's own words, he is not burdened by his debts. The heavy snow had buried many of the low-lying houses, and the streets were completely invisible. But having lived here for more than 20 years, Zhang Yi can roughly figure out his bearings from the high-rise landmarks. So for him, there is no problem getting lost.